calling this meeting of the Moore County Board of Education into session. Is there a motion to approve the agenda? Second.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor, aye?
Aye.
Okay, let's rise for the Pledge of Allegiance and in honor of our newborn. Shannon, why don't you lead us in the pledge here?
I'll do it. Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
By the way, we're having a track session later on this morning.
Oh, okay,
So
all right.
It's a team building activity, so we thought we'd run some sprints and.
Okay, no, I ran the 440 and the cross country, so I can't participate. Okay, let's turning it over to Vice Chair Hensley for a moment of silence.
So let's contemplate new life and the meaning of life and just take a moment of silence.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Chair,
Thank
there you go.
Yes. Additionally, I'm going to take a point of personal privilege at this point. Thank everyone for your patience. And as you can see, I'm not quite 100%, but I'll be there. And so I appreciate your indulgence. My special appreciation goes to Vice Chair Hensley, who has done a lot of work in my absence. And hopefully we'll all be together strong and healthy and celebrating the graduation of that newborn young child. So, okay. Okay, so let's go over to board member training. And that goes to whom?
Mr. Schwartz.
All right, good morning, everybody, and welcome back, Mr. Levy. Can you, do I need this mic, or is it, do I need this for the video, or, okay,
Yes.
all right. All right, so we've got an hour of board member training. You got one more clock hour of your required 12 hours this morning in our Board Training 101. This is the second installment of this, and this is part one of a two-part presentation. This is legal issues for board members becoming a more effective, coherent, and collaborative board. So this is part one, and the resolution here is to become a more effective, coherent, and collaborative board beginning today. So I want to start out by getting you to take a look at General Statute 115C47, which is the powers and duties of boards of education. And this statute is, you can see the small print here on the statute, and I'm not going to go through all of this, but I am going to try and show you a couple of things here, and we're going to go all the way to the end of this statute, and you can see it's a very long statute. But at the very end of the statute is the legislative history of this statute. And so if you look at all these numbers at the end, you can see all the different session laws that have amended this statute. And if you look carefully, you'll see that it's just about every year that there's an amendment to this statute. And in some years, there are 2 and 3 and 4 amendments to this statute. So we're up to 67 powers and duties of local boards of education. And some of these are very broad and general, and some of these are very, very specific. Like the last one that was added says that a local board of education shall annually report information that's required to the State Board of Education. And then 67 says to provide at least one school psychologist. So every school system has to have at least one school psychologist. And there are some school systems in the state that don't have one, that they can't get one because of the shortage. So this is just what I wanted to do is make you aware of this statute and get you to take a look at it in your leisure. I'm not going to go through it in a great detail. Can you go ahead and escape me on that and get me back here? The other statutes to consider with regard to board authority and duties is 115C40 says that the board is a corporate body. So you think of yourself as a board, but legally you're a public corporation. So you are a corporate body, and each of you is a member of the board of that corporation. It's a public corporation, so you don't, when the board acts, it's a corporate act, and the corporation has the liability in most cases, or the responsibility in most cases. So you as individual board members don't. And then 115C36 is the general statute designating the board, and it says that boards operate with 5 board members unless you have a local act that says otherwise, which you obviously do. So taking a look at board policies, we have Board Policy 1010, which is the school board authority and duties, and that is attached to this slide. And in this particular policy, what I want to point out to you is the first paragraph, which is that board members have authority only when acting as a body duly called in session. They have no authority over school affairs as individuals or as groups of individuals. So always keep that in mind, that you have no authority as an individual. Number one there is that you have the duty to provide a sound basic education consistent with the state constitution and Leandro. Number two is that you have to formulate goals and objectives and define high academic standards. Number three is you create policies. Number four is you make sure that there's legal compliance with all legal standards. Number five is that you perform certain judicial functions. So you have hearing responsibilities as appropriate under the law and under your board policies for things like grievances, student appeals, long-term suspensions, reassignments, and so on. So there's a wide range of different things where you have a quasi-judicial function. You serve as judge and jury. Number six is you hire the superintendent, and the policy goes on to say beyond that, you support the superintendent in his or her administration in evaluating and responding to recommendations made by the superintendent, including recommendations pertaining to employment, educational program, and facility needs. Number seven is you deal with the budget. Number eight is you're supposed to advocate for the school system and its employees, and especially students. And nine is you carry out other responsibilities as permitted by law. So moving on to the board's authority and duties. Yeah, David.
I have a question. My question is this, it's at a much higher level, but on the previous slide, you said that we have a duty under the North Carolina Constitution and court rulings to provide a sound basic education. All school boards have that duty. So how do courts reconcile that with chronic F-rated schools? I mean, how can we say that we're providing a sound basic education while sentencing parents to send their children to an F-rated school that we created?
It's always a work in progress. And keep in mind that the duty to provide a sound basic education is to provide the opportunity for a sound basic education. So you have to make sure that your schools are up to that level of being able to provide that opportunity. And that's one of your ongoing constant duties as a board member. Whether you're there or not with regard to your lower rated schools or your low performing schools, just puts more emphasis on your need to get there.
So has a court, so what I heard was that, whether or not an individual child or a large group of children achieve a sound basic education, whether or not they actually achieve that doesn't mean that the opportunity doesn't exist if they apply themselves and this and that. Is I think what I heard you. So has a court ever ruled that a school in North Carolina is so bad that it doesn't even provide the opportunity for a sound basic education?
Good question. That's a really good question. So the Leandro case is all about that. Are these courts meeting that standard? And the courts have ruled no, they're not. So now we're up to the remedy stage of Leandro, and that is, what is the remedy going to be? And we've got a Supreme Court that flipped, and that's liable to be changed around a little bit. But there are two other things that I would say in response to your question. Is we had something called the Innovative School District, which was supposedly a 116th school administrative unit that was going to take in the lowest performing schools in the state and turn them around. It ended up taking in one school, Southside Ashpole from Robeson County, And now the Innovative School District is out of business because, quite frankly, they did a really poor job, and it was ill-conceived legislation, and poorly executed. So, you know, there's been that effort. But then I think, taking your question one step further, has there ever been an educational malpractice claim in North Carolina? Basically arguing that the schools are so deficient, or this school is so deficient that it amounts to educational malpractice. There has not been a successful educational malpractice claim in North Carolina or any other state, but there are two states where it was attempted and came within one vote of their highest courts of establishing it. One was out of New York State, and it was a one-vote majority in the New York Court of Appeals, which is the highest court in New York, that basically said we're not going to establish a new cause of action of educational malpractice now, but this case is so egregious, we're putting you on notice that we may not always rule that way. So that's a
Thank you.
multifaceted answer to your question, I hope. All right, so board authority and duties, just to run this down a little bit. You can only act in legally called meetings by majority vote. You have no individual power or authority. And then you also have a board policy on official school spokesmen or spokespersons, and those are the chair, or in the chair's absence, the vice chair, and the superintendent or the superintendent's designee. So you do have a public information office that is the designee, or you could have a designee in different areas depending upon what was going on. And that's in Board Policy 1700, which is right there in your materials. Moving along, the board establishes certain rules for conduct and duties, and in that first statute I showed you, the really, really long one, 115C47, subsection 18 says that the board can establish rules and roles for certain conduct and duties, and you do that in the form of your board policies, okay? So you adopt a very detailed board policy manual, and that's how you carry that duty out. And then selection of the superintendent is done on General Statute 115C271, and Board Policy 1030 deals with board superintendent relations. The superintendent is the only person that you hire directly. Everything else goes through your HR process, but the only hire you make directly is the superintendent. And then you've got this policy, 1030 on board superintendent relations, and it says that the board believes that legislation and policies is the most important function of a school board, and that the execution of those policies is the function of the superintendent. So this is as basic as it gets for the foundation of the relationship between the board and the superintendent. The board makes policy, the superintendent carries it out and executes it, and then reports back to the board. Delegation by the board of its executive powers to the superintendent provides freedom for the superintendent to manage the schools within the board's policies, and frees the board to devote its time to policymaking and appraisal functions. And then the board holds the superintendent responsible for carrying out its policies and then reporting back to the board. So that's the basic framework that goes along with all boards of education in North Carolina. Board makes policy, superintendent carries out the policy and runs the schools.
Let me just ask a question, and maybe Dr. Locklear can also elucidate. How does that work into chain of command? In other words, if I have something that I don't like that a teacher does, how does that, what you just described, work into my way of dealing with that? If I make myself clear.
Yes, sir. I would say that, and Mr. Schwartz was able to talk a little bit about this, and I think it might be a little bit in this presentation as well, but that when you receive complaints, you receive concerns, or you yourself have a concern, refer that to me, and we'll make sure we follow up on that and circle back to the board with information if appropriate. And of course, we always ask that you encourage our parents and our community, when they have those concerns, to reach out to the level closest to that concern, whether it be the child's teacher, whether it be their child's principal, so they can help address that concern at the level closest to the complaint.
Right, because as a board member, we're actually powerless to do anything. There's nothing I can do personally to help a child other than to refer it to the superintendent or to maybe somebody along with administration. Because some people think that, oh, you're a board member, you can wave a wand and do anything. You can't.
Yeah, and we talked about that in the last training. We're going to talk about it a little bit more as we go on in this training too. So moving along on the board's role and the administration's role in personnel. So I mentioned that the superintendent's the only person you hire directly. And with regard to all other employees, these are the statutes. I'm not going to go through them, but these are the ones that reference the hiring of assistant and associate superintendents. And you've got all kinds of funky names that are unique to Moore County for your assistant and associate superintendents, but the statutes would apply as well. And principals and supervisors, this covers principals, assistant principals, supervisors, coordinators, and directors in 115C284, teachers in 115C299, and everybody else, or your classified folks, in 115C315. But the one thing that's consistent is every single one of these statutes has the exact same language. It says, the board, comma, upon recommendation of the superintendent, comma, shall hire. So all of these folks you hire upon the recommendation of the superintendent. You can't say, I make a motion that we hire Joe Blow to be, the principal at the next school. It's got to be upon the recommendation of the superintendent, all right? And that's how this works. And then you referenced chain of command, Bob. So here it is, chain of command. You go through the chain of command, and we also, in the hiring role, in anything dealing with personnel, we go through chain of command. And we also apply our equal employment opportunity policy, and there it is, it's policy 30/20/40/20 in recruitment and selection of personnel. And this policy at the very beginning deals with general principles, and it says, it's the policy of the board to provide all applicants of employment with equal employment opportunities. And then it goes on and talks about to provide current employees with training, compensation, promotion, and other benefits of employment without regard to race, color, religion, national origin, military affiliation, genetic information, sex, age, or disability, except when sex, age, or physical requirements or essential occupational qualifications. And then it goes on to talk about recruitment, dealing with criminal history. It talks about criminal history check of child care providers, and then selection in subsection E on the next page. And we talk about going through qualifications and how we evaluate that. There's a nepotism provision in here that I'm going to get to a little bit later on. But this is the employment practice that we go through and the procedure that we follow. And then the last section down here, number 3, employment procedure, says all applicants selected for employment must be recommended by the superintendent and approved by the board. That's getting back to the statutory framework where the superintendent recommends and the board approves. In situations where the employee must be hired between board meetings, the superintendent or designee is authorized to approve that hiring contingent upon approval by the board at its next scheduled meeting. So we do have a provision in policy that allows for interim hires in between board meetings if we need to get somebody on board, and the next board meeting is not until a month away, or not until 3 months away if based on your conversation later today and maybe next week. So let's move on to liability concerns. And this is a statute that I want to talk to you about. It's 42 U.S. Code Section 1983. And this was a post-Civil War Reconstruction era statute that was adopted by the U.S. Congress and little utilized for about 90 years. And then this became the key statute in the civil rights movement in the late 50s and the 1960s. And now it is the most commonly used cause of action in the federal courts in the United States. So this has a lot of legal gobbledygook in here, but I'm going to break it down. It says this provides for a civil action. You can sue somebody for deprivation of your rights. And it starts off with every person. And so this applies to every person. It also applies to corporate bodies, like a Board of Education, given that you're a body corporate. Remember we talked about that at the beginning. It says every person who, under color of any statute, ordinance, regulation, custom, or usage of any state or territory or the District of Columbia. So what does that mean?
Everywhere,
What's that?
everywhere.
Well, it's every person who, under color of statute, that means with the authority of the law or appearing to have the authority of the law. So every person who, appearing to have the authority of the law or having the authority of the law, subjects or causes to be subjected any citizen of the United States or other person within the jurisdiction thereof to the deprivation of any rights, privileges, or immunities secured by the Constitution and laws. Okay, what does that mean? Well, it means every person who with the authority of the law or appearing to have the authority of the law acts in a way that violates somebody else's rights. Then it goes on and says, shall be liable to the party injured. All right? So if you break down all that legal gobbledygook, here's what it says. Every person, including a corporate body like the school board, who acts in a way that violates somebody else's rights, and you act either with the authority of the law or appearing to have the authority of the law, shall be liable. Now, almost anything that we do as a school system or that our employees do is going to appear to have the authority of the law. Okay, we're in a legally required area of providing a public school system. And we have a whole stack of laws here that we act under, the public school laws of North Carolina. So this is a statute that you need to be aware of. It is a broad federal remedy in the event that there's a violation of rights. In addition to that, there's 42 U.S. Code Section 1988, which says that if you're the prevailing party in one of these lawsuits, the other side has to pay your attorney fees. So there's an incentive if somebody has their rights violated. They may not be in for a big payday. They may be looking to vindicate their rights. And so a lot of this was, when it first started out, when it first really started being used a lot in the civil rights movement, dealt with voting rights. And if your voting rights are taken away, what's your actual damages? How do you figure the money that goes along with that? Well, it may not be a lot of money. And if you're trying to get an attorney to take this case and take it all the way to the Supreme Court, and you're gonna get a payoff of $100 or whatever, a small amount of money, you're not gonna find too many attorneys willing to do that. So Section 1988 says if you win a 1983 case, you're entitled to get your attorney's fees. All right, so it's an incentive for attorneys to take on these kinds of cases to vindicate rights. So some other liability concerns we've got here is we have the general statute 115C43, which provides for the defense of Board of Education members and employees. And this is a statute that says that you can provide for the defense in both a civil or a criminal matter if one of your employees gets sued or charged criminally. And they can come to the board, and the board gets to evaluate that, and then the board can say either the board attorney is gonna represent them or will reimburse you for some outside counsel, or you can provide for that defense through the purchase of insurance. And so we have board policy 3750-4630, the defense of board employees, and policy 1900, the board attorney. We also have policy 2550, which I didn't put up there, which is limited claim settlement, and it's a way for the board to evaluate in certain circumstances whether it will provide for a claim settlement in a very limited way. We can purchase insurance, and if we don't purchase insurance, we're immune from liability for tort and negligence cases. And that's based on sovereign immunity, and that is if the government has sovereign immunity, and we have to consent to be sued, basically, in general negligence actions. So if we consent to be sued, we do that by purchasing insurance, and then we're liable only up to the limits of our insurance. We have the North Carolina School Boards Trust, which is a risk-sharing pool that we're involved in through the North Carolina School Boards Association with a whole bunch of other school systems in North Carolina, a whole bunch of other school boards in North Carolina, and that's not insurance. It's not an insurance company that's licensed by the state of North Carolina, so we don't waive our immunity by participating in this risk-sharing pool. So the School Boards Trust provides some coverage and protection. They purchase insurance for claims above $100,000. And so we still retain our immunity up to $100,000. Beyond $100,000, we have some insurance coverage up to the limits of what the School Boards Trust purchases. So it's a complicated area here. For the defense of board employees, we have a policy that says how we're going to evaluate those issues when they come up. And it allows for a school board employee to go to the superintendent and say, I'm being sued for something that happened within the course and scope of my employment. So I was doing my job and I'm getting sued for something that happened while I'm doing my job, or worse yet, I've been criminally charged for something that happened while I was on the job. And now I'm asking for the school system to provide for a defense. So this policy provides for a method for that to be evaluated and for the board, the board to make a determination as to whether and how we will provide a defense for that person. This is a policy that deals with the defense of board employees. We don't, the statute that I mentioned, 115C43, provides and allows for the defense of board members as well as board employees, but we don't have a separate policy dealing with the defense of board members. So that's something we might want to take a look at. Hopefully we'll never have to use it, but it's one we might want to take a look at. And then we got a board policy dealing with the board attorney that basically says that you'll have a board attorney and that the board attorney will be an independent contractor and will attend meetings as may be required by the board or superintendent, and services will be available to the superintendent and other staff members with the approval of the superintendent of the board. All right, let's move on to legal standards of behavior. There used to be a statute, 115C39, that actually allowed for the removal of board members, and it was only used, I believe, 3 times in the entire time it was on the books. I was involved in 2 of those cases. They were not fun. They were fraught with all kinds of concerns because the board would be the body that would decide whether to file charges against a board member. And then the board would be in charge of prosecuting the charges against the board member, and then the board would be the judge and the jury on it. So the board was both the grand jury, the prosecutor, the judge, and the jury, which led to some concerns about due process. Instead, that was repealed, and then thereafter, the General Assembly adopted a statute. In that first one we looked at, the long, that's got a whole bunch of 67 different subsections. 115C57 requires boards of education to adopt a resolution or policy containing a code of ethics that complies with a statutory provision that 16883 that previously had applied to municipalities only. And the code of ethics has to address at least all of the following things: the need to obey all applicable laws, regarding official actions taken as a board member, to uphold the integrity and independence of the board member's office, avoid impropriety in the exercise of official duties, faithfully perform duties, and conduct the affairs of the board in an open and public manner, including complying with the open meetings and public records laws. And you've done this in the form of Board Policy 1419, your code of ethics for school board members, and 1420, board member conflict of interest. And we're going to talk about conflict of interest in a second. But in the code of ethics for board members, and we're going to come back to this in a minute, but this is what you've got in here. We're going to talk about this in terms of conflict of interest and also in terms of investigations in just a few minutes. Number 16 here says basically take no private action that will compromise the board or the administration. And then the board member conflict of interest policy, I do want to spend a minute going over that one with you. The second paragraph says all board members will abide by the following conflict of interest rules. Number 1 is to not solicit or receive personal financial gain from the school system by means of intimidation, undue influence, or misuse of school employees in violation of the conflict of interest statutes. Number 2 is you will not derive a personal benefit from a contract with the school system. And for purposes of interpreting that, the last paragraph on the left-hand side says, for purposes of General Statute 14234. Now, 14234 is a criminal statute dealing with conflicts of interest that applies to school boards. A board, for purposes of that statute, a board member is involved in administering a contract if he or she oversees the performance of the contract or has authority to interpret or make decisions regarding the contract. A board member is involved in making a contract if he or she participates in the development of the specs or terms of the contract or participates in the preparation or award of the contract. Now, I had a board member who was, I'm not going to name names, was not in this school system, but I had a board member who was a well-renowned, outstanding contractor in a certain area, and he went in to help the school administrators who were developing specs for a contract. And he did it purely to try to help and give them the benefit of his expertise, and developed much better specs than I'm sure the school staff would have been able to develop on their own in violation of this statute. All right? Unintended and all goodwill on the part of the board member, but a board member should not be involved in the developing of specs. So he had to recuse himself from anything else dealing with this entire project, basically, because of his unintended violation here. A board member is also involved in making a contract if the board takes action on the contract, even if the specific board member did not actually participate in that action, unless the contract is approved under an exception to the law under which the board member is allowed to benefit and is prohibited from voting. Those exceptions don't apply here because they only apply to small rural areas where you might only have one, one hardware store in the whole county or something like that. Next, on the right-hand side, a board member derives a benefit from a contract if the board member or his or her spouse, romantic partner, or other immediate family member, which includes parent, child, brother, sister, grandparent, or grandchild, including step, half, and in-law relationships, does any of the following: has more than a 10% ownership in the entity that's a part of the contract, derives any income or commission directly from the contract, or acquires property under the contract. So this direct benefit applies to a wide range of relationships, okay? And not just relationships, it's not just your spouse, but also your romantic partner, okay? So they're both covered under this. An exception is allowed, I was trying to kid around here. An exception is allowed for employment contracts, just see who's paying attention. An exception is allowed for employment contracts between the board and a spouse, romantic partner, or other immediate family member as previously described. But the board member who's involved may not deliberate or vote on the contract. So you can't participate in any discussion about it or vote on the contract. You can't attempt to influence anybody else who's involved in making or administering the contract. And you can't participate in, deliberate on, vote, or attempt to influence anybody with respect to any other matter pertaining to that family member. Going on to number 3 on the right side, this is a new addition to the statutes that just came in about 2 years ago, and it was added to your board policy. And that is, many of you are also board members on philanthropic or nonprofit organizations. Or you may be involved in them. So if you are also a director or officer or a governing board member of a nonprofit entity, then you're not allowed to participate or vote on or influence or solicit support for that contract on either end, either in your nonprofit organization or with the Board of Education if there is any kind of a contract between the school board and, say, the Boys and Girls Club, if you're involved with the Boys and Girls Club or any other nonprofit entity. And then number 4 is specifically dealing with federal funds. The definitions for conflict of interest for anything dealing with federal funds are slightly different. For purposes of this paragraph, a conflict of interest arises when a board member or his or her spouse, immediate family member or partner, or the employer or pending employer of any of those persons has a financial interest, and a financial interest is described as more than 5% of the equity of the firm or more than 5% of the assets or the economic interest in indebtedness. It does not include an ownership through, for example, a mutual fund or some other fund that invests in that entity. And then last is number 5 on this page, last on this page is a board member will not solicit or accept gifts with a value in excess of $50 from anybody who is a contractor or subcontractor or supplier with the school system. An advertising item or souvenir that is widely distributed is okay. An honorarium for participating in a meeting or a meal provided at a banquet is allowed, and that's $50 a pop and $100 a year cumulative from any one contractor or vendor or subcontractor. And number 6 is dealing with E-rate services. There was a bit of a scandal several years ago where people who were providing E-rate services were also providing tickets to sporting events and concerts, and so there's a prohibition against soliciting or accepting any gifts from current or potential E-rate providers. And then number 7 is you will not misuse any information to benefit anybody financially. So any confidential information that you get as part of your duties as a school board member. Should have advanced that slide, sorry. All right, so let's talk about legal standards of behavior. We talked about this last time, but it's in 115C50. You're required to get your clock hours of training, this being one of them. You're required to get 12 clock hours every 2 years, at least 2 of which must be for ethics education. And that ethics education requirement applies to all board members who are newly elected or appointed, and again, when you get reelected or reappointed. So every 4 years, you've got to get that training. Cindy is supposed to maintain a record of the ethics training by each board member, and the ethics training has to be completed within 12 months of your election. Not 12 months of your swearing in, but 12 months of your election. And then you've got board policy 1020 dealing with the duties and responsibilities of board members. And 1020.5 sets forth that requirement, those requirements that I just mentioned to you. So moving on, let's go to 14-230. Remember I told you the statute dealing with removal of a board member was taken out of the statute back in 2007. And then thereafter, a criminal statute, 14-230, was rewritten to include school board members several years after the removal statute was taken out. And this statute applies to school board members who shall willfully, so there's got to be an intent there, shall willfully omit, neglect, or refuse to discharge any duties of his office. So if you deliberately fail to discharge the duties of your office, that's a Class 1 misdemeanor. Now, there's another provision that says if you willfully and corruptly.
I'm innocent.
Wasn't looking at you, Bob. Okay. There's another part of this statute that goes on to say
No,
if you
wasn't willful.
if you both willfully and corruptly violate the oath of your
Oh,
office,
okay.
then that's punishable as a misdemeanor, but also the judge must remove you from office. Okay, so that is the removal provision that's in the law now. Conflict of interest, I want to talk a little bit about. There's a concept called pecuniary interest, and pecuniary interest is just a legal way of saying you get some benefit from it. You get some money or some benefit from it. And so, as I mentioned, 14-234 is the statute that now includes school board members, and board policy 1420 is the one I went over just a minute ago, showing the various conflicts of interest. But I want to focus now on nepotism as well. So in board policy 3020-4020, which deals with recruitment and selection of personnel, we talked about that earlier. I'm going to skip over now to subsection E2 on the right-hand side at the bottom here, dealing with nepotism. And what this provides is that for purpose of this policy, for nepotism, these are the definitions that apply. Immediate family means spouse, parent, child, brother, sister, grandparent, or grandchild, and it also includes the step, half, or in-law relationships for those people. Interestingly enough, it does not include your romantic partner for the nepotism here. And central office staff administrator includes anybody who works basically in the central office. It says before any immediate family of any Board of Education member or central office staff administrator or principal is employed by the board or engaged in any capacity as an employee, independent contractor, or other paid role, then, excuse me, Number one, the board member or central office staff administrator must disclose that relationship to the board, and the prospective employment or engagement must be approved by the board in a duly called open meeting. So you have to openly, that relationship has to be disclosed in an open meeting, and it has to be disclosed before the vote. If an employee knowingly fails to disclose that relationship, they can be subject to disciplinary action. And if an employee notifies the executive officer for HR, so if Dr. Alpenfels is notified, then that is deemed to be disclosure to the board. And then it's the responsibility of Dr. Alpenfels to tell the board about it when it comes up in closed session in personnel, and then in the board meeting. When making any recommendations for the selection and assignment of personnel, the superintendent or designee has to attempt to avoid situations where one employee occupies a position of influence over the employment status, including hiring, salary, and promotion of another employee who is that employee's family member. No one can supervise a direct supervised relationship for a family member. In the event of any disciplinary action or hearing involving that person, the board member would have to recuse themselves, of course. All right, so other legal standards of behavior, we're required to have closed sessions and confidential matters are required to be kept confidential. This is 143.318.10E is the part of the open meetings law that requires the maintenance of minutes and closed session minutes, and closed session minutes can be very general. Your minutes in the past have been very, very, very detailed in closed session. That's not what's required by the law. The law requires that closed session minutes are a general account of what goes on, which is less than full-blown minutes. It doesn't, you don't generally take action in closed session. There are some rare circumstances where you are allowed to take action in closed session, and in that case, that would have to be included in the minutes. But otherwise, the minutes can be just a very general account of what goes on in closed session. Referral of complaints. We're getting to what we had at the very beginning here. In Board Policy 1419, your Code of Ethics, Section B12 refers to the referral of complaints, and complaints are supposed to be referred to the appropriate school administrator or the superintendent, and individual board members refrain from taking action. You also have a provision in the superintendent's contract that says basically the same thing, that individual members of the board will refrain from taking any action in the handling of complaints, and will refer those complaints to the superintendent for investigation and follow-up. And the reason why you do that is because of due process concerns. If there are any complaints, you've got a myriad of statutes, and we looked at some of them last time out, but you've got a whole bunch of different statutes that provide for general complaints, student and parents grievances, you've got Title IX grievances, you've got other violations of law that are grievances. You've got a whole bunch of different policies that people can be referred to, all of which ultimately bubble up to the board for hearing. And so board members are involved at the outset in a complaint, or trying to investigate a complaint, or getting involved at the school level or whatever level it may be. You have problems on the back end of it when you're having to sit and hear the evidence and make a decision and give due process to anybody who's coming before the board. So all of that's very problematic if the board members get involved at the outset. And I know sometimes the temptation, and particularly with new board members, you ran and you say, we're going to fix things. The temptation is, okay, I'm a board member now, I'm going to go in there and fix things. I'll handle this. Don't do that. That's not what your role is, okay? And you don't have any authority as an individual. So we've got in Board Policy 1419, number 12 says that you will refrain, this is under specific board member commitments. It says in order to implement the standards for ethical requirements, each member of the board commits to the following, and number 12 is refrain from investigating or attempting to resolve complaints received personally, but instead direct the complainant to follow the board's complaint or grievance process to resolve concerns. However, nothing herein should discourage a board member from bringing to the attention of the superintendent or appropriate designee problems which constituents encounter. And that, in a nutshell, is what you should do. All right, that's the way you need to handle those things. And also, I'm gonna tell you, there are a lot of times you can't resolve a complaint, okay? So you don't wanna put yourself in the middle of this, and then you're disappointing your constituent. Your constituent doesn't understand that you don't have the authority not to be able to do something. After all, you're a board member. You know, you must have superpowers as a member of the school board. So you don't wanna put yourself in that. And then number 13 says that you will avoid being placed in a position of conflict of interest and refrain from using your position on the board for personal or partisan gain. So that goes along with what we were talking about earlier. And then number 16 on the next page says that you will take no private action, that is acting as an individual, okay, that will compromise the board or administration. All right, so you don't want to do anything on your own, you know, putting on your cape and going out there and trying to resolve whatever the problems are. All right, so I'm going to end this by kind of giving you my tips for good boardsmanship, my advice for good boardsmanship, gleaned over the years, and this kind of pulls a lot of these policies and statutes together into practical advice. So this is what I'm going to tell you. Effective leadership by the board inspires the staff and everybody else to do their best. Dysfunctional leadership can demoralize the staff and lead to a talent drain. All right? You don't want a talent drain. I've been involved in situations where there have been massive talent drains in school systems where the best and the brightest, the people who have other options that are in demand, know it. And they dust off their resumes and move on. And then once they move on, if they're administrators, for example, and they're a principal moving on, they go and say, hey, I can cherry pick the best and the brightest who used to work with me, and I can bring in a lot more talent to help here. And you end up getting a giant sucking sound with the best and the brightest of your school system leaving, and the people who have fewer options, because they're not the most talented people, are what's left behind. Second, quality boards elicit community support, and poor boards are not trusted or supported. So trust is vital. It's the glue that keeps your board together. It's the glue that keeps you cemented with your community as well. Some rules to live by. One, respect the public's trust. And remember, the public is not just those folks who voted for you. It's those folks who didn't vote for you, those folks who didn't vote at all, those folks who opposed you in the election. They're all part of the public. Second, respect, foster, and promote good relationships with other board members and the superintendent. That's all of your fellow board members. Recognize the integrity of your predecessors and your peers and the merit of the work done by them. The folks who served in these chairs before you were here put in a lot of time and effort and energy. They tried their best to do good work, and I think it's always helpful to try to recognize the integrity of your predecessors. Next, know your subject matter and don't fake it. If you don't know, then learn about it and ask questions, but don't fake it. And learn about it and ask questions at the appropriate time. And sometimes that's at a board meeting, and sometimes it's way before the board meeting. Don't wait to get to the board meeting to start reading the agenda for the first time or reading the materials that go with the agenda, and then you got a whole bunch of questions that you should have known the answer to if you had read the materials in advance, and you're wasting everybody else's time, and you're probably gonna ask a stupid question, or say something that isn't gonna portray you or the board in the best light. So that goes along with the next suggestion, which is do your homework and make informed decisions. Next, don't make promises or commitments that you can't keep. Remember, as an individual board member, you have no authority whatsoever. So don't make promises or commitments you can't keep. Don't say, this board is going to do this. You can't commit the board to do anything. Next is don't make commitments without full knowledge. Sometimes you'll get this, and this is really easy to do. A parent or somebody comes and complains about something, you're getting one side of the story, it's delivered to you passionately with a lot of commitment, and it sounds like a terrible thing is going on, and you don't even know what the other side of the story is. You're not heard anything, and then you make a commitment without full knowledge to deal with this problem and to solve that problem or to take care of it. Next is respect majority rule. Once the board acts, that's the act of the board, and you have a fiduciary obligation as a board member to support the board's decision, whether you agreed with it or not, okay, whether you voted for it or not. Avoid unofficial meetings. Anytime 4 or more of you are gathered together, unless it's a social occasion, don't be talking about board business. It's real easy to do that. It's real easy to forget about it because it's the thing that draws you together. It's your commonality, it's your common interest. But if you're getting together, if you go to the Carthage Elementary School cafeteria for lunch, for example, during a break in the board meeting, you're not at a board meeting. So talk about, how good the pizza is or whatever it is at the cafeteria, but don't be talking about what's coming up next on the board agenda. Take no private action that will compromise the board or the administration. So remember, what you do as a board member individually may compromise the board or the administration, put the administration in a difficult position. So be very careful about doing that. Respect confidentiality. You get a lot of information that's confidential and privileged in closed session, all right? Respect that confidentiality. That information shouldn't be shared with anybody outside of the boardroom. That includes your spouse, that includes anybody, all right? So this is the walk your dog conversation. If you gotta talk about it with somebody, take your dog for a walk. If you don't have a dog, borrow one. Avoid all conflicts of interest and appearances of conflicts of interest. So it's not just an actual conflict that should be avoided, but avoid even the appearance of a conflict of interest to the extent that you can, because that will impact the integrity of the board or appear to have an impact on that. Be open, fair, and honest, and don't approach the board with hidden agendas. It's a terrible practice to come to a board meeting and throw something out there that nobody else on the board knows about, or only 1 or 2 other people on the board know about, and you've had a hidden agenda, and at the end of the meeting you say, I want to bring something up, and boom, you throw it out there. So no ambushes, no hidden agendas. Remember, people are looking at you too. So look and act professionally. Look like you're doing important business. Act like you're doing important business. Dress like you're doing important business. It matters. It matters as to the perception the public has of you as individuals and the board as a whole. When you're in a board member, listen carefully, and that's different from hearing, okay? Listen actively, listen carefully, listen intently. Don't just sit there and hear. And that's hard to do for a 6-hour board meeting. It requires a lot of compensation. It's hard work, but try to do it. Respect other people's time. And I'm going to finish this in the 1 hour that we're allotted in respect of your time. But try to avoid saying the same thing over and over again. Try and avoid making the same point 3 different ways or at 3 different times at a board meeting, or making a speech at a work session and another speech in a business meeting and then the same speech and everybody's already heard it. And try to avoid wasting people's time and be respectful of other people's time. Thoughtfully consider opinions and positions of others. You can learn something. You're all very smart people. You all have different life experiences, different perspectives, and different ways of looking at things that can be valuable to each other and to the board as a whole. So thoughtfully consider the opinions and positions of others. And next, remember that a good school board member understands that the board sets the standards for the district through board policy and understands the difference between governance and management, all right? Your responsibility is overall governance. It's not management of the school system. That's why you hire licensed professional people who are trained in carrying out the work of the education system. So your responsibility is setting policy Making sure the policy is being carried out is the responsibility of the superintendent and staff. And then you have an oversight responsibility. It's different from a management responsibility. It's the governance responsibility that you have. The board members don't manage the district on a day-to-day basis. And remember, the board makes decisions as a team, all right? Majority vote is great. A unified team is even better. Try to make decisions as a team. And remember, individual board members may not commit the board to any action, all right? Other board members have the right to their own opinions and ideas that differ from your own. They're not being corrupt, they're not being mean, they're not being stupid, they're not being misguided. That's their opinion, all right? Respect it. Decisions are made by a majority vote and should be supported by all board members once that majority vote is taken, and that is your fiduciary responsibility, as I mentioned. Decisions should only be made after the facts are presented and discussed. And that means getting those facts and not getting them from board members, getting them from the administration. So give the administration time to generate the information that you need to make sound decisions. And this is where sometimes something pops up in a board meeting and you feel the need to act and you need to act right away and you don't have the full information. That's almost always a bad decision that's about to be made. Or a decision that could have been a better decision if you waited to get the facts and the information.
So I have a question. Bullet number 2 up there, that says decisions are made by a majority vote and should be supported by all board members. And then you added, it's our fiduciary responsibility to do that. You've said that twice in these slides. Setting aside for a moment the point that you made about you shouldn't make the point over and over again.
Right, yes.
Right, setting that aside for a minute. That's an attempt at humor there. How do you derive that it's our fiduciary responsibility for a minority member to support the majority vote? And let me explain why. First of all, I think it's our fiduciary responsibility to do the things spelled out in the law, and then things such as responsible financial management, providing a sound basic education. That's our fiduciary responsibilities. I don't think that supporting something just because it passed by the majority of the board members is a fiduciary responsibility. I'll give you an example. 6 months ago, the board passed $9 million to renovate gyms, and I criticized that. I criticized it, I rightfully criticized it. We brought it back up based upon my criticism, and we saved the taxpayers $6.1 million based upon my non-support of the majority of the board. So I would contend it's not our fiduciary responsibility.
You're making a good point. You're making a good point, and I probably was a little bit overbroad in referring to that as a fiduciary responsibility.
Could be good boardsmanship, sure.
It is good, yes, good boardmanship. There is a distinction between the things that you're required to do by law and other things that are political decisions. And once you make a political decision, generally it's good boardsmanship to support the decision that's majority vote of the board, as opposed to coming back and harping about it and trying to change things. But there are certain things decisions that can be overturned and can be changed. Following parliamentary procedure, following Robert's rules, you can have a motion to reconsider, motion to rescind, and that sort of thing. So you can redo those things, and you make a good point. I was a little bit overbroad with the fiduciary responsibility. But in terms of good boardsmanship, it is generally a good idea, once the majority rules, that you get behind it and saddle up. And move forward and live to fight another day. So, good point. You made a good point, David. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, clearly there's a,
No, you made a
deciding
good-
what
very
hill
good
to
point.
die on, but.
You made a good point. And next, the last thing here, there is a chain of command, and problems or complaints should be referred to the proper administrative office. That doesn't mean always going to the superintendent. It could mean, have you talked to the teacher about this? Have you talked to the principal about this? If you haven't, are you aware of the complaint procedures that we've got in board policies? Or I'll make the superintendent aware of this, but not, I'll tell the superintendent and this will be taken care of. Don't make a commitment like that. The board must comply with the open meetings law and has authority to make decisions only at official board meetings. And all board and district business must be conducted ethically and honestly. Board members will receive confidential information that cannot be shared. And in some instances, with regard to personnel information, if you share confidential information from a personnel file, there are criminal sanctions that can be had for that, if you willfully share that information with others. Remember, the superintendent is also the board's advisor and should be present at all meetings except when the board is considering the superintendent's evaluation or contract or salary. The board should only take action after hearing the superintendent's recommendations, and board members may not use your board membership for personal or family gain or prestige. A board member should announce conflicts of interest before board action is taken. And then personal or family problems should not be brought into board considerations. So one thing that you should really try to avoid is talking about your own kids, your own family, and putting them out there and putting them on the spot. It's an awful thing to do to your kids or your family in many respects, but it's also not pertinent to whatever's being discussed, and it makes it look like you're acting based on a personal consideration, how something impacted you or your family. So avoid bringing your kids into it or talking about your personal situations. And remember, the staff deserves respect and consideration as skilled professional employees. I've been involved in some terrible board meetings where board members talk down to staff and belittle staff and yell at staff and berate staff to the point where staff members have been in tears, have left board meetings, have resigned over the way they were treated. And so I haven't seen that happen here, but remember, the staff deserves your respect. They are high-quality professional people, and it's not befitting a board member to behave that way. Personal criticism of district operations should be presented to the superintendent, not to district staff or to a board meeting. It should be handled internally if possible. Remember, the public has a right to attend and observe board meetings, and the public has a right to be informed about district decisions and school operations as allowed by laws. Some tips for new board members. Review the board operations section of the policy manual. Know your board member code of conduct and study it. Review past board member minutes to become familiar with issues that are being discussed by the board. Meet with your superintendent to get a clear understanding of the district's budget, particularly going into budget season now. But school budgets are complicated, and they are big. And they come with all kinds of different formulas and nuances and requirements and regulations. So it's a good idea to try and get a basic understanding of what's in the school budget and why it's there and how it's regulated before you have to make decisions dealing with the budget. And then assume your position with an open mind. Try to abandon preconceived notions and hidden agendas, including any opinions that you might have had about administrators, teachers, other staff, and other board members. Remember, you're going to be making decisions that affect the children, and always keep their best interest in mind. Recognize that you don't know everything and capitalize on every opportunity to learn. Expect that you're going to be in the minority sometimes on board decisions, and expect the majority decision with grace. The time to voice your opinions about issues is before a vote is taken, and not complaining about it afterwards. And then expect some board decisions to be unpopular. You're going to have to take some actions at different points in time that are not popular, that are going to make people uncomfortable, that are going to choose between different options and segments and people and populations and who gets what. And that's going to make other people uncomfortable. It's going to make you unpopular with some people. But you're gonna have to have the fortitude to do that. Remember, you only have one vote, and your issues can only be successful if you're able to convince other board members to vote with you. So building the trust and the camaraderie with your fellow board members is key to getting that. Don't surprise the superintendent or the administration or your fellow board members at a public meeting with unexpected comments or requests right out in the blue. Give them an opportunity to give you information, to give you solid information, to research something, to come back at you with solid numbers or solid policy proposals. Be flexible and be willing to compromise, and be a good listener. The superintendents, the board attorney, administrators, teachers, students, and community members can help you learn more about your job, all right, if you're a good listener. And remember, your role is to establish policy and set goals. It's up to the superintendent to manage the district and get it to where the board says it needs to go. And learn your district's chain of command and refer all complaints to the proper people. And that is the end of part one.
Any questions?
Yeah,
or anything?
I have one, and so what does the, because I was looking at this policy over the weekend, what does the board chair, because I think it says the board chair it has to come from the board chair, do when the public is speaking at public comment and they're talking about an employee? Do we need to cut them off because they're personally naming the employee? Because that's what our policy states, basically.
Let me add to that concern. I'm also very concerned about this. I'm very interested in your answer, because I've always believed that if we tell people you can't say something, that's when we really get ourselves into trouble. When I look on TV, you see these board meetings on TV, and everything goes okay until either the board chair or someone else starts objecting to something that's said. It's always been my belief, if I just let it get said, we can just move on. But I am also concerned because we do have that policy, and I'm concerned.
It's worded weird.
Well, I'm concerned, I as a board member would never comment on on personnel. But when that person says, Mrs. Alvarez did this, and Mrs. Alvarez is a bad teacher or a bad superintendent or whatever. Yeah, go ahead.
So let me respond to that. You've got two things in your statement that's read about public comment that I recommend changing, okay? One is the restriction against criticizing people. There's case law that's going against that, and making clear that if you, that criticism of people is, as long as it's civil discourse, is not prohibited, that's viewpoint discrimination in the speech. So that should not be enforced, and I'm going to make a recommendation to change that statement. And then the second thing is, people should only be speaking with their comments, as opposed to reading what purport to be anonymous comments sent in from other people. You have no way of knowing if that's real or made up, or whose comments it is, or if they're, the legitimacy of any of those comments. If if the public comment period is for people to make their own comments, not to, stand up there and say, and now I've got an email from a person who chooses to remain anonymous, and you don't know what they're reading, okay?
Right.
Those are two changes that I'm going to recommend to your public comment statement.
Okay.
Okay, that's fair. That's number one. No, I hate to say it's no hearsay. We're almost that. And what was the other one?
The provision that says you can't make critical comments about employees.
Okay, not to enforce that.
Right.
Okay, I would agree with that, although I feel very, very bad when, and I would say that so that the public understands. I think it is just very, very poor of anybody who's on one side or the other of mentioning the name of an employee of our district, because they all work hard and they're all trying to do their best. So that if I let comments like that go, it definitely is not with the approval of the board. And it definitely, you know, certain things that we say reflect more on the speaker than on the person who the speaker is trying to criticize. That I hope would garner the enmity against the speaker.
Right. The other thing that's very important, and you do a pretty good job of this, is enforce the 3-minute, the rule. Because if you let somebody go over 3 minutes, and then you cut somebody else off, it's why did you let that person go over? Was because you agreed with their viewpoint, but you disagree with that viewpoint. So you don't want to get into viewpoint discrimination arguments on the timing.
Yeah. And I would also say that the last board meeting I think I was at, there was some poor kid who said, I didn't get a chance to come up and say something. I didn't get a chance to sign up. And the board was nice about it and said, it was a student, by the way, said, come on, address us. And then right after that, said, oh, and I didn't, someone else says in the audience, so.
Right.
Therefore,
Your
our-
policies
our
are in
rules
place
are
for a
there.
reason,
Yeah.
and they should be enforced.
Even though it was a nice thing to do to the student, we still have to, I think, enforce those policies.
I have a question. I wasn't a member of the school board, but I was running, and one of the people in the public got up and called me an asshole at the school board meeting. And I did write to the chair and say, are you supposed to allow this? And she had said that it was at the end of his speech, so she let it go. How do we handle something like that?
That person should be called out.
Removed or
you-
just called out?
Called out.
Wait a second, do you mean while he was, the person yelled that out while he was speaking this 4 minutes?
Yes.
Okay, there's a difference there.
Right. Yeah, if it was a person if it was part of their public comment remarks.
It was.
Okay, then that can be shut off, and you can require civil discourse. All right, so you can regulate the time, place, and manner of the speech. And time is obviously, this time in our board meeting. The manner is, you get 3 minutes, you sign up in advance, so-and-so. But in addition to the manner, the place and the manner, you can regulate the content of the speech only insofar as requiring civil discourse. So if somebody's screaming and yelling or pounding or threatening or using improper language, using foul language, you can cut that off. You can say, we don't use that, we're not gonna use that foul language here. Now, there are some court cases out there that would say that even foul language can't be cut off. They're not in the Fourth Circuit, not in our circuit, but I think you can cut it off.
Okay, but he said it right at the end.
If it's right at the end, then the chair should have probably hit the gavel and said, you're out of order.
Okay, but
Okay.
that's it.
But
You
that's
can't
it.
ask them to leave.
No,
You
not
can't-
removing,
okay.
removing from the meeting is if they're threatening or disrupting the meeting or they're otherwise impeding the board's progress in the meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Would that only be the responsibility of the chair to take action to cut them off? It would not fall
Yes.
to anyone else?
Yeah, with the chair, yep.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
So that'll be noted, and try to make sure this is much more civil. Although I really do believe that sometimes it's easier just to have them say what they're gonna say and be done with it. But I also understand that other people shouldn't be berated.
So Cindy made paper copies of the policies that are referenced in that PowerPoint.
That's very clear.
Thank you, Cindy.
What do we got, Cindy?
All right, any other questions?
No, but I have to say that I loved your advice at the end. That was really, really good.
Mr. Chair, could we take a brief recess to get our next person set up?
Okay, there's a request for a recess, 5 minutes?
Yes, sir.
5-minute recess?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All via
The Board of Education is back in session. Dr. Locklear, 2A.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I turn over to Dr. Metcalf and Mr. Herring, this is also counting towards the board's 12 o'clock hours of training. This is a little education session on education, I guess you'd say. This is a tool that you approved for us to be able to bring into our school district called NetRef. And I think there's interest among the board of how are we appropriately using technology in our classrooms. And I saw your summary, Mr. Benway, from Deeds Creek and how they're utilizing their Chromebooks there. And you know, how do we monitor that? And what is the appropriate use of technology in our classrooms? And this NetRef resource is a great resource for our classroom teachers, for our school administrators, and us as a district. And so Will is going to walk us through that, I believe, Mike, a little bit about that, Ashley, maybe even get you to experience a little of that. So I think you're going to enjoy this, about 30 minutes, but I thought it would be really good information for you to have as a board. So, Mike?
Not much more to add, other than I believe this is our third rendition of this. We've always had some protections on the use of technology within the classroom, but this is really exciting, much deeper than what we've had in the past. And Kate's gonna pass out computers here, and Will's gonna kind of walk you through what we can't do in the classroom.
Yep. Thank you all.
Okay,
Thank you, Chairman Levy.
I have one question before you do it.
Yes, sir.
This software has been purchased,
Yes.
Yes.
and
That is
so there are no new expenses involved in it.
That is correct.
Correct.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know.
Yes, sir. So for the remainder of this school year as well as the following school year, this was purchased, it was authorized back in April of this past year for a term of 30 months. Like Dr. Metcalf said, this is our third version of this type of software. So when Chromebooks came in, we knew that teachers were going to have a need to be able to monitor and direct some of the traffic that goes through there. So as Chromebooks have become more and more regular throughout the country in this context, the tools have adapted as well. So this third iteration of this family of tools you're going to see has increased capabilities. I think the best way to do this, and what we've been doing here for the past month in all of our schools, the best way for me to show you this is actually to put you in the role of student. I'm going to display my teacher screen so you kind of get to see both sides of this and how impactful and how easy it is to use. This product was selected by a group of teachers that were brought in to evaluate the tool. They had used the other two tools previously very well, so their input was needed. We were looking for the intersection of powerful and easy to use. A lot of our digital tools, if they're complex, if it takes a lot of time to implement in the classroom, they won't be used effectively. So again, that ease of use is very important. That's why I want to show you that from my classroom side, how easy it is for a teacher to monitor and manage. So let me just drop back a little bit. We do need these tools in our classrooms. We're using them for iReady. More and more of our research opportunities that our students are doing, they're going to be in an online format. With that said, we never want to put our teachers in a position where they're competing against the internet for the attention of our students. That would be an unacceptable loss. We certainly never would want to replace our teachers. So as a result, we need to give them these tools along with, I should say, we need to be able to give them these capabilities along with the tool so that it can be used impactfully without causing distractions in the classroom. So, as mentioned, our third version here is NetRef, and I'm going to show you that now. Each of you, I think, has a student Chromebook in front of you. As you might imagine, we have a few tabs that are already up for you, and YouTube is one. I'm a pacer, guys. Let me get this up for pacing. Okay. So, feel free to explore. Feel free to put on as many tabs as you like. Right now, you're a 7th grade student at Southern Middle School. So do whatever feels natural to you there. I'm going to give you just a second to explore the space, and I'm sorry, guys, I'm a history teacher, so I'm a pacer. If you have any questions, please just shout out, and we'll interact about those things. So, before I go any further, I do want to make sure, I'm going to use a phrase, open internet or unrestricted, but that's not actually true. Anytime you're on a Moore County school device, you're one of our students, we are applying filters based on your age for appropriate content. It's going to block the things that you would imagine it's going to block. But unrestricted internet doesn't get everything I would want, though. If I've directed you to iReady and you're on, I don't know, National Geographic, that's still off-task behavior. That's still you not doing what I've asked you to do. So even though you're within the confines of appropriate educational age restrictions, you're not doing what I've asked you to in the classroom. I'm competing against the internet. Okay? So when I use unrestricted in this context, that's what I mean. They're still being filtered based on age-appropriate filters. but this is going to be that additional system to keep you on task. So we've got a few tabs up. Let me project my screen. Okay. Now, your devices are already populated to me. Again, I'm going to show you my teacher dashboard up here. You're looking at the student side of this. Pretty simple interface. A lot of these software systems are effectively the same. If you can navigate one, you can navigate pretty much any of them. You're going to have an area over here where you can control which class you're looking at. You're going to have a center area where you see the devices that are inside your classroom. And on the right-hand side, you're going to see tools.
And Will, in the center, that would actually have the student's name up there, not
That
just
is
BOE.
correct. Yes, so I just made these kind of dummy accounts for our purposes here. Yes, so that actually talks, it has a one-way communication with PowerSchool. So if I'm in Ms. Bruno's class, third block, when Ms. Bruno comes in, I'm already there for her. She just clicks on that class, it's third block, I'm there, and you're ready. So again, that ease of use piece that we talked about, we're trying to make it easy for our classroom teachers to hit go. All right, so from here, I can see, excellent, I've already got somebody on Instagram. Okay. All right. So, and that could be just an attempt, right?
No, it's me, yeah.
Okay.
I was
So,
trying.
just glancing at this, I want to point out a couple of different things. First off, these students are inactive. This classroom set has 13 in it, and we're only using about 7 or so. So you see that we're not recording data on those because they're not logged in. When a student logs in on our device, that's when we can see them. Another caveat I want to put on that and be very clear about this. We've set NetRef to only capture from the first bell of the school day to the last bell of the school day. So even if you're in like an after-school program, we do not use this outside of the instructional day. Just want to be very clear about that. Work days, holidays, all that kind of stuff, it does not activate. So if you're inside of our classroom from the first bell to the last bell, it'll record when you're online. As a result, we do feel very good that we can say, we do know how long you're online. We do know which site you're going to during the instructional day. All right? So this view right here, I can see how many tabs you're on. I'm going to use the toggle in the bottom right-hand side, right down here. I'm going to get a closer look. Now what this is going to do, this will refresh about every 5 seconds, but it's going to show me the active tab on your screen. So a lot of the same information, nothing terribly new there, just a different way of looking at it. I can also redirect my class, I can rearrange these in my classroom. Typically if I'm in a classroom with 25 students, there are about 3 in there that I really need to pay just a little bit closer attention to. That's how the numbers usually work out. So I can put my 3 more attention needing students, put them right there together, keep an eye on them as anyone I want to. So now, in this moment, I'm going to start walking down the right-hand side of this. I'm going to start at the top. We're going to work our way down. What these students are on right now, or what you're on right now, it's what I'm calling unrestricted. Again, you still have age-based restrictions, but as the classroom teacher, I haven't put my own filter on you yet. So at this time, if you want to go on your screen, open a new tab, go anywhere you like. If you're not hitting those age restrictions, you should be able to do that without any problems. So, only age-based. Yes, sir.
Let me ask you a question. You say that we only use this during school hours,
That's correct.
right? Are we somehow, and maybe this is a wrong question, I don't know, are we somehow consenting to students going to questionable websites using our devices off school time? What's the thinking on that, one way or another? Or is
So let me say this part just to give that a caveat. This is a teacher-facing tool. So what I mean by that is, if Ms. Bruno is my teacher, she needs to know what I'm doing during the time that I'm supposed to be with her. But now an administrator might be a little bit different. Some other groups might be a little bit different. But that teacher-facing bit, I wouldn't want a teacher having any engagement outside of the instructional day.
Okay, so
That-
this doesn't have anything to do with the overall filter.
No, sir. This is an additional classroom set that I can apply as the teacher.
That's my real
Yep.
question, is it doesn't either modify or do something with our general filters?
No,
which-
sir.
Okay.
Yep, a separate kind of additional system.
Right, okay.
And just quickly to clarify, our filters are in place on the student devices wherever they're in use at any time.
Okay,
So,
that's
so what
very
Will
good
is
to know.
describing as the age-appropriate filters, if you take that Chromebook home, the filters still apply at any time. So-
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
That's what I need to know.
Thank you for that. Okay, so I've done the top right. Now again, you're not necessarily hitting our filters in this case, but again, I've asked you to go to iReady. You're on National Geographic doing your own thing. So you're not learning what I've asked you to learn today. So we're going to change that. I'm going to go to this. Now I've hit the second level there, the X. Your screen should be about to go off. Sometimes it takes a minute or two. You should see a white screen with the URL going across. Unless it's going to embarrass me. Yeah, click refresh for me. Let's see what happens.
I think I'll have to do anything.
Let's see.
There it goes.
There it goes.
There we go.
There you go.
All right, it was just doing that to stress me out. That's fine. So, folks, what we've done in this case, the instructional use here is, if I have a group of students, maybe I've released them to do an activity, but they've kind of gone off the rails. That could be because I didn't outline my project exactly how I wanted to, or it could be I'm seeing behaviors. This is the equivalent of like flashing the light switch. I've turned the entire internet off inside my classroom. There is no more. It'll stay off until I release it, right? So again, a one touch, and the teacher has shut it down to redirect.
Ours is still on. Ms. Burns?
So is Mr. Benway. Mine just came on too.
Mine
It
is-
shut off, but then it came back on.
I think it's just trying to embarrass me.
But it
Took
was
mine
like
a
light
second, it
switch.
just cut off.
Turn-
Yeah.
turn on.
Okay, I'm going to go back.
Am I the only one with a screen?
That's what we were just talking about. Yes, sir.
That's okay. I get the idea.
My concern is, so this training is happening. We released this at the beginning of the school year with a huge rollout to all of our teachers. Just in this past month, we've been following that up by going site by site to every single school, 2nd grade through 12th grade, to do exactly this activity. My concern is someone is doing an activity right now with a different group of people, and they're clicking at the same time as I am. Again, these are our demo accounts, so it's possible. I hope that's not the case today. So I put you back on the unrestricted internet. So that's all the way on, and I showed you all the way off. But these aren't really our best case uses. So what I'd like to do now is actually show you these next two that I think are much more useful as a classroom teacher. And from my role, these are the two that I would like to see more. What we're going to do now is, so think about the internet as like a bowling alley. You're supposed to be here, but there are gutters on either side that are easy to fall into. What we're going to do now is show you that this tool will let you put the bumpers up to keep kids where they're supposed to be. Okay. This is called our allow list. So an allow list turns off the entire internet except for sites that I've predetermined. All right? So the entirety of the internet's off except for those sites that I've allowed. Let me show you what I've allowed. I click on the planet here. You can go to any of these sites. So Edpuzzle, your Canvas, your iReady, those sites that the teacher is going to need. They can turn on the allow list, and students can get to these sites. But if they try to open a new tab and go to a site that's not on this list, they'll get the white screen with the black URL line saying this is not available at this time. All right? I think this is our best case use for our K-5 schools in particular. Again, this is only a 2.5 tool, but our K-5 teachers tend to have very specific sites. If we have these devices out, it's because we're going to iReady, or it's because we're going to go to Get Epic Reading. They're not usually exploring the internet to go do their own research. That's possible, but most likely that's the case. So an allow list is going to be their best case scenario. Now, I'm going to go down one screen, close this. Now the blue icon there, I've turned on a block list. So a block list is the opposite. The internet's open except for the sites that I've determined are distracting. So in our world, there's a bit of a whack-a-mole game, and it's been going on for a long time. But there's a new game that becomes wildly popular, spreads like wildfire throughout the building, and it's the craze for about a week and a half until the next game comes along. All right? So what a teacher can do is say, if I'm that 6 through 12 teacher, if you're doing, like my daughter right now at Cranes Creek is doing an AIG project where she is going all in on octopus, the life cycle of an octopus. It's part of her AIG project. That teacher doesn't know, because the next kid is doing a totally different project, that teacher doesn't know the 4 sites they need, but she does know the 10 sites they don't need. They don't need YouTube. They don't need those games, right? So the entirety of the internet's open except for these problematic sites. You can turn on the block list, and it will limit the students only away from those sites that they don't need. Again, to add something there, I click the planet Earth. Oh, excuse me. Okay. My team in particular, we go through these sites pretty regularly and update those as need be. As that next new game comes out, we add it to the block list. So these 4 buttons again, wide open, none whatsoever, allow, and then block list. These are one-click solutions for your whole classroom. Now, I will differentiate that. I said the whole classroom. Any action I just showed you, you can also do to an individual student as well. So I've got 24 kids that are doing absolutely the right thing, but I have one student that they need more bumpers than the rest. I can apply any of those filters to just that one child or a handful of children. To do that, instead of using these global icons on the right-hand side, I go to the student that I want to take a look at more. Got a good feeling about who this probably is, Western Carolina. All right, so I'm going to look a little deeper on what's going on with this one. So I can get a screenshot of what they've last gone to. I'm going to go, you see that menu in the top there? I'm going to go walk across a little bit. I can also go to the history of this. Now, what I do want you to see, y'all, is with our previous iterations of digital classroom monitoring tools, the teacher had to almost live time monitor that. Here's why that's not great. So if I'm monitoring your behavior, it means that I'm looking at my screen, you're on the other side of a Chromebook, so there's a screen between you and a screen here. I'm not engaging you. I'm having to monitor you in real time. That's not great. All right? We don't want any barrier between this. What you're seeing here is I can go after the fact, and if for some reason I need to check out Mr. Benway, I don't have to disrupt class, but I just have a suspicion. I could come back here after the fact, look at any behavior that's going on during that time. I can pull up a screenshot of any unique URLs he went to, and these will update as well as he goes on. So this is, and that's why that history piece is so important for what we're doing. They don't have to watch their screen. They can go and teach the kids and do this afterwards if need be. I'm going to keep going across. We do have the ability to screen share, permanent rules, and info. Let me show you just one more piece from the teacher's point of view. Bottom of the right-hand side, I'm going to click the plus. Here I have all the devices that are in this class, or all the students that are in this class. Again, I've got a top menu. I can send a message to any one or all students. I can open a website for any one or all students. If you've been in an elementary school classroom and you've tried to get 25 children to type in the same URL at the same time, I hope you see the value in that piece right there. You can just type it in the one time as a teacher, and it just shows up on their devices.
I have a question for you.
Please.
Does this work for iPads?
iPads is our limitation. That's why it's a 2 through 12 product.
Okay.
Now, I'll also say they also have the benefit in K1. Typically, if they have devices out, they're usually very restricted and very directed and very guided. So that's why we can still feel good about it. Now, I would love if it were, and the teachers would love it if it were, but at this time it's not available. So we talked about send message. We can open sites, screen share, and then the last one I want to show you is limit tab. I do want to show you this one. So again, most of your students are well-meaning, good children. They'll have everything you've asked them to do. They'll just also have a tab playing music in the background. This is how we can prevent that as well. If I go to limit tabs, I can select one or all and set a limit on the number of tabs that are available. And then if the child tries to go beyond that number of tabs, it just won't let them. All right? So this is the classroom side, the teacher side of NetRef. Only other things I would tell you about this are those allow lists and block lists. If I make a good one that you want, I can just share it with you as well. You can just share those internally amongst teachers. People on my team push them out school-wide. We have some district-wide as well. So again, that's the teacher side. I'd like to show you now the reporting side. Another reason that we like NetRef is that it does capture all the internet activity from first bell to last bell. And one of the great things about that is it gives us some actionable data, specifically about what sites are being used in our schools. That gives us better ideas and a more accurate understanding of what's getting used. So when it's time to maybe evaluate whether or not we should purchase a tool, a software, something like that, we actually have data that says it is or is not getting used.
Can it tell you, so I see that it says YouTube on there, but does it tell you exactly what they're watching on YouTube, or does it just say YouTube on there?
I would have the screen shares of that.
Okay.
Yep, I would have the screen grab of it, I should say. Okay, now I've jumped over, this is not the teacher-facing side. This is just kind of our back side of this. So you're going to see, again, you got kind of the same thing. You're going to have an actionable area here. Left-hand side, I have different reports that I can run. I'll have different filters, and then I'll set the times that I can examine. So I'll just show you a couple of these to show you the tools. Okay. I don't know. Let's just click on a school. Okay. So yesterday at McDeeds Creek, I don't have a mouse up there. Let me move my mouse. What'd you say? Okay.
That's today. That's the 6th is today.
Oh, I'm sorry, guys.
Yesterday would have been Sunday.
Yesterday was Sunday, so.
Y'all, I tell you, I don't know if it's Tuesday or Taiwan.
Those hard-working cranes.
Let's try again.
On Sunday. Maybe
So y'all are
previous-
telling me today is Monday.
There is a little, there is a
Maybe
little bit on
previous,
Sunday.
maybe previous week,
Thank you for that. Yeah, let's look at the previous week.
right there.
Y'all in my head, it was Tuesday.
There's a little bit on Sunday, you see it. There you go.
Okay. So what I want to show you here, first off, remember what I told you early on? If we're not in school, we don't record. So March 3rd, no data is recorded, right? So February 27, 28, March 1, March 2. I can hover over any one of those, see how many minutes was used. And now this would be the whole school between grades 2 and 5 in this case. So on Monday, they had 44,000 minutes. If I scroll down a little bit, so now they're using it, they're using tools. Let's see how they're using tools. Of that time used, 41.24% of that time was spent on iReady. 16.5% was on Content Explorer Learning, Google Docs, Beanstack, which is a literacy program, reading program, and a testing client here. In this building, if I'd have my mouse up here, if I hover over this, it will show me the percentage, but I can see that my teachers are heavily using the allow list, and I have teachers that are also using the block list. These are teachers that have said, this is not, I like to equate this to, depending on when you took the SAT, it's almost that calculator active versus calculator inactive. If we're not using Chromebooks, then it's off, and that's just how it is. That's a good use of the tool. So I can see that at this school, for this period of time, they're using the tool effectively.
But let me ask, and perhaps this is the wrong place and the wrong time to ask it. Does this show that we're sometimes using iReady as busy work?
I don't think that's something you could determine from this.
No, I understand.
Yeah.
I'm putting that out. I'm sure we can't. I'm just putting that out as a question. People have mentioned that to me when I say the red portion of that hole is iReady. Am I right?
No, that's
No,
not.
sir. That's when they turn the internet off.
But-
Where is iReady?
But,
Well, 41% of the amount of time that was online, which at McDeeds usually works out to like, I shouldn't say that comment. I looked at McDeeds earlier today, and they had 44 minutes on average of use. So if that were true, if they had 44 minutes, then probably about 20 minutes of that time would have been iReady. That's how we can use
And
that
that is
data.
in an entire school day.
That's in an entire school day, is what I'm showing you
So
at
I
this
shouldn't
time.
worry about just 20 minutes of a day. Okay.
Right, and
what
that's the
I
kind of, so you're asking kind of a specific question, I'm answering it broadly, and I don't want to misrepresent that, but if there are specific questions, I'll be happy to, I can dig into it for sure, but I don't want to misrepresent either.
No, if what you're saying is that it's being used 20 minutes out of an entire instructional day, seems to me to be very appropriate.
So, and again, if there are specifics, I'll be happy to dig into them, to the extent that the data can tell me that. Okay, so that's here. Let me go down a little bit. You see the next one down is return on investment. I'm going to go to site breakdown. Just some more things that we can see. So now it's specific sites. We'll look at Canvas by school. And again, this is our LMS, this is our learning management system for grades 6 through 12. So again, we see how much time was on these sites. Pinecrest, it shows how many hours per school site as well. So again, when you're looking at are we getting bang for our buck for the products that we purchase? Are we getting, if we're paying this much money, are we using it? We're going to be able to answer some of those questions. Any questions about that bit? That one's fairly straightforward, I think.
I actually have, because I just see it up there, it says Connect Academy, so can the teacher from Connect Academy do that as well with their kids that are at home? When
So-
she's teaching and they're maybe on something else that they're not supposed to be on?
I think what I can say is that technically there's no stops to that. However, stop me if you need to stop me, but if you're not in front of me, like at Connect, I have your class between 9 and 9:55.
Yeah.
If that's the case, and you are my teacher of record for that period of time, in my opinion, it would be appropriate during that period of time for you and I to engage in that way. But if you're not my teacher of record in this moment, I would say that's not really your place, where it might be an administrator's or someone else's.
Got it.
Yes, sir.
Could you scroll down to the other schools?
Yes, sir. So again, we should only see our 612 schools on this because it's Canvas. So you'll see at the bottom here, our elementary schools, they show up, but there's no usage. So Southern Pines, because they have Google Classroom and some of those sites that they use instead. Yes, sir.
Somebody wants to say something? Oh, okay.
I think that's what kind of I have to show you there, unless there's any more questions about what the tool does, kind of how we can make it actionable, and what insights it can do. What I will say is that this tool is very good at, it'll collect the data to inform conversations. It can be a conversation starter. I wouldn't 100% rely on it, but it can be how we go back in and find the data that you need for those other conversations as well.
How often are you taking action based on reports you get and things? On a daily, weekly basis? Are teachers overwhelmed with having to monitor this also, or is this beneficial to them? What's their feedback on it?
Let me answer that. First, that's a great thing. Make sure I address both points. Sometimes I get lost in my own talking, okay?
I understand.
So how often do we look at it? I would say during the fall, when we rolled it out, we looked at it, but it wasn't quite right yet. And if it's not quite right with data, I can't do anything with it at all.
Sure.
Because it misrepresents stuff. So during the fall, we were kind of dialing it in so that it was a usable product. Around January, probably December, January, we felt it was quite good. But that goes back to the second part you said about the teachers being comfortable with it. When we trained in the fall, it was kind of a sit and get. So no Chromebooks, you just looked at me with a PowerPoint going through it. But that's not really how learning happens. So what we've done to fix that is, over the past 3 weeks, I've got about 3 schools left. We've gone to every site, and we've done this exactly like you guys have, where the teachers are in that as the students. And then I'm showing how I can control it up here. Since then, we've seen an amazing uptick. It's almost like getting over that hurdle of, oh, this is not actually, it's not that hard. So since that time, we've seen kind of an explosion in use. Our data continue to get better. And I think right now we're in a good spot with it. Yep.
I have comments to make, but it might not be the appropriate time, so I'll wait until maybe in another term. Go ahead.
Yes, ma'am?
If you wanna
When
say
you were
something.
talking about your daughter doing the report on an octopus,
Yep.
okay, so it's blocked, but they're free to go on other sites. Can the teacher monitor all the sites that they're going on?
So in this scenario, she had her students on a block list.
Okay,
So she had eliminated, and I don't want to overstate, she had eliminated games. She had eliminated things that they should not be on for sure.
okay,
But like my daughter's doing an octopus, another child is probably doing, FIFA soccer in Europe or something like that.
Okay.
So they eliminated what they believe to be pitfalls or gutters a child can fall into, but they still have the historical data.
they do.
If I'm also a teacher, most likely, I'm gonna have this up on, I would go back to my dashboard where I could see all the screens.
Yes.
I would just leave that up. So now I'm walking around, talking with children, working with small groups, doing whatever I'm doing.
But you still
And that, I
know.
can still have it, and plus the kids know that I still have it, which is another kind of subtle redirection there to keep them on task.
Okay, the other question, when we first went on here and you gave us some things to check into, the sites, what about the ones that are on the side? Can the kids?
Tell me more about
click
what you
on
mean.
those?
I'm not with you yet.
Okay, how do I explain this? We went on and you had all the blocks, like one was homework, why you should do your homework. But on the side, there's all different, connecting sides.
Yeah.
Sites that you can go to. Can they go on those?
Depending on what the teacher had it set on the right-hand side, they could decide whether or not that would be allowed. So the teacher could control that
Okay.
if they wanted to. Yep.
Okay.
So she's talking about YouTube, so you see how it has all
Yes,
the.
that's what I'm
all the
talking about.
connecting-
Okay, so let me talk about a
Thank you.
slightly different redirect of what you're talking about too. So this looks at the top level URL. That's what it blocks or allows. So for example, like Edpuzzle might be 100% appropriate. This is where you have a video, but it stops the video and it asks questions throughout kind of thing, like a formative assessment.
Okay.
So if I had YouTube blocked and Edpuzzle allowed, even though the Edpuzzle is actually feeding YouTube, that would be okay because it's inside of an Edpuzzle. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, so yeah, if it's something that's like a sub part of a larger okay thing, that sub part is allowed. So like I could block YouTube, but then have a YouTube embedded inside my Canvas. It'll see Canvas is good, and it'll allow that as well.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
You bet.
Anything else? Hearing nothing, we appreciate it. And I
Thanks,
think
sir.
it's been
Yeah, that was
a
wonderful.
very, very
Great,
good
thank you.
educational opportunity for us to know how these things work. Okay, Dr. Lockley.
Thanks, Cindy.
Yes, sir. Our next item is the superintendent's proposed operating budget.
Yes, it is.
If it's okay with the chair, I'm gonna go down to the end table so I can address the whole board while Ms.
Sounds
Evans and I
good.
are presenting, if that's okay.
Sounds good to me.
All right, thank you. Thank you for that, Mr. Chairman. Board members, appreciate the opportunity to present this morning the superintendent's proposed budget, the first draft of that, Ms. Edmonds and I. I also want to thank you up front. I'll do this as I wrap it up today as well, but also thank you for your engagement in the process, the feedback you've given myself and Ms. Edmonds along the way, whether that's been in our board budget and audit committee, whether that's been in our small group 2x2 meetings. That input, that feedback has been very helpful and has helped us come to a first draft of a proposed budget to share with you today. When we're talking about a budget, a school district's budget, a board's budget represents your strategic plan. And so I want to take a moment just to remind us of that strategic plan. And you, as a board, the previous board unanimously approved that in September. But a budget is an articulation of that and the strategic direction of a school district. And this school district's vision is we strive to be the standard for excellence in education in North Carolina. And the mission is that all students will graduate with the skills, knowledge, character, and education that become proud and successful citizens of the United States of America. The core beliefs of our school district is we believe successful schools are essential for thriving communities and that every student can learn and succeed. Education, employment, and enlistment are equally honorable pursuits for the future lives of our students. Our schools provide a safe, respectful, orderly, and caring environment conducive to learning, that we engage our parents and community in the education of our students, and Our educators are empowered to meet the learning needs of all students. As a board, you approved 7 strategic plan goals that are directed to improving the educational outcomes of our school district over the next 2 years. And those goals are to increase the number of schools meeting or exceeding growth from 14 to all 23, to increase overall composite grade level proficiency by 10 points from 56.6 to 66.6, to increase the context ranking for composite grade level proficiency from 23rd place in the state to the top 5% out of 115 school districts in the state of North Carolina, to increase the number of 10th grade students reading at or above grade level as measured by end of course Lexile reading level by 10 percentage points, to close the achievement gap of our black students, or Hispanic, or economically disadvantaged, and students with disability subgroups by 10 percentage points from their respective 21-22 achievement scores, while increasing the overall performance of all students. So again, closing those achievement gaps, but doing so when we're also improving performance of all students. Increase the number of students who complete a career and technical education cluster, and that's the students taking at least 4 CTE courses in the same career pathway, by 15% from 441 students to 510. And then lastly, decrease the number of the district schools with a school performance grade of an F from 2 to 0. These are our strategic plan goals, and when we're thinking about setting up a budget, I think it's important for us to remember what our school district's vision, mission, core beliefs, and goals are, and how that budget helps support that overall strategic focus for our school district. And so as we begin to dive into our budget this year, I just want to remind us, when we're thinking about our budget and we're thinking about the local requests you'll eventually bring as a school district to our county commissioners, our County of Moore education system is really one of our county's greatest assets and core infrastructure to what makes Moore County a great place to live, a great place for folks to move, a great place for our community to be part of. And we have a great public school system that's focused on continuous improvement. We have great charter school partners that are strong partners to us in public education. We have private school opportunities. We also have an outstanding community college. And so this is a great asset that we know our county commissioners have invested in the past and appreciate that investment. And when we go and ask them for an investment this year, it really is to continue to support that. And it's an investment to keep our economy thriving here in the county. Today, you'll hear 3 narratives from me that will come out through this proposed budget. First, it'll be about the impact of those fixed cost increases that are somewhat out of our control. Roughly 85% of our total budget is people. And so when we're talking about those fixed cost increases, much of that is about taking care of our people so they can take care of our students, and we continue to offer the current level of services that we are. Also, you'll see some potential expansion items for the board to consider that's been prioritized by either feedback you've given me in those small group meetings or by our staff. And you're going to hear about us utilizing a hybrid approach of reinvesting vacancy savings and utilizing additional restricted revenues to moderate our total local budget requests. So again, we've talked a little bit about this along the way, this idea of projecting out what savings we may see in our budget as a result of the vacancies that we continue to carry, how that impacts the amount of fund balance we've used from this year's budget, and how we might reinvest that into lowering what we eventually ask from the county for additional revenue. And so again, as we're thinking about that investment, we're thinking about what that investment from our local ask is going towards. It's going towards all public school students in our county, not just Moore County school students. And so I think it's always important just to remind us of how many students that is and then what percentage of the market share is that. So when we're thinking about that investment, Moore County Schools has this year 12,871 students as of that corrected number after day 40. And our charter school partners, who are public school students, which that local investment goes towards supporting as well, has 1,295 students. So that's a total of 14,166 public school students that local investment goes to support. Because when our county commissioners, when they support our public school students, Our charter school partners, as we recall, get a per pupil amount of that investment. And so what percentage of our market share or what percentage of our school-age children does that represent, that investment in the public school students here in Moore County? Well, when we look at the percentage of students that represents, Moore County Schools represents about 72% of the market share of school-age students here in Moore County. And this is from 21-22, the last data point we have. Our charter school students who are also public school students represents a little over 8%. So that's a little over 80% of our school-age children here in the county of Moore are in public schools. And the other percentages are represented from our homeschool students, private school, but over 80% is from our public school students. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Tina, Ms. Edmonds, our Executive Officer for Budget and Finance, to kind of walk us through the projected fixed costs we're looking at and projected expansion costs as well. So she can walk us through that and then turn it back over to me. Tina?
So, we're going to start, of course, with our continuation budget and our projected fixed cost increases for fiscal year '24. So the fixed costs associated with the projected state increases in salaries, we did calculate it at 6%, and then the retirement increase above what amount we expect the retirement portion to go up would be by 1%. And then the hospitalization, the health insurance contribution rate, we are expecting that to be an additional $300 per person. Now, both Dr. Locklear and myself, we had received information from different counterparts of ours about the state employee salary increases, and they're a wide range. They go from, we've heard anything as low as 4% up to 10%. So we did land at a modest 6% because we do have a lot of locally paid employees, and if it does go to the very high side, it could really eat away at our fund balance to try to make sure that we pay those state mandated rates. So the certified staff for this salary increases, when we look at that, we look at the local paid certified employees, and we would do that step increase for them along with the 6% projected state increase. That totals $548,000. For our classified staff that are locally paid, we would do that step increase plus the 6% increase with all the benefit increases included. That would total $463,000. And then our classified staff, we would do the step increase only because if they are the state paid classified staff, the state will pick up any percentage that the state does mandate, but they will not pick up that step increase because Moore County, we are very fortunate that our classified staff, we do have a salary schedule where we put employees on 0 to 30 years, just like our certified staff. And then, of course, we have to consider our vacancies, although.
So just one second.
Yes.
Are you saying that as time goes on, we're not going to fund the step increase, so we're actually flattening out the classified staff salary?
No, sir. She's estimating, she's projecting into that, those step increases.
So you are funding this. I thought you said you weren't funding the step increases.
I'm sorry, I didn't end up saying, but the $196,000 is the step increase for the state paid classified staff.
But we're also doing it for the locally paid classified staff.
We are.
What
Is
Ms.
that yes?
Yes, we're
What
doing
Ms.
that.
What Ms. Edmonds was saying was that the state picks up the base portion and we pay the step cost, but the state pays the base portion of the raise, and we just pay the step cost. I do have a question for you, though. What do the other districts do? Since we have a step chart or whatever, do the other school districts, if you've been here 30 years, you just get paid the same as the person who started like yesterday?
So for the districts that I have been to before
Right.
that did not have a classified pay scale, whatever you're brought in at, you only get the percentages. You would not get to move, you would not get any differentiation based on your number of years.
Wow, so you literally, you could be there 20 years and the person just walked in the door, gets paid the same, if not more than you do, because they got hired at a higher rate?
Technically, that could be the case.
Yeah, okay, good. Well, I'm glad that we implemented that a couple of years ago.
And that was certainly one of the concerns from our staff, rightfully so. And so I certainly appreciate the board implementing that and continue to support it like this year in your budget as
I
well.
praise the previous board for doing that. See, Mr. Schwartz's training has already paid dividends.
So recorded.
Yes, Mr. Murphy, if you can make a note of that the training has paid dividends, day one.
It's been recorded, yes, sir.
So then the vacancies, we did, because though there are vacancies now, if we were to hire in, hopefully next year we have, 0 vacancies, if we could hire all those positions, and I just calculated it as if they were at the lowest rate, that increase, I still had to give that step increase at least to the lowest base, and it would be $197,000. The total for the fixed costs associated with those project state increases is $1,404,000. Then the local supplement step increase for certified staff, our teachers, assistant principals, and principals, is $205,000. All other projected fixed cost increases, looking at a 5% inflation rate on our utilities, which include our electric, gas, water, and our phone, our insurance coverages, which is our property, our vehicle, and our accident, and then our supplies, materials, repairs, and fuel and equipment would total $290,000. And then our projected charter school growth, which is based on that 5-year average, is $265,000. And then we have to also consider the fund balance appropriation from 2022-23, because those were reoccurring costs to decompress the classified salary scale, the digital lease obligations, and to reduce class size in grades 4 to 5, and a counselor at Cranes Creek Middle School. And that fund balance appropriation for 22-23 was $1,739,500. So the total fixed cost, our continuation budget, is $3,903,500.
Well, let me also ask, that was implemented last year. Why is that part of the continuation? Why is that separated out? Or is that just part of the
Are you talking
continuation?
about the last item
Grades
there,
3.
fund balance appropriated? Are you talking about that whole
Well,
item there?
let me put it another way. Fund balance, what is our projected fund balance for the end of this fiscal year?
That brings, you missed all the 2x2 meetings. Basically, we paid, what we borrowed from this year's fund balance, we've paid back because, if you don't mind me, effectively, we've taken the savings from the salaries not paid due to vacancies, and we're applying that to the fund, rather than thinking of a new spending initiative and just spending it on something, we're paying back our fund balance. So really, the net effect is we didn't dip into our fund balance this year like we thought, because the savings on unpaid salaries were reimbursing the fund
No,
balance.
I understand that.
Sort of,
And
almost.
I understand that. But what is the projected fund balance?
As of January, it's about 1.9 above the 2 million ceiling. I'm giving you a round number.
Right.
Because I don't have the information in front of me. Tina, correct me if I'm wrong. It's about 1.9 million above our $2 million floor that we keep for cash flow purposes. So about $1.9 million. And the reason it's included in fixed cost is that that's savings that we're using, fund balance that we're using for recurring costs. And so that is a expenditure that we'll need to have revenue for. And you have to assume that we will be fully staffed next year. And so we would need those funds to take
No, I
care of
understand,
that.
but those wouldn't be your fund balance. In other words, if you appropriate and use the money, then that's not part of the fund balance. Given all of the given all of the expenditures that we're making this year, and given the fact that we haven't hired as many teachers as we'd like to have, what is the total fund balance that we would expect at the end of this fiscal year?
We're expecting, as of the end of January, and that will vary a little bit as we work our way through the rest of the year, but Ms. Edmonds has done has put together a reporting mechanism to estimate that. As of the end of January, it was about $1.9 million was what Ms. Edmonds is projecting above that $2 million ceiling. We also did some projections of what would be the savings as a result of the vacancies. And as part of the foundational information we shared with the board in February, we projected somewhere around 1.6 million that we're saving this year because of vacancies. And so, again, the hybrid approach that we're looking at that you'll see a little bit later, Mr. Levy, is how do we reinvest that savings into our budget for next year. And so that's part of what you'll see as part of my recommendation here in a few minutes.
I won't belabor it any farther, but I think I'd like to talk to you about this. I've talked to you, I know, privately, many times. We seem to have a fund balance at the end of every fiscal year, not in January, okay? Because the fund balance as of January is at most a reflection of how much money we have or haven't received from various sources, and we may need to dip into the fund balance to pay off our checks, so to pay off checks that haven't been paid. But each year, at the end of the year, we have a fund balance. From that fund balance, we can project some of our projects that we may want to do next year, or we may project a project that we want to do this year.
Oh, that's the
Because-
next slide.
Okay. But I would hope that I could get a projected fund balance at the end of fiscal, what are we, 22, 23.
Yes, sir. I think you're exactly right. I want to make sure we're getting you all the information the rest of the board had the opportunity to see in our small group meetings, and happy to set up a time as soon as you feel able with me and Ms. Edmonds, and if another board member wants to join for a double dose of it, certainly welcome to join it, and we can sit down and go through all the information to see if that, I think that will help answer and give you the information that you're asking for, I believe.
Let me also make one other
Yep.
comment. I'm very nervous knowing about some of the history of the county and fund balances. I'm very nervous that somebody is going to get up and say, look at their giant fund balance, $4 or $5 million in a fund balance. Let's cut their appropriation. That very much concerns me. I think we have to manage our fund balance so that it maintains the $2 million that we need in there, but also gives us enough additional revenue that, by the way, when we talk about lowering class size, we've already ordered it in 3 and 4. Or is it 3, 4, and 5? Is it?
4th and 5th grade, yes, sir.
4th and 5th grade. We may want to look at that in 6th and 7th grade in junior high as well. Or should you say middle schools? I'll continue. I apologize.
No problem. Tina?
Okay. This is our potential expansion items, which is our expansion budget. And so we're looking at additional teachers and resources to support the Community Learning Center at Pinckney, which would be an estimate of $350,000. One additional assistant principal, which is 50% at Kings Creek and 50% at New Century, which would ensure there would be 2 full-time assistant principals at both schools. That total would be $90,000 for a total projected expansion budget of $440,000. And this shows a total of our fixed costs, the continuation budget with the expansion budget. The total would be $4,343,500. And at this time, I'll hand it back over to Dr. Locklear to discuss the county budget request.
Thank you, Tina.
Real quick,
Yes,
before
sir.
we go on, can we go back to slide 9 real quick, please? So who requested these initiatives?
The additional teacher resources support community learning center at Pinckney is something that I've shared with the board. I believe would be something we should invest in, that we should expand our programming at the community learning center, which is our alternative school, and do that in an incremental way. The second item, which would ensure 2 full-time assistant principals, which would be on par, which would be aligned with the number of assistant principals we have at Southern Middle and West Pine Middle. This would ensure instead of 1.5 assistant principals at New Century and Cranes Creek Middle School, we have 2 full-time assistant principals. And this, Mrs. Codwell brought that item up in our small group meetings. Something for us to look at, and so did price that out. I do think it would support the school at a higher level and certainly offer it for consideration.
Okay, so the first one is a superintendent request, and the second one is requested by Board Member Caldwell, is that correct?
Well, she brought it up, and they both were part of my proposed budget, but yes, Ms. Caldwell brought that up in our small group meeting and asked, for us to take a look at that and what would it look like if you funded those on the same level, if you will, that our other 2 middle schools of comparable size are. And so that's why that item did make it. I did think it was a good feedback, good important for us to take a look at, and so I have included it.
Okay, and then there were no requests from board members for additional items, correct?
Not unless I missed that, and certainly.
No, that's my understanding.
Yes.
And I'll cover that in my committee
Yes.
report here in a bit.
Yes, sir.
It's important to note that the board members had no, other than Ms. Caldwell's suggestion on this, there were no other requests for additional spending.
Correct.
Or additional initiatives, let's
And-
put it that way.
In the time, the way this is the first step, and the next step in this, rather, this is the initial proposed budget. There's time for our public to weigh in on this and to push some ideas our way and your way as a board. There's time for us, again, to have follow-up meetings that I hope we'll be able to schedule, a small group meeting again, to see if there's any additional input, before I come back in April with the revised superintendent's proposed budget, that then will become your budget once you approve it.
Okay, fair enough, thank you.
Yeah.
Just let me say something else. First of all, I think I asked you about 2 items. And I asked you about them several times. Number 1 is an IEP coordinator, preferably using at least some of the money that we saved with our publicity department for an IEP coordinator. Secondly, lowering class sizes in grades 6 and 7 and 8. But more important is what I see for this extra request, this expansion request, is that there is nothing that goes back to the F-rated schools. So, in other words, if we like to talk about our strategic plan governing our actions, but nothing here of any of these initiatives tell me that we will have any effect on either A, getting rid of the F-rated schools, or B, closing the gap between minority groups and the overall student population. So that's one of the things that I would ask you. How are we progressing? And I know we're not doing it in terms of data, because I haven't seen any data which says, if you do this, you will get a better result in our F-rated schools. I just want to bring us back from even my request to have lower class size. I'm not sure that will get rid of the F-rated schools. I think it will, but I don't see any proposal at all other than that.
So Bob, if you don't mind, Superintendent, let me take a stab at this. So, Bob, the approach is this: rather than go out and ask for new money for new programs, which the money may or may not be needed, I think the approach this year is that we're going to, with the exception of the increase in the local funding for employee salaries, you're gonna find that the strategy is we're gonna keep spending exactly the same dollar amount. And then this year, we're going to reassess priorities. We're gonna dig into financials so that we can go back next year with a more intelligent, well-informed request to make sure we're spending the money wisely. But the superintendent is certainly gonna move money around. Just because we're keeping the pot of money the same size doesn't mean that the superintendent and his team is not redirecting that money or retargeting it towards things in support of our strategic plan and jettisoning wasteful or ineffective spending and putting it in other places. So there just isn't a big initiative saying we need $5 million to do this, because quite frankly, we're reassessing this year. So
No one needs $5 million to do this or that. Maybe we need no money, for all I know, to create programs, let's say, for absenteeism or something like that. You know, that it's not the money, but it does concern me that we've put forth additional asks. And I want, for better or for worse, I know it may not be, it may not pass, but I'd like for you to put my asks on there too, okay?
Yes, sir, and that's certainly part of this process.
Right,
Yes, sir.
but we don't have that much time for these F-rated schools. And so far, I don't see I see that there was a proposal for a consultant, and there was some controversy over that, but I don't see us moving forward there. And I don't see the coordination between the budget and getting rid of our F-rated schools, because each year that goes by, another kid graduates an F-rated school, and we're sending them with a problem.
So you mentioned you'd like to see your initiatives reflected up here. What are your initiatives that we need to put in as a line item in our budget?
Lowering class size in grades sixth through, junior high is junior high is 6 through 8? Is it 6 through 8? Yes, getting an IEP coordinator. Will coordinate, will take the burden off of teachers, and will help them coordinate IEPs, and so that we can do it in a timely fashion, and in a fashion that helps. And let me just say this, and then I'll get off my soapbox. A lot of the children who need IEPs are not wealthy children. They're poor children. Yet, the parents of these children are not real go-getters. So oftentimes we don't get the parents to say, I want an IEP, demand it, okay? What we get are a lot of upper middle class people who need IEPs, there's no question about it, okay? But we leave these kids behind. Why? Because I believe that our teachers are overworked and overburdened. And if I walked up to a teacher and says, I want an IEP, I think the teacher's eyes will roll back at her head, and maybe even she believes that we need it. She says, oh, I see the ton of work coming up, okay? I'd like to get an IEP coordinator that'll coordinate those IEPs and assist that teacher in doing that. This also deals with a particular complaint, which I think, is it confidential? The existence of the complaint?
Yes.
It is.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, all right. Let me just say, there are lots of parents who complain that we do not do things timely, okay, in terms of IEPs. And that is, I put that squarely on the federal government and the state government, because they are burdening teachers and school districts with timelines that are oftentimes unrealistic. We just need to alleviate some of that burden. But mostly, I would like to get some coordination between our goals, our stated goals, and our budget submitted. Okay. Anybody else?
Yes, I'm going to add to that and say that an IEP coordinator is really important. It is such a tough job to get everybody, the parents, the principal, the nurses, the psychologist, whoever else is needed at an IEP meeting. It takes a lot of time to get everybody together, depending on different time restrictions. So I agree with Bob. I think that's important. It takes a tremendous weight off of a teacher. It does.
Yes, ma'am. We've, of course, discussed this a good bit before. Talked about the EC services we currently offer and support as a school district. We certainly can continue to talk about what that would cost and look like. It may take multiple folks, not just one, because you're talking about 23 schools, and
A whole county,
we're
yes.
talking about almost 13% of our student population is identified as an exceptional child. I believe that's about the right percentage. Mike, am I right? So that's something we certainly can discuss and look at, and something we can have more conversation in those small group meetings too about what that would look like. Absolutely.
And please also, don't just consider that it's one lump sum for 27 schools or however many. You could take your cluster of 3 F-rated schools, that's a for instance, and say, okay, we'll have an IEP coordinator for those 3 schools.
Exactly.
That's possible. There are various ways we can do it so that it doesn't all of a sudden heap a whole bunch of money onto something. Because, by the way, one of the good things about it, if you did something like that, growing something like that naturally is always a better thing than throwing on a huge bit of bureaucracy. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So to just finish up with all of that information and looking at what my initial recommendation to you is, and this is exactly what the process should be, is you pushing back and say, we'd like to see this considered, we'd like to see this cost out, for our public to do that as well. But when we're thinking about our budget, because we do have locally supported personnel, locally supported projects, there is a portion of your budget each year where we're requesting from our Board of Commissioners for an additional investment and for additional revenue. And so when we think about that, we're starting with what Tina and I are calling the continuation budget. What does it require to continue the current level of services for Moore County School public schools, as well as our charter school partners? Because remember, that local investment goes to support all. That's usually mostly around those salary, benefit, and other fixed cost increases. When we're thinking about that expansion budget, of course, what are the priorities of the board? The board has asked me to identify as part of this budget, what is it that we as a staff feel is important to look at there, but we want to be considerate of the county's funding ability with that. But we also want to make sure we're asking for what we need, what we feel is important to support our school district. And then when we think about the contingencies, one thing that you've heard me say many times this year in this hybrid approach that I've talked about is how do we anticipate and estimate the amount of funds we may save from vacancies. Unfortunately, we continue to carry somewhere around 100 vacancies throughout the school district of 1,800 employees. And so Tina's done a wonderful job of trying to project that out and seeing how we can incorporate that as a revenue source, if you will, for the next year's budget. And so looking at my recommendation, where that's landing as of now, as of this morning, with the superintendent's proposed budget, utilizing this hybrid approach is first looking at those fixed cost increases, the continuation part of the budget. Tina's already identified what those costs are. But what you see from this chart is adding in a revenue source. Is there a revenue source that can become part of this proposed budget of reinvesting those savings and potentially also investing from restricted revenue that we have in our Fund 8 account of where we've accrued money over time in one of our accounts there in order to look at how that supports an expansion budget item. And so what you see from this chart, again, is what Tina walked through with what the projected cost increases would be and the expansion cost would be. And then is there a revenue source I'm recommending that would take part of that total cost out or reduce that total cost and the total ask that we eventually go to our county with. So again, with the continuation piece, as Tina talked about, from those fixed costs associated with our salary projections on salary increases, retirement, health care, or supplement increases, non-payroll fixed cost increases from inflation or charter school growth. The fund balance that we appropriated this year is part of our budget. That's a recurring cost that we've got to accommodate in our continuation budget. That's a total of $3.9 million. But the revenue source I'm recommended we reinvest into next year's budget in order to reduce the overall continuation costs is a one-time savings that we're estimating this time due to the vacancies of $1,605,000. And so if you reinvest that hybrid approach that I'm recommending into next year's budget, that would be a continuation budget cost of $2,298,500 that we'll be asking the Board of Commissioners for, that you as a board will be asking them for additional revenue going into next budget year. When we look at our expansion items, we've identified two. I brought two items to you this morning. We've heard some other ideas of things that you'd like to see incorporated, but as of this morning, additional teachers and resources to expand our offering at our alternative school, community learning center at Pinckney, $350,000 to $90,000 for an additional assistant principal, which would ensure we have 2 full-time at Cranes Creek and New Century Middle. That's a total cost, expansion cost of $440,000, which I am recommending that we utilize temporarily. Medicaid reimbursement balance, that's in the Fund 8. We have approximately $2.2 million in Medicaid reimbursement that's accrued over time. Each year, we're given a reimbursement based on services we provide students from Medicaid. That goes into our restricted revenue in Fund 8. We currently pay for school nurses out of that, but we have accrued a fund balance in that account. And I feel like it is appropriate for us to invest in these two items from that from a temporary point of time. So what's temporary, Dr. Locklear? Well, temporary to me, I believe you could support it conservatively 3 to 5 years with this. And over time, we would identify other funding sources to support this expansion and this addition of an additional assistant principal. And so with finding those two revenue sources, if the board so chose to do that, this hybrid approach, the total ask from you as a board, if it remained in this first draft, would be $2,298,500 to our Board of Commissioners for additional revenue for next year in the operating budget. Now pause there. See if there's anything you want to ask before I turn it over to Tina to kind of wrap up the total budget and the total fund that you would be approving as part of your budget.
Yes, when we were in our small meetings, we talked about private people. Are we still working on that? Private people in the community to set up some kind of a fund? Are we still doing that?
That is still something we'll need to work on. That would be our Public Ed Foundation.
Yes.
In the County of Moore. Mr. Levy and I have talked about that before Mr. Levy's illness, and Mr. Hensley and I have talked about it as well. I do think that's an opportunity for us to expand some resources for the school district. So
Okay,
that
but
is.
we are working on it.
That will be an ongoing project for us.
As a matter of fact, let me say, we had a meeting scheduled just before I got ill on the trust fund.
The trust fund,
So-
okay, very
So
good.
we're gonna go back to that.
Okay, I really like the way you put in there consideration of the taxpayers, because the taxpayers have nobody to represent them. It's like everybody just pulls from the taxpayers, like they have trees in their yard. So I like that you did put that in there, very much.
Thank you. Any other questions before I turn it back over to Tina?
I have some comments, but I want to make sure everyone knows. So how much is left in this brief? I have not read it yet. Is there just a couple more
There's
slides?
a few slides that kind of lay out the funding sources and just a quick summary slide. Yes, sir.
Let me go ahead and chime in here. First of all, I want to bring everyone up to date on the approach. You know, the approach, we talked about a lot of this in the Finance Committee, and I walked away with the approach of this year was to little or no increase in request of local funding, like almost zero. In fact, the only thing that I thought that we were gonna ask for was the dollar amount of the locally funded percentage increase in salary and related costs, which would just be the first two items up there, and the rest would be taken out of Hyde. That was my understanding of where we were at. The reason why is we were going to retrench and reassess this year and next fiscal year, basically put everything on a holding pattern. We already know, look, we recosted the first two construction projects we recosted in Moore County schools. We saved 70% on each one of them. That wasn't just a fluke. That wasn't, we just pulled one out and saved 70% on one and saved 2% on another and 13% on the other. We saved 70% on the first two construction projects using the same architects. So I'm left wondering, what other operational savings do we have to occur in Moore County schools? And granted, it's not gonna be 70%, because, you know, paying people's different than building things. You know, you got choices when you build things. But there are savings to be had in our operational budget, and we don't know what they are. So I saw the first year, certainly maybe the first 2 years of the new board is reassessing and reanalyzing and retrenching and seeing what we live with a truly fiscally responsible superintendent and a truly fiscally responsible school board. So I don't support any asking the taxpayers of Moore County to fund anything more than absolutely necessary. But let me say this, in addition to a zero growth budget, like maybe asking for $1.6 million that I'll explain here in a minute, there is no additional ask from the taxpayer, with two giant footnotes. One is that we are going to, during this year, work with the county commissioners to come up with a true funding formula. A true funding formula per student that helps our budgetary process, that we can count on when we do our budget forecast, but more importantly, moves Moore County up to where they spend on public education what they should be spending. Because like it or not, look, the tier system screws Moore County. You know, we basically fund all the counties around us by the state taking our wealth and redistributing it to the other lower tier counties. That is absolutely horrible. That is unconscionable. I don't even see how Leandro can move forward and say, oh, you're not properly funding your poor schools, when I can show you that Hope County gets twice as much from the state than we do. But anyway, so the two footnotes are that, number one, we work on a funding formula that not only is defined percentage, per student, but also puts our Moore County spending where it should be. Is if we're 9th on the tier system, then our per pupil funding should be between slot number 8 and 10 on the 1 through 117 ranking of local funding. The second issue is that we work with the county commissioners to fully fund a true 10-year capital investment program. And that's gonna be on the tune of about $250 million over the next decade, right? So it's one thing, I support, and we'll get into the details here in a minute, I support asking for operations no more than $1.6 million. And we're certainly not going to fund, we're certainly not going to make the same mistake again by funding expansion items with one-time reimbursements. We went out on a limb last year and did that. We're not going to do that again this year, so that's dead on arrival. But getting back to what we're gonna ask the county commissioners for and the taxpayers of Moore County, we are, asked for very little. And in exchange for that, we are truly reevaluating, reassessing our spending and realigning our spending with the strategic plan. At the same time, we are going to very methodically analyze what we should be spending on our public schools in relationship to the other tier counties that are as wealthy as ours, get us aligned with that. And then, we're basically gonna ask the county taxpayers to spend an additional $20 to $25 million a year on capital improvement to include school construction. I don't have those numbers yet. That'll be an upcoming committee report here this afternoon. So that's my overall thoughts of it. That's conceptually what we were doing. The fund balance, as I mentioned before, we went out on a limb last year, and we were very uncomfortable doing this as a board. We funded what we thought were emergency things, an additional counselor for Cranes Creek, although we didn't understand why. Anyway, we funded an additional counselor for Cranes Creek. We decompressed the classified staff schedule. And then we did additional teachers in one, to reduce class size in one grade. That was important enough where we did a one-time thing and spend, salaried people that were gonna continue and pulling that out of fund balance. The second item there, doing temporary use of Medicaid reimbursement balance, that's just doing the same thing. That is funding future commitments without a recurring revenue source. So that is irresponsible. We lucked out last time because, as it turned out, and I'm sorry, this is where I was going with it. Last year, for this year, we went out on a limb and we funded the Cranes Creek counselor. It was a drop in the bucket apparently, so we should have funded 20 Cranes Creek counselors. But anyway, we funded a Cranes Creek counselor. We decompressed the classified staff salary schedule, and we did the reduced class size. And that was gonna come out of fund balance, which means we would have had zero fund balance this year. Well, it turns out, because of the savings on salaries, which, by the way, was always there. Every year there was savings on salaries not paid, but rather than identifying that to the school board, it always came up as found money. End of year money, as you would know, Mr. Benway. Look, we got this end of year money, how are we gonna spend it? Oh, let's put new putting greens in at Pinecrest or whatever, right? But we're not doing it that this year. Instead of running up and saying, ooh, we've got an extra $1.6 million, let's put putting greens in at Pinecrest. Instead of doing that, we're putting it back in fund balance. We're being fiscally responsible. And we're gonna explain to the county commissioner, to Mr. Levy's point, we're gonna explain to the county commissioners, don't view that fund balance as you're not doing your job spending your money. We're being fiscally responsible. That's why we have fund balance. So we're just gonna have to explain that to them.
Anybody else?
Hold on, I'm not finished.
Oh, yeah.
The fiscal cliff, I'm just bringing people up to date. There is no fiscal cliff this fiscal year, and there is no fiscal cliff next fiscal year. There might be a fiscal cliff in 24, 25. We'll take a look at that, but there's not a fiscal cliff this year. There's not a fiscal cliff next year.
So just one question. Dr. Locklear, those second grade aides, those last until when?
Our second grade teacher assistants that were part of that ESSER budget, those end this year. And so our,
So there is a fund balance this year? Excuse me, I don't think, a fiscal cliff this year?
no, sir, those were ending positions when we brought those on with those.
Okay, so they're gonna go away next year?
That is correct, yes,
No
sir.
matter what.
And we're working with folks who may be in those positions to find other opportunities for them in Moore County schools. So
I'm
our
more
folks are already
concerned-
working
I'm
on
more
it.
concerned whether the second grade teachers know that, and
Yes.
perhaps some of their reactions.
Yes, well, they are aware of that, but there definitely could be people who advocate that we bring additional teacher assistants, into the budget.
I'm
But-
just, so there's no fiscal cliff there.
Correct.
Okay, we're just.
So anyway, really in conclusion, I'm sorry, Dr. Locklear, did you cut you off in mid-sentence?
No, sir.
Anyway, just in conclusion, what I was saying, rather than running off and saying, let's hire more teachers here, let's do this, let's do that, I am proposing a more methodical approach where one of our projects is we're going through our table of organization, we're looking at each school and where each position is and who is supposed to fund it. And then we come up and then we decide, do we want more teachers' aides or do we want more teachers? And then we go through a deliberate process of that, rather than just throwing more spaghetti against the wall and seeing what sticks. Let's do a more methodical approach, and therefore we are reassessing and reanalyzing, and then we will reevaluate, and then we'll ask for a proper budget based upon everything we discover this year, starting in 24-25.
Okay, anybody else?
I just would say to that, I still think that we need assistant principals and we need additional resources and teachers at Pinckney. So I don't know how that would get paid for.
Can I have a?
So that would be my
motion?
concern.
A point of information. On what basis do we need, we may very well need it, I'm just not familiar with it.
So
Okay.
that's the two things I had written down here. This is the first I've seen additional teachers and resources to support the Community Learning Center. My questions are twofold. One is the use and purpose of the additional teachers at the Community Learning Center. Also, I would like to know the cost to educate a child at the Community Learning Center.
But I just want to make sure that, go ahead, but I want to make sure I get back to Ms. Caldwell.
Well, I was just going to say, and I can just add some support to that, and please help me, Dr. Metcalf or Dr. Locklear. But so the CLC, from my understanding, is that we want to utilize that a little bit more, especially with some of our students that if we can get them in there, normally can't get in right now due to lack of resources. And then secondly, for the assistant principal, Cranes Creek should be having one. They should have two full-time principals anyhow. I'm not familiar with New Century and their data, so I'm just going by with what Cranes Creek is. But with the expansion that we have done to them, as far as how many extra students they have, and with West Pine having the same amount, West Pine has 2 APs. Southern Middle has 2 APs. My suggestion was that across the board, everyone should have equal opportunity.
That's
to
why
that.
we're doing this project, to see, compare, go school by school. And
Right.
we have it, but that work isn't done yet. Again, we're ready, firing, aiming. What we gotta do as a board is we gotta stop, and this is a continuation of the tradition. We're gonna stop the tradition of just going, oh, let's do this, let's do this. What we're gonna do is we're gonna circle around and we're gonna come out, we have a listing of all of our positions in every school, find out where they're unequal, and then ask why they're unequal, and then either reduce the schools that we feel maybe they have too much or increase the schools that don't have enough. But until we go through that process, I'm not comfortable just saying, we need another this here and another that there, because we don't know what everyone else has as a board. So again, we need to go through a methodical process. And one of those processes, and it's a valid question, is what's the cost to educate a student at the Community Learning Center? Is it twice as much? Is it 3 times as much? Is it 10% more? I would like to know how much it costs to educate a child at the Community Learning Center.
We can get that, it's gonna be more, because you're putting more resources applied to a smaller group of students. And so the per pupil investment at the Community Learning Center in Pinckney is gonna be higher.
Right.
I couldn't off the top of my head tell you that's 30%, 25%, whatever, but we do that, and we can cost that out and bring that to the small group meeting. That can be something we have, that's shared there. And to Ms. Codwell's point, we had I had shared that was one of the items we were looking at, and it's really to expand, right now it's a 7-12 program. Wanting to expand that for 6th graders and look at potential down the road of expanding and bringing back some type of elementary program. But this would be for additional staff. This may be for additional program or resources for those staff, whether that's teachers or teacher assistants. in order to support those. We're also looking to expand some additional virtual options from an alternative perspective. That if someone can't attend in person, they can attend virtually, and we have the resources to support that. So that's part of what this is about. And Mike, please come to a microphone if you want to add anything. Because he's the one working with the team to put this together and to look at how we do this work. So that's where that's coming from. And we definitely can, and Mike can share some more
Well,
details
you
if
know,
needed.
I don't know that, well, we can certainly go into details. I don't know if this is the time or place for it.
Right.
I would just point out that if we take $350,000 to help the troubled students who, I don't know, maybe some of them should be expelled or something else, I can't answer that. But just a month ago, I heard that we don't have advanced placement teachers. So we could hire, assuming we could find them, we could hire 5 advanced placement teachers and reinforce success rather than to continue to focus time, effort, and resources on students, and I hate to say it, maybe some of which who just should be expelled or go to 100% virtual learning. Is we, reinforce success, and it's harsh to say it, but if I could hire 7 advanced placement teachers where we need 7 advanced placement teachers, or I could hire 7 teachers to help students who, maybe there's other alternatives for them. I'm going with the 7 advanced placement teachers.
You mean academically gifted?
Yes.
Yeah,
Whatever.
AIG teachers. I'm not debating.
You know, say that's
I'm not
why we're
debating.
having these
I'm
discussions.
just,
So-
exactly, this is why we have these discussions. I would say that part of this is to be making sure, we want to make sure the pendulum is in the right place when and one of the core values of this, of you as a board, is that we'll have safe, disciplined, orderly, and caring environments. And so this is one of the resources we have to help do that and help get a student to a place they can be successful. And help them learn the skills to come back and act like they should in a schoolhouse.
Right.
But our alternative school is not just for students with discipline problems. Sometimes it's for a student who has other issues, can't be successful in a large school environment. But, so that's where this is coming from. And again, it will eventually, obviously, of course, be a board decision on what you may want to include in an expansion budget or not want to include, or what you want your overall budget to become. But, this is something that I, again, brought for your consideration.
Okay, anybody else? I just have just one brief comment. I'm still concerned over the lack of, and I'll say this to Dr. Locklear, over what I see as a lack of administrative attention to the goals of the strategic plan. And I point to the fact that I by the way, if I had a whole bunch of money, I'd give it to Pinckney because they do God's work there. They really do. And every time I go to that graduation, I think it's unbelievable. But we have certain goals, and they include reduction of the education gap, and they include getting rid of our F-rated schools. It is now, 6 months into the school year, I don't know where we are. And yet I don't see the focus, especially on the F-rated schools. That's just my opinion.
I appreciate your perspective on that, and as superintendent, I have to say that we've got a strong focus on improving our.
Money doesn't equal effort.
No, money doesn't equal effort. But when you say, I want to give extra money to Pinckney, which is great, I mean, I think it's great. We have to say, well, was anybody thinking about our F-rated schools?
Yeah, hold up, time out. Can I address this, Dr. Locklear? So, Bob, that's what I'm saying is the reason you're troubled with that is you can't answer the question because we already spend far more per pupil at Aberdeen Elementary and Southern Pines Elementary and Robbins Elementary. We spend more per pupil at those schools than we do the other schools, I think. And I think,
I don't think we know.
Well, hold on, let me finish, Mr. Chair. We spend far more per student at those schools because they get all this other funding and they get additional funding for being a restart school. So we know that we spend more per student, but we don't know what that is. And that's what I'm saying is I want to circle around. We've got initiatives that we're going to do out of the budget subcommittee. One is we're going to know how much it costs to educate students per child education at each school, so that we're going to know, are we spending more at Aberdeen Elementary than we are at Pinehurst Elementary, and if so, why? Do we have more personnel per student at Aberdeen Elementary than we do at Pinehurst Elementary? And the answer to that is yes, but if so, you know, why? That's what I'm saying is rather than ready, fire, aim, we are gonna ready, aim, and fire. We're gonna get the information we need. We're gonna look at all the positions in the schools and make sure that they're all consistent. If not, find out why. We're gonna find out how much we're currently spending at each school. If there's differences per student, find out why. Once we're armed with that information, then we'll decide, oh, this will cost this will, how many more Band-Aids are we gonna stick on the patient before we step back and take a systematic approach to curing the patient? Little analogy you might
Well,
understand.
What's the problem is that the budget and the additional asks reflect everybody thinking about things other than our F-rated schools and our students in those F-rated schools. There are, what's the budget on this? What's the budget on that? By the way, you can't say that it's $15,000 per student to educate a child, because a child at Pinckney may cost a heck of a lot more than a child at West Pine. But the bottom line is, I'm trying to get us to focus on our strategic plan, and to also let the public know that while I differ a little bit in saying I don't want any more money, that's the end of it, you know, to take some time out and figure out where we are. We can walk and chew gum at the same time. Every day, a child is getting closer and closer to graduating from an F-rated school and being sent into a school where the child may not be able to cope. And honestly, I don't know the answer to how to fix that. But that has to be our priority along with the budget. Okay. Anybody else? I'm gonna cut off my own discussion. Okay. Levy's out of order. Did you want to say something?
Yeah, you're 100% right. That's why we're sitting here, to get rid of our F-rated schools. But in a lot of circumstances, I don't believe that money is the answer. I just don't. I believe that we really have to hold to our standards, raise the standards, have our principals, have our teachers, know what we expect, and I think it's a good way to increase it. I just don't believe that more money is the answer.
Well, more money is almost never the answer, by the way. I agree with you with that.
But I do
However-
believe that is our priority.
However, as we go through our budget speaks volumes of our priority, okay?
Okay.
So it's not how much we're asking for in the budget, but it is what we're asking for in the budget. So for instance, where I'm Mr. Poole over and saying, I've got an F-rated school here, and we've got to do some more for the school, I see some money, additional money going to Pinckney. And while I'm sure Mr. Poole would be absolutely glad that money is going to Pinckney, because he's a good guy in that regard, he would say, and some of our public would say, where is our thinking? Where are we thinking of going?
Okay, but
So-
that's why David is right, because if you individualize it and see where the money is needed.
Well, here, let me explain it this way. The issue is this could be a 50% budget increase for Aberdeen Elementary, but you wouldn't see it because we haven't talked at all how we're spending our existing money. This is just asking for increases. I'm not saying this is the case, but Superintendent Locklear could be taking $10 million away from Pinecrest and give internally and reassigning it to Aberdeen Elementary, and we're not even discussing that. So nothing that we've discussed today has little to do with the priorities of the board, because we could be reprogramming internal money. And as I said, we don't know right now how much more money the F-rated schools are getting, if any. That's what I'm trying to say. We need to discover that before we throw more money at it. Let's get clarity.
Which is the reason why even as soon as last year, I requested to get a professional to come out here. Nobody woke. No one who's going to tell us that we need social engineering, but someone who's going to tell us, does this program of reading and writing work, and who will do things like assist people like Aberdeen Elementary. Because time is a wasting. You know, I know we campaign on trying to do something with F-rated schools.
That's true.
Personally, I feel a responsibility to do something along those lines.
Well,
And I think we can do both that and the budget at the same time. But why don't we move on?
Well, let me just make one more comment. This board has done plenty to fix F-rated schools. And first of all, there's all kinds of intangibles such as restoring discipline and student respect. You know, that's going to go a long ways towards fixing the F-rated schools. In case you haven't noticed, there appears to be a new crew in the central office. That is yet another sort of tangible, intangible. Renewed emphasis of the superintendent on academics. So there's all kinds of things that are already doing to fix our F-rated schools. And just because there's not a line item saying we need another $1 million or whatever for a given school does not mean that we're not putting focus on it. Doesn't mean our efforts won't be successful either.
But without some sort of line items, without some sort of attention to it, it will not telegraph what we need to telegraph, which is we will fix these schools. Let's go ahead. Next, what's our next?
Got 3-4 slides here to finish up.
Let's finish the
So
slides.
just
The
to
presentation.
summarize this, so we're gonna ask for $4 million more, or how much more are we asking for here over last year?
Well, go ahead, Tina.
It's the $2,298,500. There was not an additional
Okay.
request for Fund 4. It's just $2,033,500 additional for the local current operations, which would make our county allotment $33,340,500 for the local current operations. And then the charter school operations is the additional $265,000, which is calculated over that 5-year average, for a total of $3,458,000. So our total local Fund 2 request would be $36,798,500. And then, of course, the capital expense in Fund 4 is the same, $800,000, bringing our total county allotment to $37,598,500. And then this just breaks down our total proposed local revenue. So this is money not just that the county gives us, but also other revenues that we have in Fund 2. So as I'd said before, the local current expense request for the local current operations and the charter schools would be $36,798,500. But fines and forfeitures would be an additional $450,000, and that number's the same as 22-23. Interest is at $30,000, which is also the same, and then our local fund balance assignment would be the $1,605,000 that we would be using. And then, so the total proposed Fund 2 budget would be $38,883,500.
That was 38, did you say 38 million?
It's the, yes,
That was
38
over and above.
million.
What was, I can't see it, what was last year's?
The last year's not on here. I do actually have that. Last year's was, give me just one minute.
It's not mine. Someone's phone's going off.
That's not mine.
So last year, and I know it's on here, it's, oh, I thought I had it on here. It was,
We can follow up
yeah,
with
we'll
that.
have to follow
Okay,
up. I
it's just,
thought I had that one right here in front of me.
when I listen to these numbers, they all get jumbled. But I
Sure.
wanna know the bottom
Here we go.
line, which is, we want 38 million this year. How much did we get last year? And,
So a total, last year's 22-23 budget was 36,719,500.
so it's roughly $2 million more than we got last year.
Yes.
That's what I wanted to know.
Yes.
Okay,
Then this last
Well,
slide
okay,
just
more-
breaks,
More importantly, it's about an 8% increase of local funding. Yeah, I'm doing it in my head, maybe 7% increase.
go ahead, Tina.
And then finally, this is just the proposed budget for Moore County Schools for 23-24 for all funds. State Fund One, the proposed level is $95,114,760, which is what it currently is. Not to say that there would not be increases, but because we do not know what those increases are, we would come in at that same rate. Our local expense for Fund Two would be $38,883,500. And then our federal Fund Three would be 18 million, and it is reduced down, from 28 million this current year because of the ESSER funds that we will not have. And then our capital expense Fund Four is 800,000, which is the same. And then, school nutrition for Fund Five is 6,249,000. Our local operations Fund Eight is 3,500,000, for our total proposed 23-24 budget of $162,547,260. At this time, I will hand it back to Dr. Locklear to discuss the proposed budget summary information.
Thank you, Tina.
Can you repeat, please, the last number, which was the total budget?
$162,547,260.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. And so as quickly, just to sum up, this budget, this proposed budget that I put in front of you today, I do believe reflects our vision, mission, our core beliefs, and strategic goals of the school district. It really focuses on taking care of our people, and so they can take care of our students and push our mission forward. It ensures that we don't denigrate current level of services. Again, really focused on the increased fixed cost. Anytime our county allots revenue for our public school students in our county, it's an investment. It's an investment in our community and ultimately the vibrancy of our community and economy. This proposed budget utilizes that hybrid approach I've talked about with you of reinvesting the savings we're projecting from this year into next year's budget, and also looking at a way to use some of those funds we've accrued in our Fund 8 restricted revenue to push forward some priorities from that the board may consider. And as always, you know, it's really focused really on the bottom line. The amount that I'm proposing in this first draft that we asked from our county for additional revenue really is that $2,298,500 that is increased fixed cost. Whether that be from salary, benefit increases, bless you, whether that be from inflationary increases, the estimate of additional charter school students, it's really focused on those increased costs. And as always, just want to thank the board's investment, engagement in this, our budget and audit committee, led by Mr. Hensley, Mr. Benway, Ms. Codwell. I want to thank you. I know all of you for your time and feedback that you've given me and Ms. Edmonds, and I want to give a special thank you to Ms. Edmonds. She's done an incredible job with working, not just putting this together, but on making sure we've got really good systems and processes to project where we are and where we're heading, and how we can even continue to improve our systems and processes. So I want to thank Ms. Edmonds for that. So with that, if there's any additional discussion or questions, but this is the first draft of the superintendent's proposed budget for your consideration. Thank you.
Okay. Now, at this point in time, are we going to take a break, or are we going to plow through? What do we want to do? Is it about
I
lunchtime?
think it's
right?
lunchtime.
Lunchtime? So how long?
Just made it to lunch.
Mr. Chair, we have been taking an hour to allow for time for those who might want to go to Carthage Elementary. I believe their lunch ends at 12:50, Cindy.
You want to say what, Mr. Hensley suggested 1 o'clock. Is that a good idea for everybody?
To come back at one?
Yeah, to come back at once, 12:15 now.
That's
Okay,
fine.
all right, so then I'll declare, what's that?
Mr. Holmes showed up just in time.
Oh, I didn't even see Mr. Holmes here.
Favorite subject.
He planned
Mine's
that.
recess.
All right, at any rate, I'll declare we're in recess until 1 o'clock.
Along with Kate Fall and Donna Gephardt. It's a requirement by the state that each year the Board of Education approves the district's re-administration testing plan, which occurs over the summer. Of course, connected to our summer school work as well. But we just wanted to, this is a routine matter that we're bringing forward to you for your consideration. And so, Dr. Metcalf, if you'll lay that out
I will
for us.
hand it right over to Kate Fall. Yes, we're looking for the board's endorsement of the testing remediation plan. We do this every year during this month. It's fall.
So every year during this month, we bring to you the testing readministration plan. What this is this is for students who took the EOC during the school, or EOG during the school year, were not proficient. They come in for a short period of remediation, intensive remediation, and then they retake the assessment. That assessment does not count in our growth analysis or in the teacher effectiveness calculations, but it does count for the student and for the proficiency score that the school uses as well. So it is a way to help both the student and the school. There are limited reasons why a student can do a re-administration, and that's outlined in the report, but basically credit recovery or repeating elements of the course, which is what the remediation is. It's an intensive intervention targeted for the students. We are looking at the testing re-administration window, the summer school that goes along with that being June 14th through June 22nd. All testing must be done, completed, and submitted by July 6th in order for it to count for this school year, so that severely limits us, especially with the holiday in there as well. So we need to get all the testing done as before the end of June. So we're looking at testing being on June 20th through 22nd, and the summer administration dates being between June 14th and June 22nd. So that would be the remediation time period. Students who are selected by the school as having been proficient and could benefit from this would come in. All EOG re-administration would happen between the 20th and 22nd electronically. This is required that it be taken online unless there's an IEP accommodation. We are looking to run simultaneous with the summer school, so it would be 7:30 to 12:30 Monday through Thursday at the elementaries and middle schools, and at the high school it would be 8:30 to 1 o'clock. And I'm here to answer any questions you have about the testing administration.
And you provide lunch, is that correct?
We do not provide lunch for this part.
Just breakfast? No, yes?
No, I was gonna say, no, we do not, for the re-administration 6 days and the retesting, we do not provide any meals or transportation.
Interesting, okay.
Anybody else?
So,
David?
generally, the people who do poorly on end of grade testing are people on the low end of the economic scale? Just as if I could stereotype a bit.
That is one of our lower performing areas, yes, economically disadvantaged students, yes.
Right, so I assume that we want to get the correct people to this retesting. We want, right? So is there any way we can provide transportation and meals for them? I think some of these families may not be able to do it on their own.
Mike, can you talk about how this connects to summer school? a little
Yeah, we also included for you a document, our matrix on our 4 summer school programs, and that's included on your executive summary. And so if you flip to that, Charlie, we can kind of put it all into perspective with what
Yeah,
we're doing at
and
each stage. It's a
let me
great point.
let me explain my point a little more, and this is something that Chair Levy's brought up in the past, is we got to get the right people to summer school, and we got to get the right, because, you know, overachieving parents and overachieving students, oh, I want to send my kid to summer school. Wait a minute, overachieving
Yeah.
student, we need to get the students that need help there. So that's really the context of my question.
And it's a great point. And as you know, the ESSER funds are starting to shrink for us going into this year. That's last year, I think we spent about 1.5 million, right in that range, for our summer school programs. This year, including our Read to Achieve, we've got about $650,000 budget to work with. And so that's still much more than pre-COVID, pre the ESSER dollars in terms of what our summer programs are. And so we've got a matrix of the different programs that we're running. Of course, the Read to Achieve with the 2nd and 3rd graders with the reading. For those students who qualify for that, there is bus transportation for the Read to Achieve program. The summer re-administration that Kate talks about, that's really grades 3 through 12. And again, those are for students who might be right in that bubble, the students who perhaps we think should have passed or could have passed or right on that area. The idea is that with just a little bit more remediation, we can get them up to that point of proficiency.
Is it
Then we're-
optional? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Is it optional to?
Well, it is optional in the sense it's highly encouraged and arm twisted, but it is optional where a parent can make that decision that they choose not to have their child attend.
Let me add just one thing to Mr. Henson's question and to Ms. Caldwell's. The number I remember from our analysis of this last year was 750. Okay, 750 total participants in summer school. 14,000 students, am I right? I have that number correctly?
13.5,
50.
yeah.
Roughly, in some schools, 40–50% who are not on grade level. What are we doing to make sure that, as Mr. Hensley says, the right people go to this, and that we not just twist arms? But I hate spending $2 million or whatever we're gonna spend. I think it was $2 million last year.
Between about $1.5 million.
1.5 million for 750 kids, when our problem is just much, much larger than that. And we've got to, I know that you're just talking about the re-administration of EOG tests. I guess my inquiry is much broader.
Understood. And a legitimate question. Let me just complete what we're trying to focus on in this particular year, because it is different than last year, and just wanted to focus on it. So you got the Read to Achieve, you've got the summer re-administration of the test, and then we have the low-performing school summer support. So we're really focusing down on those schools that are low-performing and those students that are low-performing. That's where we're putting a lot of our attention. That's on K, first, second, third grade reading, fourth and fifth grade math and reading, really focusing on those gaps in reading and math, as you have talked about and directed us to put some attention to. So we're putting our dollars that we do have and our focus on those low-performing schools. I do think we're providing transportation through the Read to Achieve bus for those students. So there would be transportation for the low-performing schools would receive transportation. The next program we're working on is a Jump Start program. Really feel like we need to double our attention on that transition between 5th and 6th grade in multiple ways. Not just an academic transition from 5th to 6th grade, but obviously in terms of expectations of behavior, just kind of knowing where you are on campus. That whole transition from 5th to 6th is a giant one, and particularly for our students who are coming from low-performing schools and going into the middle school. So we're created what we call a Jump Start program. It's focused on rising 6th graders, and that will be at Cranes Creek, Elise Middle, New Century Southern Middle, and Westmore. All of those schools receive students from low-performing schools, and so we focus that transition on those schools. We're working with Ms. Purvis to see whether we can provide transportation for that as well for the middle school. Got the transportation already set for the elementary. We're working with Ms. Purvis to see whether we can do that at the middle. And then, of course, at the high school, as a part of that summer re-administration, we allow those students to come in throughout the course of the summer and try to do credit recovery. If they're short on credits or they're right there at the edge and they need to finish up some of the work to be able to get that credit recovery, we do that throughout that course of the summer as well. So it's a more narrow approach. We are providing transportation. Lunch is a little bit more of a challenge for us this year than it has been in previous years because we don't have the free program that we've had in the past, and so frankly, we just can't afford it. We will be doing snacks, however, for those programs, and so there is some food for them as they go through. Now, we provide breakfasts, Donna, as well? Breakfast and snacks. Right, both the low-performing and the Read to Achieve, they'll have breakfast, and they'll have snacks, and they'll have transportation. So just wanted to be clear, but that's the broader approach. A real focus on that transition from 5th to 6th, and a real focus on low-performing schools, try to narrow in on the students I think that you're speaking of, Mr. Hensley. You're absolutely right. Now, the greater question, and it's a great one, Mr. Levy, is how do we encourage parents to come? Well, for one, we're trying to get ahead of it. You know, we're having this conversation in March, when in previous years, we would be having this conversation in April. And so we're trying to be more aggressive on the front end to get that messaging out there that we have these programs. And then again, you know, it's not just about communication, it is about some arm twisting, and we rely on our principals and our teachers and our school-based to really push hard on those. And we will be relying on them again. But we're not in a position where we can say, you're not gonna pass for the year if you don't come to the greater number of these students. We did reach out to, after last year, the board had asked us to, I think you had asked us, Mr. Levy, to find out what other school districts might be doing to encourage students to come to their summer programs. We did do that. Frankly, I think all the districts that we spoke to had similar problems to that we did in terms of the number that came. Not sure why that is necessarily, but I think all of them said if they were getting 2/3 of their students or 50% of their students, they were feeling pretty strong about it. 50% of the students that they had identified, not 50% of the entire student body. I want to be clear about that. And I think we had identified, we had built our budget last year on 1,200 students, and I think we came in about 850 students is where we came in. Not all of those showed up every single day, but in totality, about 850 students. So we will do everything we can to push those students to come, because we want them there. You know, we did some analysis at the end of last year to see how well did our summer program do. You know, we looked at some RE Ready data between the end of the year and the beginning of the year. We looked at our M-Class data, and I think it's fair to say that our students either held on and didn't have any summer loss, which we sometimes see with kids who don't attend a summer program. They have some loss over that time of the summer, or actually improved. And that end, from the end of the year to the middle of the year, we saw a greater growth. So we felt good about it. We also know that we're not going to be able to fund it forever either, you know, and so we're starting to, you know, swing back from trying to offer it to all students to be a little bit more defined and specific, and going after those low-performing schools and students at those who need the supports.
I think I'd still agree with David on this, that if you want the kids to come, and I don't know how many kids that would be, of course, for the EOG or EOC, giving them transportation, at least, if we couldn't do anything other than that, would be, I think, essential, and probably they would show up.
We can certainly look and cost that out and work with Ms. Purvis to do that. That's one of the things that we would
I
like
just
to
don't
do.
know how many there are. I mean,
Yeah.
yeah.
It varies widely, year to year, and school to school, and grade level to grade level. It really does. It's a highly flux, and it's not something we know until after the fact, which also makes the planning piece hard, because this is for students who did not meet proficiency.
Right.
And so we won't know that data until the last 10 days of school. So that's another aspect of when you're starting on the 14th, which is 3 days later. That's
Right.
another aspect to consider.
Good point.
Anybody else? Okay, all right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving right along here. Purchase and maintenance vehicles.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Ms. Purvis is going to join us. And as the board is aware, Ms. Purvis has, you know, and I'll continue to say this, hit the ground running as she came in on January 3rd. One of the items that she's analyzed with the maintenance team and really our driver's ed team and technology team is where are we with managing our transportation fleet, fleet management. And so that's something Ms. Purvis has looked at, and we have a need to do something very, very soon. And so Ms. Purvis is going to talk us through that a little bit, and I know she'll be coming back later with a more well-rounded long-term plan, but this is the immediate need that we have, and we'll be asking the board to endorse. Jenny?
Thank you. Good afternoon. Yes, in taking inventory of our vehicles, our entire fleet, it appears that our maintenance fleet is in most desperate need. Right now, we don't have a fleet management plan or a budget for that, but I am working on that, and we'll get something to you on a plan for that. But in the meantime, we need to really take a look at where we are. Our maintenance fleet, we have about 35% of that fleet with more than 300,000 miles currently. 59% of that would have more than 200, and the entire fleet, 71 out of the entire fleet, 71% has more than 150,000 miles. At this time, we really need to add some new vehicles to this fleet, and we will be able to utilize some savings from other areas of our local budget to purchase these for this year. We're expecting state contract vehicles to be available for purchase at the beginning of April. Dealerships bid to get state contract vehicles, and then there's a bank of them. And so there's not an unlimited supply of state contract vehicles, which is why I'm coming to you a little ahead of time so that we can make sure when those are out that we can put our order in and make sure that we get them. Right now, we're looking at a need for 2 work trucks and 2 vans. The estimate for work trucks are $69,150, and then each of those would have to have a $9,067 utility body added to it for the maintenance trucks. Work vans were quoted at $44,864 each. As you'll notice on your attachments to the executive summary, these quotes were based on the order bank that was 2023. That order bank is closed. The 2024 order bank will open up, and when it does, we would like to jump on them, but I want you to be aware there may be, and I'm sure there will be, a price increase. So the quote that I'm giving you is the figure that it would have been if we'd ordered from 2023. We can't give you, I'm unable to give you the exact figure, because as I reached out to Piedmont Trucks and others, they don't know yet exactly what that price will be, but this should give you a really good idea. So we're requesting at this time to be able to utilize $246,162. Remember, that's an approximate cost from the budget in savings areas from local budget that we've been able to do for the purchase of 2 maintenance trucks and 2 maintenance vans. I would also like to inform the board that we are going to be able to purchase 2 driver's ed vehicles. That will be under $50,000, so we'll move forward with that purchase. Those will be purchased out of driver's ed funds, so they have the money in driver's ed to purchase those vehicles. So those will be straight out of the driver's ed fund. We also will be purchasing 1 vehicle for IT, which will be less than $50,000 as well. But the ones that we're looking for approval today would be 2 work trucks and 2 vans.
Do they take the trucks home? I'm sorry, I saw your hand.
They do. Currently, maintenance workers drive those vehicles back and forth to work as well as at work.
And that's really to be able to respond to emergencies and
Correct.
different things at off hours. And it's helpful that they don't have to come here, pick up the truck, and then go to the site to be able to do that.
Right.
Presumably, there's a basic load of tools that go with each of those trucks. Have we programmed that as well?
I'm sorry, say that again,
I
sir.
say, presumably, there's a basic load of tools that goes in each of those work trucks. Have we programmed those tools?
Those tools would be transferred from those trucks that are now over 300,000 miles to the new truck, and we would utilize those trucks as a backup if they're still able to do so. So we wouldn't need to purchase new tools, we just need the new vehicle, if that makes sense.
Ms. Purvis, I have a question.
Yes.
Have we explored the possibility of possibly, there's some vehicles that are in the back there of salvaging them or trading them in or something that we can do?
Yes, in fact, Mr. Sewell and our driver's ed director, Mr. Anderson, have looked at the fleet, and Tony Sewell has posted for us, he runs our garage, he has posted some for us that are for sale that have been put at salvage or ready to go. And so Mr. Anderson has also let him know those that were on the transportation fleet that are able to go back on that state website. So there are some that are not usable that, yes, they've posted.
There looked to be a fairly brand-new Ford Taurus or something back there. Looked great. I don't
Now,
know.
all of them are not gonna be posted, yeah.
Yeah.
Some of them are there for, they look better, I will say this, some of them look better than the mileage on
Yeah.
them. But some of them are there, if an SRO has to come and turn their vehicle in to be worked on, then they'll use another car in place of it. It may not be a police car. It would be a Taurus.
One last thing.
Uh-huh.
Give me just a second. Oh, the IT card.
Yes.
You said it would be under 50,000. I think that's really high.
It's 19,000. And the reason I say under 50 is because it didn't have to come to the board because it wasn't more than 50. But an IT car, we're looking at, I think it was a Malibu, and last year's price was $19,462. So again, that quote would come in maybe a little bit more for when the new ones come out, but it should be 20,000 hereabouts. Last year was
When you
19,400.
said 50, that's like hurt.
No, no. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Are there other people? Yes, Mr. Hensley.
So I've got a couple questions for you, Ms. Purvis.
Okay.
So the last time Moore County Schools bought a utility vehicle is roughly like last year or 5 years ago, or can you characterize that a bit?
I would hate to answer that. I'd like to look back. We do have a couple new ones that are in the fleet, not brand new, but not that many miles on them, 100,000 or 75. So I'd need to look back and just ask him.
So what about driver's ed vehicles?
Driver's ed vehicles have not been purchased in the last 5 years, I do not think. I remember Andrea saying
So our students are
that.
out driving at least 5-year-old driver's ed vehicles that have 150,000 or more miles on them, or at least some of them do.
Correct.
Correct. So I am glad that Moore County Schools, under your leadership and our superintendent's leadership, is doing proper fleet management. And I assume this is gonna be part of some program where we budget for, and every year we replace X% of our vehicles based upon mileage or
Yes, sir. We
depreciation
need to
and
have a
whatnot.
continuous stream of revenue where we replenish this fleet and rotate off and rotate things back on, just to ensure that we have safety.
Correct. Well, fleet management's an important part of managing the fleet, and if you ignore it, the wheels fall off the bus, so to speak. And then, if I heard this correctly, we're just taking this out of the existing budget. We're not running to the county commissioners saying we demanding more money or showing up with a mob of people demanding more money or anything. We're just acting like adults and saying, gosh, we've got some room in the budget.
Yes, sir. For example, most recently, we worked in construction committee to review the plan for roofing, and we were able to save $897,000 there. So we can utilize some of those funds to purchase these vehicles.
I think this is awesome. I think that our students and our drivers ed instructors deserve to drive safe vehicles. And every time I leave here, there's a maintenance vehicle pulling out. It looks like Sanford and Son. So, it's very important that we maintain the fleet, for safety. And at the end of the day, we don't need all these rundown vehicles because on this, this isn't that much money compared to our overall budget, and this is a wise expenditure of money to have a meaningful fleet management program, so thank you.
One
you. Yes,
last
sir.
thing before, I'm sorry.
Sir.
They were speaking on safety and fleet management, which is awesome, and I was wondering, has anybody thought about possibly GPS tracking devices for these vehicles, or do we
Right now,
have them?
actually, Bradley Garner has put in we currently have Synovia on all of our buses. We are working with them to see about putting GPS on our entire fleet. So those would go on all maintenance, all IT, all CTE, every vehicle within our fleet. And so we're working on getting a quote for that. He's asked for that right now.
And then just one other question that I have, just on timing. So we're not taking action on this today. We'll put it on the agenda for next week. But it's my it's my understanding that you want this, you need this passed so that so you have authority to purchase when the contract comes open in 3 or 4 weeks, you can be there first in line to drop the money.
Correct.
Because of
Correct.
limited vehicles, right?
Limited bank of vehicles. It was my fear that if we waited and put it on the April agenda and they came out the 1st of April, that we may not get it approved and get what we need. So I was coming to you a bit early so that as soon as that bank is open, we can jump on them.
Okay, so, but next Monday's fine,
Oh,
assuming we
yes, sir.
pass this? Okay,
Yes,
thank you.
it will be the 1st of April.
Miss Davis, she had to step out, but she had a question. She
Yes.
just wanted to know, have you ever thought about using or purchasing used vehicles versus new?
I did, and actually Tina Edmonds and I had a conversation about that, and we looked at it and had a conversation with Tony Sewell. The price of used vehicles right now is so incredibly high that the amount that we get, the amount of miles on those used vehicles in comparison to the amount that we're paying for state contract brand-new vehicle is just not economically the best choice at this time.
Thank you.
Well, plus standardization and all, you know, if you get a Chevy Capri this year, then you get a Chevy, you know, you get a fleet of Chevy Capris, not a Citation and a Yugo and.
Okay, aside,
Mustang.
okay, anybody else? Aside from my urging us to get a straight shift car so that, so that students can actually learn how to drive a vehicle.
I'm not sure we'd have driver's ed instructors willing to do that.
I am joking, I am joking.
I know.
But one thing I'm not joking about, has anyone approached any of our car dealerships who might be willing to place a sign on a driver's ed car contributing to the safe driving of Moore County schools from Leith, Ford, anything like that?
Not that I'm aware of, sir.
Okay. Could you, I mean, I could go along and solicit it myself, but I don't want to step on anybody's toes. Do you want to, would you talk to the head of driver's ed about that?
Certainly, I sure will.
Because it just seems to me that that is great publicity, especially for, I keep looking over there, to the Ford dealership, which says they want to be our hometown Ford dealership, to say, we contributed, we've loaned, even be a loaner, you know, this car so that students can drive safely in our hometown, something like,
Yeah, get it wrapped, the whole
Yeah.
car.
something.
I will certainly ask Ms. Ambrose to look into that, sir.
Okay, any?
You can make it look like a NASCAR with all the sponsors.
There's nothing to do about driving a car unless you've got a clutch, yeah.
Anything else?
Nope.
No, okay.
Thank you so
very
much. Thank you.
Thank you, Jenny.
Excellent.
Okay. Okay, the next is the Board of Education meeting schedule. Do I turn that over to Dr. Lackler or to move to Mr. Hensley?
Well, there is some background information that I've collaborated with Mr. Schwartz to just get the details of what's required and if it would impact any current policies, any policies that need to be
Okay,
changed.
so why don't we start there, Dr. Lackler?
Sure, and then I can hand it over to Mr. Hensley. Is that okay, Mr. Hensley? Thank you. So Mr. Hensley did request that the board participate in discussion of revising the Board of Education meeting schedule to meet once every other month. And just want to share the below summary out loud in consultation with the board attorney. North Carolina General Statute 115C-41B states, all local boards of education shall meet on the first Monday in January, April, July, and October of each year, or as soon thereafter as practical. A board may elect to hold regular monthly meetings and to meet in special session upon the call of the chairman or the secretary, as often as the school business of the local school administrative unit may require. So the only requirement is for a quarterly meeting on the first Monday in January, April, July, and October, or as soon thereafter as practical. This provision allows the board to meet quarterly on a date other than the first Monday in each of these months. The same provision also allows the board to elect to meet in special session as often as school business may require. So this would be accomplished simply by calling a special meeting and complying with the notice requirements under the Open Meetings Law. Board Policy 1318, notification of board meetings, we require that under 1318.1, in the event the board's regular schedule of meetings is changed, a revised schedule shall be publicized at least 7 days prior to the first meeting held under the new schedule. Board policy would not need to be amended for the board to switch to a quarterly schedule of regular meetings. All that would be required is for the board to vote to amend the schedule of regular meetings and to publicize that new schedule at least 7 days prior to the first meeting held under the schedule as required in Board Policy 1318.1 and North Carolina General Statute. And of course, keep a copy of that schedule here on file in the superintendent's office. So that's kind of the background information on what's required, and if any change in board policy would be needed, which it would not. And I'll turn it over to Mr. Henson.
Thank you, Dr. Locklear. Yeah, I proposed this and requested that it be put on the schedule because we have too many meetings. We are an oversight board, you know, as Mr. Schwartz said this morning, and we should know we're an oversight board. We're not a current operations board. We are a board of directors, yet we have meetings 24 out of 52 weeks. So we're an oversight board of directors who should have meetings. If the North Carolina General Assembly enshrined in law that school boards will have quarterly meetings. So when the General Assembly conceived of school boards and put that into law, they envision quarterly meetings, which is appropriate for an oversight board. You know, the board of directors of Apple, you know, Al Gore doesn't fly out somewhere in his private jet 24 weeks out of the year to have a board meeting. That's not a board of directors. That's not an oversight board. That's something else. So my suggestion and my intent is to have a conversation among the board members, and then depending on how it goes, you know, we can put it on next week's agenda. But here are my thoughts is, as you just heard, the North Carolina General Assembly felt that quarterly meetings are appropriate for a school board, and they enshrine that in the general statute. Somehow that morphed into monthly meetings, and then somehow that morphed into twice monthly meetings, right? Which we've exceeded the standard, but not in a good way. More meetings does not equal more effective management. In fact, I would contend more meetings reflect less effective management. If we're doing our job of an oversight board and have our committees up and running and have good processes and procedures, which, by the way, Moore County Schools does have, tweak them a little bit, but more important, if we get the right management metrics being briefed to us on a on a quarterly basis or every other month, we don't need to have these meetings 24 out of 52 weeks. The battle rhythm is way too fast. It seems like we just had our last board meeting, and then next thing you know, boom, there's another work session. Like, wait a minute, I got to do my board minutes and this and that. Well, imagine, here's the real issue. The real issue is the amount of executive time that these meetings suck up. And I've had informal discussions, and Dr. Locklear, if you don't mind, I'll pass it to you in a minute, because I'd like for you to characterize the amount of executive time that it takes from your senior staff to prepare for these meetings. And, you know, let's say a member of the senior staff spends a third of their time preparing for school board meetings. That's a third of the time that they're not managing our fleet or managing our transportation system or working on educational improvement initiatives or stuff like that. So the real problem with having meetings 24 out of 52 weeks of your board of directors is the incredible amount of time that it consumes of people in Moore County Schools to prepare for those meetings. We don't see that, but it's a tremendous amount of time. And it's heavily concentrated where you least want it, and that's in your senior executives who should be doing other things other than preparing for our meetings. But other people's time are sucked up in addition to the senior executives. So, yeah, I think I hit my, yes. Hit the highlights. So, Dr. Locklear, if you don't mind, if you could characterize, if you don't mind sharing, just how much of your time and, you know, just members of your senior staff you think preparing for school board meetings and conducting school board meetings takes?
Well, I don't know if I'd say it takes this many hours a month or this many hours a week. What I would say is that, you know, almost on a daily basis, I would estimate Dr. Metcalf is working with his directors, is working with his executive officer who'll be coming in tomorrow. I know he's happy about that. She begins tomorrow, but he's working with those folks constantly preparing for either whether it was informational topics that have been requested or whether there was informational topics we think would be good for the board to have updates on. So it's a significant amount of time. And Mike's departments are certainly probably, or the majority of some of the information that's being shared at the board level. So a lot of time is being spent, but you're right, it is a significant impact on the executive team. It's something that myself and Cindy are constantly looking at, planning for, and preparing for. It certainly has an impact. You know, if the board chose to move away from monthly meetings, certainly I've shared openly with you that I have some concern about that with just the business of the school district, and the demands of the business of the school district, and needing board approval and support for that. But if we did, I'm open-minded about it. You know, if the board chose to do that, we'd have to put a plan into place. We'd have to, as you say, have that battle rhythm, as you call it. We'd have to have kind of revised battle rhythm to make sure we're being as exacting as we can. And we'd have to know up front that there are going to be times that as secretary to the board, I'd have to request a special meeting because we have business that we've got to take care of in between meetings, or for personnel reasons that we need to meet so the board can approve personnel. So that'd be my initial feedback to that, Mr. Henson. I don't have an exact 25 hours a month or something of that. I haven't gone down to that level.
But it's significant. It's a
Yes,
significant
it
amount,
is.
especially Dr. Metcalf's time, I believe. It's a significant amount of your time. Not that you ever complain, never hear Pete, but man, we're simply. So just to be.
read me again now, Mr.
No. Just to be clear, though, my proposal would be that we go to meetings every other month and we keep the work session and business session format. Right, so every other month, the first week would be a work session, the second meeting would be a business section. So my thoughts are, and what I would propose if I was gonna make a motion, which I'm not gonna do today, because this isn't a business meeting, obviously, but I would have meetings every other month in the same format that we've been having them. And it saves executive time. It's more in line with an oversight board because we're not the current op cell of Moore County Schools.
Okay. Other people?
Yeah, I'll start. You mentioned, oversight, David, and we ran on oversight. Whenever we were running for office, we ran on oversight. We have F-rated schools, and there's things that I believe need our attention monthly, just like the superintendent was saying, on the business aspect side of it. So I wouldn't support it just for that reason.
So just a question, what do you feel would require our attention on a monthly basis as far as?
Well, let me see if I can't help answer that. Today, we dealt with fleet. We dealt with budget, which we have to deal with on a monthly basis, I believe, in order to get it through. I remember the slogan, that at least I had, I won't talk for anybody else, I had when I ran for office, and said, I don't want to be a rubber stamp, okay? And the less input we have, the more and there's nothing wrong with agreeing with the administration, but we have 3 F-rated schools. If nothing else, I want to be here every month to ask our administration why we haven't made specific progress. I don't have specific data on our F-rated schools. The only way that we really dug out I believe it was $4 million in cafeteria lunch money fund was through sessions like this. We generally have, when we run these monthly meetings, we generally have it so that our plate is full with each monthly meeting. And we also have a whole bunch of constituents who on a monthly basis bring us problems. I actually like the idea of not meeting as much because it's actually, David's not wrong. It does save time and it does save energy, but we're here for a purpose. And that purpose has to be we've done, I want to see us do two significant things here. Number one, meet our strategic plan, okay? And absolutely go through that strategic plan each month. We have various things like disciplinary problems and the like. I just believe that this format has worked well, so I'm not saying that David is wrong in anything that he's saying, but I think we're much better off showing our constituency every month. We're here,
So-
having them come up every month.
So, Mr. Chair, if we met weekly, would that help our F-rated schools? Maybe if we met twice a week, does that help our F-rated schools? Does that
Well,
improve discipline?
then I would turn that on its ear and say, if we met once a year, would that save time?
Well,
That's
no,
what you've got there, Mr. Hensley, is an argumentum absurdum. Because clearly, you can save time by not meeting as much.
no,
But the question is really
I don't have
whether
it.
we're meeting the demands and the expectations of our constituency.
So stepping back, I did say that a well-run board that has metrics in place to monitor academic performance and stuff. You mentioned that we should meet every week or once a month to get these metrics, and you keep asking for these updates, but we as a board have never defined the metrics that we want presented. And that's part of the problem with the board, is if we go to meetings every other month, as Dr. Locklear said, it forces us to be more disciplined. It forces us to be more organized. We would define metrics that are reported, transportation metrics. We have the finance. We're certainly going to have budgetary execution metrics that we're going to start briefing quarterly. The academic board committee needs to meet, and they need to come up with academic metrics. That's all contingent of doing this. We're not just going to flick the switch. This is something that we would start maybe this summer, but it's contingent upon standing up the committees and the committees defining the metrics that they want briefed, and then we manage by metrics. That's kind of how you manage large, complex organization. That's how Apple's the Apple's board of directors doesn't meet monthly and demand to see discipline metrics of employees or performance metrics. They do that quarterly, which is the role of a board.
Yeah.
So I think fewer meetings indicate more effective management, not less effective management.
Well, it might in a company which does not answer to the public. We answer to the public.
Actually, all publicly held companies have board of directors meetings, and they're generally quarterly.
No, they don't answer. Let me revise that. We answer to the voters. Okay, we answer to the taxpayers of Moore County. I look at the county commissioners who meet. They meet twice a month. I believe they even meet twice a month.
Yes, they do a morning and
What is it?
They have a morning meeting and an evening.
Let's meet 4 times a month, and we'll be 4 times more effective.
No, that's argumentative, once again, it's argumentative absurdum. The answer is that we've got something going here, and we have, for instance, just today, and we're doing monthly meetings. You know, we're into, what's at the 2 o'clock hour, and we've been at it since 9 a.m. I think the people deserve to see what's going on at least a monthly basis with their school board. And if we're so lucky as to say, well, we don't have any business, then that would be a fantastic thing to do. But I think we do. And I think as we look at this long thing just for this month, then it's a better idea just to keep the status quo. Anybody else?
Yeah, I think David is right in a lot of the things he's saying, especially when it comes to all the work that we're requiring everybody to do. My biggest problem is the perception from the community. Like, are we slacking? Are we not because even though we understand what we're saying, is the community going to understand that? And I have a big problem with that. But I do think you're right
Let me
about the
toss in-
quarterly meetings.
Let me toss a couple of comments in. Number one, I do agree with David. I think work tends to fill the time allocated for it, like it or not. I think with the adoption of a more robust community or committee situation, that's taken on a pretty significant amount of time and organization to get off the ground and start running, start moving. I think those committee meetings will make up for a great deal of the gap between the 2-month work sessions and open sessions. So we find ourselves going from a work session straight, preparing this week, coming up for a open session, and then right into committees, several committee meetings, and then coming back out and going through that same cycle, end to end. I think there's some room for time to sit down amongst ourselves and talk about key issues, key concepts, if you will, that we don't have the opportunity to do here. So I like the idea of every 2 months. And in the interim, we could also provide a situation report to the public on a monthly basis, accounting for what we've done over the course of the last month, what we're projecting for the next month, and any challenges we see ahead. I think that begins to fill that concern about the
Perception.
perception part of it. But, I mean, as you said, the General Assembly provided for 4 times a year, and I think we're going beyond that, certainly. But maybe too much with a monthly.
We're doing 24 times a year instead
Yeah.
of 4 times a year.
Right.
The other thing that I would say, to your point, Ken, is with the committees, the chair made the point of, we campaigned on not rubber stamping. Fewer meetings doesn't mean we rubber stamp. Fewer meetings means we are more effective and we're a better run organization. And it doesn't mean that we're rubber stamping, and the committees certainly don't mean that we're rubber stamping. We're just making a lot of the sausage at the committee level.
Yeah.
And then quite frankly, by the time things get to the business meeting, most things have gone through a committee. And quite frankly, in most cases, the committee chair does a report, and then board members ask questions of the committee chair. And then, there's just a lot, if it's well run and well organized, you just need fewer meetings.
And if there's a good transition plan, I think we fix the problems en route to that.
Correct. And there has to be by the way, and that's a good point, Ken, and that's something that Bob alluded to earlier, there has to be a transition plan. The superintendent's aware of that. The only issue that the board attorney identified is hiring people. And the only issue there is the superintendent certainly has authority to hire people, and people frequently start or can start before we officially hire them. The only risk that is run, if I remember this correctly, is let's say Dr. Locklear hires a new person and they start, and 3 weeks later the board meets and then we say, no, we're not going to hire that person. But that's never happened. I mean, it's never, I mean, I don't think we've ever not had done a superintendent's renewal of contracts is a different issue, but that's separate from hiring new people. So there's really no procedural reason why this cannot happen. It's a matter of proper planning and a transition plan.
Yeah, and I would add, I agree definitely with what you said, 100%, Mr. Benway and David. They have to be efficient meetings too. So right now I feel like a lot of us, including myself, I'll just say myself because I don't know about you guys, but I'm in a lot of committees, and I feel like I'm here a lot more now than I ever have been, which is fine because what I like about the committees is I'm learning more being in that
Yes.
three on, and the public's welcome to come to those, but I'm learning so much more with that than I am in a whole group situation, ironically. But that's the truth. And then I will say, we can strategically make it to where when we are doing our budget, that we are here at this time. This is the month that we do budget, so we have to make sure that we have a meeting, or if we need an extra meeting. If we don't go that way and we stay with the month to month, maybe even looking at those and looking what we can do to make them more efficient. Sometimes I do feel like we have some fluff in there a lot. Not that that's a bad thing, but I just think sometimes a business meeting is a business meeting, and we need to move on with the business, and you know, and a lot of the positivity is great, and a lot of the, you know, we can do these without the meetings. I mean, they can make a, for instance, we did CIT, and we had that whole highlight of the CIT program. I mean, we can throw those on social media every month. You know, you don't need a meeting, you don't need our meeting for that. You can definitely do that without having a board meeting for that. So either way, I'm open to whatever you all, you know, are looking into. I do think it could be run a little bit better, and it just had to be planned kind of strategically.
Yeah, David, anything else?
No, well, the other thing, just based upon something that Ms. Caldwell said, is, you know, while we're reimagining meetings, you know, let's reimagine the awards process. You know, we give monthly awards out, but there's nothing that says that, you know, there's different courses of action there. They could be quarterly awards at the district level, or we could send board members down to give the awards at an appropriate assembly at the school, so the people are getting their award in front of their students or in front of their peers at their school, and not putting demands on them to come up here in the evening or whatever. So, you know, we could also, while we're doing this, look at awards, because I've never understood the purpose of marching everyone up here for monthly awards, when quite frankly, if an elementary school had an assembly, you know, Miss Gernapple can get her award in front of all her students and peers at that particular school. So we can reimagine this whole thing to fit the every other month battle rhythm.
Well, we could reimagine it. I want you to think about two things. Number one, number one, it is just very difficult to get all that we have here into a quarterly meeting. I can only imagine how long our meetings would be. Number two, because of open meetings laws, we can do a lot in committee. I mean, I started with Mr. Henson's help, I started these committees. But clearly, clearly, you can't make any decisions in committees. And so, of necessity, when you have a committee meet, you don't have a quorum. So you don't have a consensus. So I just think that what we're doing here is what our constituency expects. You decide to do, other people decide to do meetings in a different way. That's okay with me, you know, it's not the end all. But I do think that our constituency expects to interact with the school board on a basis which is much more often. And when we do this committee stuff, we're only interacting with ourselves. We're not interacting with the general public. Anything else?
So I did have a question about that particular thing with the committees, that where our committee meetings are posted, the dates and times, and they are open to the public.
Yes.
It's just not it's just not something that the public is used to
Right.
being encouraged to come to. So if we train the public also to if they're interested, to please come and perhaps even have time to speak at that, you know, time. I don't know exactly all the ins and outs to it. But another thought that I had is, if we're meeting every, let's say, 8 weeks, if we can get our agenda 2 weeks prior to that and not 2 days prior to it over the weekend, where we could be, you know, busy and not able to look at it until in the morning before we're coming, it would give us time to do proper research also into some things that the administration may be having us look at that, you know, maybe we're not prepared for necessarily, but if we had more time. My first thought when it was mentioned, again, was for the voters and the public's perception that we're not being transparent, but I do see it, if we work it well, we'd be more transparent than ever, really. It just takes some adjustment.
Yeah, a couple of things on that. One is we are far more transparent than we are so transparent, we're almost invisible on many things. On the hold on, on the interacting and committees, both you and the chair mentioned that, the public expects us to interact. Well, first of all, a 3-minute public comment period really isn't interacting. It's just people coming up and saying whatever. It's important. I mean, we support it, obviously. But the committees could be that on steroids. People need to show up to committee meetings because a committee chair has wide leeway. Someone shows up to my committee and they got a question, ask it, and I'm going to answer it. We can have discussions with the public in our committee meetings that aren't possible in other meetings. So the committee meetings are actually a way to hyper interact with the public and have meaningful discussions. Hey, SFLA architect, come up here and let's have a discussion. Hey, Ron Jackson, let's sit here and let's have a discussion between a builder, the building codes dude, and the architect person. And if there's a couple members of the public, we invited them to join in too. So committees properly used are a great venue to have true interaction and conversations with the public. That's how I intend to use mine.
Committees become supportive or even an extension of what we're doing right now.
Right,
Exactly.
correct. And then, we've discussed about the committees, how people end up, board members develop expertise in that area, close cohesion with the board, but also being able to have, short of actually public hearings, but let's bring forth a couple experts and let's hear from them on maintenance or fleet maintenance or whatever.
Anybody else?
Yeah, if you did do that, then that chair could write up a report to be presented to you. Okay.
Right, that's why we do committee reports each week. So like I've got a couple reports I'm gonna give, and that's why we do committee reports, because all that stuff is done in great detail. And then you have 3 board members who have in-depth knowledge on that, who can represent the views of other boards. That's why, I wasn't able to attend the security board meeting, but I wasn't able to attend, but here's my input. You guys have on the maintenance, every time I've given my brief on the construction, what's your guys' input? And then I take your ideas and I implement, and I make them a priority in my committee, or I discuss it with you and we decide not to make it a priority for our committee, whichever the case may be. But committees are a very important thing. The other thing you guys got to keep in mind, we're in month 3, and is there a bunch of stuff on the agenda today? Yeah, but 4 of these things are just stuff that me and Philip added. They didn't have to be on the agenda today. Today's agenda would have been very, very short. And the 4 things are really part of this, the first 3 months of the board. Once I'm looking forward to the fall. And again, we get our committees in place, we define our metrics, so we want the superintendent to report to us, whether it's discipline or academic. We get a battle rhythm where those are briefed quarterly or every other month or whatever, and that's how we manage, that's how you oversee an organization, not every other week going, what happened last week, what happened? I want to see trends, I want to see charts, over a period of time, not current operations or, oh my gosh, there was a fight here last week. I want to know, have we fixed the discipline matrix and is faithfully being executed, and what's the result of the statistics as a result of us updating the discipline matrix, faithfully executing it, and hopefully we see things going down that should be going down. That's what we're working towards, and this is only month 3. Again, we'd have to have a transition plan. I'm looking at implementing this in the fall or maybe sometime over the summer. We get our committees established. So that's it.
The only thing is perception. How is it gonna be perceived by the public? Because we have speakers monthly that come up and
Right.
speak. And I know you mentioned that they would have more opportunity at a committee meeting. It's just like Shannon said, is training them or getting them to do that. And so,
Well,
That's where we
well,
use our communications
well,
person over there.
we certainly get plenty of communications. We certainly, well, and there's certainly no shortage of communication to board members outside of the public comment period. There's emails, there's texts, there's Facebook messages, there's letters to the editor. I mean, the public has tons of ways to provide feedback.
So-
one of the things that you need to understand is, the board meetings that we have are evening meetings. A lot of the people are not gonna come out in the middle of the day, 1:30 or something like that, for a committee meeting. The people, when they come to speak to us, they're not just using their 4 minutes to speak to us. They're speaking to the rest of the general public. And they want to know what we are doing on X, on Y, and on Z. And, once again, if we still have not tackled our F-rated schools, and we're 6 months into this, okay? Since we did we're almost 6 months into it, since we did a 6-month plan. Am I correct? We have our F-rated schools coming back to us.
We have 2 F-rated schools, Robbins and Aberdeen. We have Southern Pines Elementary, which is low performing, which the board asked that school improvement revisions be brought back. That's something we're going to need to talk about, because we've got changes in leadership in some of those schools. And so we're going to need to talk about the timing of all that. But yes, that is something that the board decided to do when school improvement plans were approved in December.
If we didn't have any F-rated schools or D-rated schools and the like, I think the public would say the less of our meetings, the better. Because sometimes our meetings, I get in the paper, and that's our discussions, I think, are misinterpreted as us arguing. Because I think as a board, I think we do real well, actually, talking to each other and listening to each other. But just think about it. I may be outnumbered, that's okay. But let's go ahead and move on, and we can bring this at our business meeting, and we can have a vote on it.
So,
Do you want to have a vote on it?
well, we'll add it, we'll have it, we'll discuss it. So, a couple of things in response to what you said. First is, it's my contention that frequent meetings contribute to the F-rated schools. And my argument is frequent meetings contribute to the F-rated schools by management distraction, because he won't say it, but Mr. Metcalf easily spends 25% of his time preparing for board meetings. He didn't say that here, but his estimate is 25 to 30% of his time preparing for board meetings. So it is my contention that frequent board meetings, by being a distraction from the mission, it distracts senior management from the mission, and it contributes to the D-rated schools.
Okay, well.
And the other thing that frequent meetings do is they cause the board, rather than to focus on execution of the high-level strategic plan, it causes the board to focus in on current operational things, which is exactly what we shouldn't be doing. We should be focusing in on the big blue arrows, not the, oh, wait, this happened this week. Look, we're fixing all that stuff, and that stuff's all going to be fixed. And us continuing to micromanage it isn't going to help the big picture. It's going to hurt the big picture.
No one is micromanaging anything. And to say that us meeting more often contributes to F-rated schools, I can't let that go by. The bottom line is, we need to be focused on our F-rated schools.
Well, Bob,
Just wait a second. Just wait a second.
how does meeting
Just
more
wait a second.
frequently,
Just wait a second. I'll finish, and then I'll give you a chance.
I'm not sure you have that power, but go ahead.
I do.
Okay, go ahead and finish your thought.
Okay. We need to keep our focus on the prize. And the prize is to get rid of those F-rated schools. And for instance, today, the only time which I brought up metrics, the only time that metrics was brought up was when I brought it up. And I'm interested in bringing up those metrics time and time and time again. So go ahead and have your say, and then we'll move on to the next.
The only thing I would ask is you keep demanding they produce metrics, but we haven't defined the metrics that they're supposed to
Excuse me.
produce.
Excuse me, yes, we have. It's in our strategic plan, Dr. Metcalf. We have these metrics that we are going to get rid of the gap by so much of a percentage. We are going to eliminate our F-rated schools, that's a metric. We are going to do all of these things because I don't want to brag, but I think I had one of the greatest inputs into the strategic plan, and I designed it for metrics. Okay? Because without the metrics, we're nowhere.
Okay, and again, so what was the format that the board requested those in, and how frequent did we request them to be briefed? And that's when I say that we haven't defined the metrics, we haven't defined the format that we want them in, we haven't defined the periodicity that we want them in. And that's what a board owes to the people that they oversight, is here's the strategic plan, here's the metrics that we want to monitor. I mean, we work interactively with the people, but anyway, that's all I have to say. We can move on to the next agenda item, but I would like this to be added to next week's agenda as an action item.
Okay, so done.
Could I just ask for one clarification, Mr. Henson, Mr. Vice Chair and Chair? If it's going to be an action item next month, would you like me as superintendent to bring you a plan of what it would look like if we went every other month?
Yeah, yes. and-
Not that I'm recommending that or not recommending that,
understand.
but I think it would be helpful for the board to see that laid out in a plan.
Yeah, and just to frame it a bit, I would recommend, as Mr. Benway said, some sort of transition, and
Okay.
then a start date of maybe the fall, because we do have to get there. It's not something a light switch you just turn on.
Is that giving you enough time though? Because that's like less than
I'll
a
put
week.
together best I can. I'll put together best I can. I think
You
that
said next
some,
month, not next week.
next week, I thought if we
Okay,
want
yeah,
this.
you used the term next month.
I didn't mean to
Sorry.
say next month, I
Okay,
meant
yeah.
next week, yes, sir, and, I would take in the comments that the board, the feedback I've heard from the board today. Like Ms. Davis noted, having things further ahead of time may help if you did something like that with work session to business meeting, et cetera. So try to take all those comments into account. It'll be a draft, but it'll at least be something that the board can have in front of them versus thinking kind of in your head what it would look like, if that's okay. Thank you. Go ahead, Mike. Our next item, I believe, Mr. Chair, if it pleases you, summary of current academic competitions and background on spelling bee competition. Mr. Hensley also requested that we share a little information about this. I thought it'd be helpful if Mike and Donna shared a little bit about what academic competitions do we currently compete in as a school district, and then a little background on the spelling bee competition and what it would look like if we went back to that and started participating again. So I'll turn that over to Mike.
And once again, you steal my thunder with your introduction. I appreciate it. Yeah, just quickly, we could share, thank you. Just share some of the academic competitions that we have going on, from the Battle of the Books to the robotics to young authors, quiz bowl, speech and debate, Odyssey in the Mind, a number of different career and technical education competitions that we have, theater, marching band, just a number of different things that we have going on around the districts that our students have the opportunity to participate that are academic competitions. Tried to do some reflection the last time that we had done the spelling bee in Moore County. And I tried to find somebody who's been around longer than I've been around, and was able to find somebody, Debbie Warren, who said it was back in the 90s is when it was just one of those kinds of things that petered out. Not that it was a bad thing to do or what have you, just one of those things that had kind of run its course at that time and kind of petered out. Schools were given the option to make the decision about whether they wanted to participate or not, and it just kind of shoveled out at that time. So if we wanted to bring it back, there's some things that we would need to do for the next school year. We would need to register first. It's the August timeframe, August, September. It's about $175 per school, so $3,500 if we were doing it at every school. We need a district coordinator who would kind of coach up make sure that our folks at the school understood the timelines and the expectations. We'd have an assigned coach at each school, just to make sure they've got it organized, distribute materials, and then practice, provide some resource materials that are provided by Scripps. That's part of what you get with the $175 per school. Hold some practice sessions, and then in December, we would organize the first step, which is the classroom spelling bee, as well as school competition, and then come to winners who would participate at the district level. And then in January, we attend the regional Scripps spelling bee, which for us would be in Charlotte. So there would be some cost with the field trip and what have you, but relatively minor expense. Just want to give you that background, Mr. Hensley.
Okay, thank you. So I have to say, of all the ideas that I've ever floated, you know, some have been like really popular and some have not gone over so well, right? This has been by far, you mentioned spelling bee to people, everyone's eyes get a sparkle in them, and it doesn't matter where they fall on a spectrum, the political spectrum. Everybody is enthusiastic about the spelling bee, just, you know, from when they were growing up or whatever. I struggle to find a downside to this, you know, although, you know, Dr. Metcalf listed all those competitions we have. You know, it's an academic competition. It rewards excellence. It rewards the people who work hard. It encourages reading. It encourages grammar. I cannot think, I mean, although there's some overhead associated with it, and maybe, you know, we asked the superintendent, Dr. Metcalf, or whoever, you know, their thoughts of it integrating in with everything else we have going on. I understand there's an issue that, you know, maybe we don't memorize words anymore, we do phonics, but it's different, you know. But I have a hard time thinking of a single downside to, like, it's a spelling bee. My God, let's do the spelling bee. I mean, Mary Kate's even excited about the spelling bee. See, look, she's like excited.
Mary Kate probably won one.
You know, maybe the pilot can sponsor the spelling bee, and we can get some money out of them they can sponsor a driver's ed car and the spelling bee.
As a matter of fact, in terms of, it almost sounds flippant about the pilot, or a newspaper or a publication sponsoring a spelling bee. But a lot of newspapers, a lot of publications do actually that. And you're not talking about an expensive sponsor. All you have to do is give them a spell check computer program, right? I guess I'm wrong about that. Just kidding. But it does sound like it.
Platinum sponsorships are available for $25,000 a year.
No kidding.
And you get a spot on the car wrap.
I mean, unless Dr. Metcalf, you don't think that, so maybe our teachers will think this is overburdening them.
Oh, I don't think so. I think it's just another opportunity for students, and we look at it that way. I'm not sure that it's a wholly academic pursuit necessarily. It's memorizing some words and how to spell them, and some people have a knack for that and others don't.
Right.
I think there is some hard work that can go into that, but it certainly doesn't cause any harm to students, and many of our students love competition and honors them, so I see no issue with it.
I think it's terrific, David.
Yeah, I agree. I remember doing it in school.
If you want to legitimize it, add Latin to the process.
Oh, yes. Yeah, that's fun.
I just wanted to throw something out there that in 1989 I was the spelling bee champion. I have the trophy still, so
What grade?
I will bring it in. No, I'm just kidding.
What grade were you in?
8th grade.
Oh.
Awesome.
Was it just in your class?
I don't remember. No, I don't think so. I don't think so.
Let me ask,
You can be
let me
the
ask you
honorary chair of the first spelling bee.
let me ask a technical question. Do we need anything on any business agenda or anything like that for
I think
this?
that's pretty
Or
considerate.
would the administration just kind of do this?
I mean, from my perspective, if the board asks us to move in this direction, put it in place, Donna and I will work on that and get it in place for next school year.
Well, as superintendent, we just need to know that there's consensus on the board that this is definitely something that the board would like to see us look towards implementing. Like Mike said, it's not a huge cost. We'll start putting things into place and preparing to do it for the next school year.
Okay, and I assume, so let me just make sure, there's consensus on the board.
Yeah.
Correct.
Absolutely. But shouldn't we discuss it at next Monday's meeting so that the public knows?
We can do it. I'll put it as an action item for Mr. Hensley's motion that we start once again, and restart a spelling bee.
Okay,
for Moore County
that's,
schools. Is that
yes,
okay? Yeah.
Yeah.
So
perfect.
we'll make it for Mr. Hensley, so.
Way to go, David.
All right, let's see where we're at. We're at C, we're Moore County.
Yes, sir.
Heritage and Recognition Months. I don't know who that goes to.
Well, just, it is an item that Mr. Hensley requested that that the board be able to discuss. But I would just share quickly the Moore County Schools Heritage and Recognition Months that are recognized across the district are currently observed Black History Month, Month of the Military Child, and Hispanic Heritage Month. Those are the three that are celebrated across the district. Celebrated is not the right word, but observed across our school district as information to this discussion topic. Mr. Hensley?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Locklear. So this is just a discussion. There is no pending action item, and this is this is a very conceptual conversation. It might be a bit ahead of its time. That's why I'm not saying that there's no pending action item, but I do want to start a discussion with the board and the public, really, as to what we recognize and what we observe in Moore County schools. And let me start off by saying what we should observe and recognize are things related to our mission, right? Academic related stuff, building, young men and women of strong character with the skills, knowledge to be proud and successful citizens of the United States. I paraphrase, I'm sure I got a few words there wrong. But we need to focus on things that are inclusive, that are related to our mission. What we shouldn't focus on are things that exclude students, things that are divisive, and things that no one's really sure why we're doing it. But we shouldn't do things we should not devote time, effort, and energy on things that are not related to our mission. And it has always rubbed me the wrong way, and Ms. Caldwell will say this, because 2 years ago, when the Month of the Military Child proclamation came up, I opposed it, right? Much to everyone's amazement. And I got attacked for opposing it because although I said this in the meeting, everyone completely mischaracterized it, the detractors on social media. I opposed it not because I oppose military children. My God, my children are military dependents, right? 20 years in the Marine Corps, but somehow I was attacking military children. Nothing was further from the truth. My argument against Month of the Military Child is it excludes everyone who isn't a military child. Because by definition, if you recognize somebody not based upon merit, not based upon an achievement they made, you recognize them just for being a certain something, a military child, a Hispanic person, an African American, right there, Black History Month, Month of the Military Child, and Hispanic Heritage Month. Let's take the military child. If we recognize the military child, well, what about the law enforcement child? Their mom or dad deploys, 5 days a week and could get gunned down or killed in the line of duty every night, 5 days a week. But we don't recognize the month of the law enforcement officer child. And then, okay, so what if we do that? What about the firefighter child? What about the first responder child? What about, you cannot possibly recognize every single child whose parents are in a dangerous job. Likewise, let's look at Black History Month and Hispanic Heritage Month. Well, I think, I came from Oklahoma, but if I trace my lineage back, I think I'm German, Polish, and British. You can tell by the accent, right? So where is the Polish American Month? Where is the German American Month? Where is by recognizing people based upon the color of their skin or their heritage, you are leaving out the people that you don't recognize. So people think this is inclusive, but it's really exclusive, and it's really divisive, and it has nothing to do with our mission. It has nothing to do with our mission. It's something that society foisted upon us, right? Again, this is a very conceptual, and if you think it through, it's a participation trophy. You know, I'm going to recognize David Hensley for Polish American Month. What did I do to earn that? Or Left-Handed American Month. What did I do to earn that? Nothing. It's a participation trophy. And by the way, if we recognize the left-handed people in more county schools, we've just excluded the 93% of right-handed people or the 2% of ambidextrous people. So what I would say is, rather than focus on things, and by the way, this continues on with the superintendent's advisory committees. You know, the superintendent has an African American advisory committee, a Hispanic advisory committee, a military advisory committee. Well, I would ask, same thing I asked before, where's the Polish American advisory committee? Where's the German American advisory committee? Where's the Native American advisory committee? And if that doesn't have enough, what about recognized and unrecognized tribes? Now we need an advisory committee and a recognized month for observed Native American tribes and non-observed Native American tribes. It's a fool's errand. It's a fool's errand, and what it is a reflection of identity politics that's seeped its way into the schools. So my thoughts are, we need to have a discussion on what's our priorities here. Are our priorities having observations and recognitions and celebrations based upon people's heritage or based upon membership into some club that their parents joined? And that club could be the first responder club or the military club or whatever. I don't mean to make light of it. We got to recognize children based upon the status of their parents or the color of their skin. What I would rather do, and are we going to have advisory boards based upon the color of people's skin or their gender preferences? What I would rather see is observations and celebrations based upon things that are related to our, and advisory boards. I would like to see them things related to our missions, and I would like to see them such as Math Month, Physics Week, Pi Day, March 14th, we should pass out pies to all the elementary schools. Before they get a piece, they figure out the area and how many square inches they're going to get. We need to have celebration and observations that are related to our mission, which is education, and we need to have recognitions that are based upon things that students accomplish, accomplishments, not just memberships of groups. So that's just to start this conversation. This is a in the open board discussion to the extent that people want to have it. And really it's a discussion with the community. The superintendent should not have an African American advisory board. He should not have a Hispanic American advisory board. What he should have, in my opinion, is he should have an academic advisory board, and everybody interested in improving academics, whether they're black, white, yellow, male, female, something in between, it doesn't matter. Anybody who's interested in academics comes to the academic advisory committee. He has a extracurricular activity advisory committee. Everybody, regardless of their color of skin, is welcome to come to the extracurricular activity advisory board. So we need to be colorblind in our observations, and they need to be related to our missions.
Can I say something? To me, David, that is the greatest thing, and that is such a worry and a fear of mine, because all we're doing anymore is being forced to put ourselves and everyone else in groups. And this is not the way this country is. This is not the way our school system should be. We're all together. We're all the same. we're all going to do everything together, and to put us in groups, all it is destroying us. So I am 100% behind what you said.
So I have a little bit different of a view on this, and this is just coming from a teacher's aspect. So when we have Black History Month, it's not that we take the whole month and discuss that, but what we do through our curriculum is we look at our objectives and we go through and we see, okay, today we're gonna talk about a certain historian, and we'll have a book about it, and then they can write about it, or we'll do inventions. So we correlate, and those are all federal things, correct? Am I correct? They're all federal kind of months that we celebrate federally. So it's not that we take time out of our day to make sure that we are talking about all of those. We do incorporate them into our lessons, which we do throughout the year. It's not that I take just February or January for one certain thing. So I do think they are important to observe because on a federal level, children, parents are going to observe them anyhow. Not that we focus our whole attention on each and everything of that month, but I still think they're important for our schools.
Well, they are, Stacy, and nobody is stopping anybody from doing that. That's a wonderful thing to do. But you just get the idea that this month we're honoring these people, so everybody else is out of the loop. But what you're saying is exactly right. That's what you do. They're all teaching moments to incorporate that all in, whether it's November, whether it's April, no matter what. I'm not saying that. I'm saying what David said.
Well, let me say this too, and I did leave, the problem with giving a presentation, you can't possibly say everything on your mind. But it is not binary. Of course, Martin Luther King holiday that week, of course, it's not like you don't mention anything. And you do have a program or two around, Martin Luther King holiday or whatnot, but it shouldn't be our focus. Our focus should be on mission-oriented things.
Yeah. And I don't think it is. I mean, I think if you've go into a school, you'll see that it isn't. Like, for instance, we just don't celebrate Christmas, right? So we learn about all the holidays that are surrounded by why we take that, why we have Christmas break. And so, like, as a first grade teacher, I used to do Christmas around the world, and every student would have a different country, and we would discuss that, what was different, why are each cultures different. So we did those types of things centered around that. So I mean, I think it's not that they focus just on that, but they'll have maybe a Black historian come in and talk about the book they written maybe on that month.
But what about that poor Polish American there that never hears about his or her heritage, or the
well, that's federal.
Or the
he has to talk to the
or
federal
the
level on that.
German American that never hears about the contribution that physicists made to I mean, you could say that about the minute you recognize one person based upon their status, you've excluded everyone else. That's the big point here.
Anybody else? Let me say that I agree with the premises and everything that David has just said. There is a public relations situation with regard to such things. The problem is that if we were to do something like, say, let's exclude Black History Month, we no longer recognize it. I can only imagine the enmity that would come down on the school board. Not because there should be a special Black History Month or a special month, but it would be seen almost as taking away something from people. In many respects, I'm not sure that we have the power, or if we did have the power, that we would exercise the power to get rid of something like Black History Month, or get rid of something like Hispanic Awareness Month, or something like that. But neither should we be adding things to that. We should be making sure that we are as colorblind as possible And that, one of the things that Stacy said, that when these so-called months come up, and I'm not so sure who controls the month.
Must be federal, I guess, I don't
It's a
know.
month or something. But what we do is we want to make sure that we don't further, balkanize ourselves. One of the, in the best of all possible worlds, as Voltaire would say, we would have no special history month, because David is absolutely correct in everything he said, okay? We are not in the best of all possible worlds. But I think certainly going forward, we have to work toward that goal. And we have to work toward making sure that everything we say and do is on a colorblind basis. And we also have to make sure that our teachers, and I'm sure they're not, I'm sure they're doing exactly what you're saying, Stacy, is that on Black History Month, let's bring in something special for Black history. It's not the ideal that I'd like to see, but I'm not so sure that that African Americans in our community would like us to necessarily change. And they do have a say-so.
It would be,
as well.
it would be interesting to have the board attorney to look into, you know, let's say a Polish American decides, let's say there's a Polish American group that decides to sue and say, hey, that's not viewpoint neutral, there's no Polish American month. I wonder if that would be a successful lawsuit. I mean, you can't say you're viewpoint neutral when you're recognizing two, you know, three groups right here, and you're excluding other people. And that's based upon nothing other than participation in a group. I mean, I don't know the legal basis of it. I think we should have Mr. Schwartz or somebody look into that. But a good start, and I think this is what the superintendent would say, is these are not mutually exclusive. You know, maybe what we should do is look at some activities, you know, and starting next academic year, let's you know, Dr. Metcalf, all this free time you're gonna have for meetings every other month. You know, Miss Murphy won't know what to do, you know, she'll break the sheen off her pasty white complexion getting every other month off. But you know, maybe we should come together next semester, or I'm sorry, next academic year, see about having a math month or something, and let's get some momentum and some things behind things. Of course, we just had a whole list of them up there a while ago, I guess. I know I'm talking in circles now, but my point is we need things related to our mission, and these distract from our mission.
And actually, what saddens me is that, quite frankly, 5 years ago, I wouldn't have thought anything about African American History Month. I said, that's an interesting thing, yeah. Let's have all kids learn a little bit more about African American history and the like. But unfortunately, in this hyper-racialized world that we live in, where so-called liberals are really nothing more than racists, when people when people insist that we have that we look through everything, as Panorama said, through a lens of race, then all of a sudden, the good things, and actually, oddly enough, I find Black History Month to be a good thing. Some of the good things get challenged, and it doesn't help us at all. That's one of the reasons why we need to make sure that as a board, and I think we are, and I think that's what we were voting in to do, is to make our school a colorblind school, and we become a colorblind society. So that is an important goal in our future plans. Okay.
Chair,
So-
if I just may comment,
Yeah, sure.
I do have to leave. I have to go pick up my child,
sorry.
but I will be listening online.
Okay, see.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Just one other point. I guess a question that each of us have to ask ourselves, and at some point, you know, the superintendent answers, I'm not asking for an answer now, is what's the purpose of Black History Month, Month of the Military Child, and Hispanic Heritage Month, and why should we take time and energy away from our management and our instructional day to cover them. I mean, I'm unclear, I'm unclear as to the purpose of Black History Month. I have no idea why we do that. I mean, why?
Well, let me answer, not as a conservative and not on my belief necessarily, because I'd even take issues with this. Certain things are there to raise the awareness of all peoples as to all who have contributed to society. And some people believe that by hyper-racializing that sort of a thing, that it helps to raise the consciousness. How about that? Someone want to get me for being a Marxist? I suppose they can. For raising the consciousness of people as to the contributions of the less fortunate and those who were actually marginalized. So there is reason. I agree with your reason.
Well,
I agree with your reasoning, not necessarily that we should do anything about it at this point in time.
yeah, I mean, you know, a couple examples are, you know, look at the Chinese and the contribution they made to this country. I mean, thousands of them died building the Transcontinental Railroad, and I don't see a Chinese American month. Let's take Irish American month, although
We
it,
gotta go to San Francisco.
so, you know, Irish were right off the boat drafted into the Civil War and pushed to the front lines. Like literally Ireland, boat, Civil War, front lines, shooting at Confederates. And I don't see an Irish American month, and they've certainly contributed.
I don't see an American Indian month either.
I don't, you know, it's exclusionatory and it's divisive. And if you can't include everyone, it's by definition exclusive. And again, if it was based upon merit or, you know, competition or something, by all means, I just don't see.
Well, I think we have to remember that we have to have a date to remember that a fellow by the name of Chaim Solomon financed the American Revolution. But that's another story.
I just believe that any time you put people into groups, it's detrimental to everybody.
I do agree.
So anyway,
And I think we have a consensus here on the board that we are fighting to make sure that everyone is judged by the content of their character.
Absolutely.
Not the color of their skin. Okay, why don't we move on? All right, the flag of, is it, the flag of the state of North Carolina.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. This is an item Mr. Holmes requested to be on the agenda, state salutes and the North Carolina flag. So I'll just turn it over to you, Mr. Holmes. We did put the information that you shared in your request there.
Okay, thank you, sir. So, out of all 50 states, only 17 have state salutes or allegiances. These words, I salute the flag of North Carolina and pledge to the Old North State love, loyalty, and faith. Those are 18 words. That's the time to teach 18 words to students and have them realize that, hey, we do have a North Carolina flag. It flies with every American flag on our campuses. And I just want to get a feel for the board to find out where they stand.
Well, I think every child should be very proud of the country that they're born in and very proud of the state that they're in, so I love it.
Anybody else?
Yeah, I'd like to know what I feel strongly both ways.
Which way would you
kidding.
like to tell us to feel now?
Yeah. I certainly see the value of the National Pledge of Allegiance, absolutely. I'm just not sure we've pledged the ultimate allegiance, if you will, to our nation. And I'm not sure what the state pledge adds to that. What's the value added? Plus, it's one more pledge. You know, I'm just not sure what the value added is of that whole thing. If you
Well, like 18 words, I don't think that's very much, but
yeah.
I see where you're coming from.
I could be convinced, you know, but not today. I'd have to think about it some more.
There is, just to think about it one more time, in another way. There is, and my understanding of the law is, that there is no way to compel a child to say the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. Okay? I assume what you're thinking about is having them say the pledge along with the Pledge of Allegiance?
Yeah, just right after it. If they don't wanna say it, then they don't wanna say it. But I think we would be remiss in not even offering them the chance to learn it.
Well, it's a possibility. Maybe it can certainly be optional with teachers, or maybe the board could suggest that students learn it, or that students participate in it.
Institute
I
of
don't
North
know.
Carolina.
I don't feel strongly like that.
Institute of North Carolina Week.
Well, that's, and you must,
I'm only half
you
joking.
must know by heart the dates on the flag and the
Yeah.
reasons therefore.
See, there's a history lesson there, right?
Right.
Do we daily salute the United States flag daily already?
Yes, ma'am.
Does every class or just once a day?
It's once a day. It's usually done over the school announcements and
Okay.
Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. And Mr. Ansley's right, that, per law, you can't require a
No, I
student to say
understand
it.
that, yeah, I'm familiar.
But, it is done on a daily basis.
Do we already have North Carolina flags in all of our
We do not.
schools? We do not? In-
We fly them with the American flag
Sure.
out front. We don't have classroom flags of the North Carolina in every classroom. I'm sure there's some classrooms that do, but not in every.
Okay, anything else? Do you want this on the agenda for the business meeting?
Well, I was just trying to get a feel for everybody's opinion, how they felt.
I have one question. though,
Yeah, go
before-
ahead.
So, what do we teach in the way of I grew up in Oklahoma. We had Oklahoma history, which was fortunate and that was short. Okay. But what do we teach? I assume somewhere along the way we have North Carolina history in certain grades.
It's in fourth grade.
Fourth and eighth grade.
Yeah.
Fourth and eighth.
Okay. So
Yes, sir. We have North Carolina history as part of the standards, associated standards, yes, sir.
learn about Josephus Daniels and how he harshly put down the Wilmington insurrection.
David, do you know what the Oklahoma Pledge is?
I do not.
I salute the flag of the state of Oklahoma. It's symbols of peace, unite all people.
First I've ever heard it. When was it passed, does it say?
I don't know, actually. It's the school system that has this. Let me see. CALUMET Public Schools. They have it.
That was enacted just after they gave away all the Native American land.
Yeah.
And the land rush. wasn't it?
Perhaps since we go over it in fourth and eighth grade, we could have the fourth graders and eighth graders recite it every day. Maybe that's just a thought. I'm not against
Yeah.
doing it at all,
Yeah,
but
sounds-
in order for, maybe not the entirety of our school districts, but since they focus
I think
on it in
there's
fourth and.
value there
No, I do think there
somewhere.
is, absolutely. But, I would, I would just add the American's Creed to it, but we probably can't do that.
Well, that school district did.
Did they?
Yeah.
Well, we could too.
Okay, so do you want anything on the business meeting by way of a motion?
Yeah. Let's put
Okay,
it on
all
there.
right. Not a problem. Okay, board committee reports.
I recommend, I gotta load mine on the computer, so why don't we take a 5-minute break? But who else has a board report? You got one?
Yeah.
Okay, you got
Verbal.
one? Verbal.
Yeah.
I've got a slide deck, so why don't we take a 5-minute break and let me load up my slides? Take a 5-minute recess.
Which report do you have, Ken?
CTE,
Oh,
yeah.
And the policy meeting has not yet occurred, so.
Sorry.
session.
Sorry for the technical difficulties. It was really kind of a silly error on my part. Okay, so committee report for the Construction and Maintenance Committee. I appreciate everyone's participation. We have a lot of good news here. I'm going to run through it really quickly. This slide you guys have seen. This is the projects that you guys have approved. I color-coded it, though, in groupings. The green things, increased capacity of the high schools and modernization of the high schools, are one color. Modernization and increasing core capacity, those are all red. Construction of a new middle school is in blue, and establishment of a disaster shelter in selected Moore County schools, that's in red. Actually, so it's green, orange, blue, and red. Those correspond, as you're going to see on the next slide, and as I introduced in the last month, the tracks. You know, rather than have 10 or 11 things we're focusing on, it's really 4 tracks. And I just color-coded that to show how they're grouped. And one change, any changes that I made are annotated in a different color. Like I lined out in Area 1 because we know we're going to need a new middle school, but I don't know that we need to constrain ourselves geographically. So although that was earlier defined as a specific geographical location, I just took that out if you guys are okay with that. And again, my approach is the approach on this, on the 10-year plan, is to understand and brief the current plan and cost, and then develop new approaches, new courses of action, and then new estimated costs. You're going to see more on that in another slide. These are the 5 parallel tracks. There's one that is you need help? There's the ASAP track that is underway right now. And that is track 1, where we're going to revisit all approved projects not underway. That's happening now. Our gym renovations, fall of '23. Eliminate trailers in schools not built to core capacity. Want to get that done by fall of '24. And then our 10-year plan. Our 10-year plan is divided into 4 tracks. One is increased capacity and modernization of our high schools. The second track is modernization or replacement of the 4 schools you see there. Construction of a new middle school is our 4th track, and then identification and build out of schools as emergency shelters. In our 27 February committee, any questions on this slide? The one obvious question is identification and build out of schools as emergency shelter. The idea there is that our schools are natural shelters. We have space, we have cafeteria facilities, we have locker rooms that could be shower facilities. We generally have a week or two's food on hand for 12,000 students, both breakfast and lunch. So when we're going through our 10-year plan, we're going to keep an eye out for 1 or more campuses that would be ideally suited to add 100% backup generator capacity to. And a key part of that is if it has a natural gas connection. So we're going to be looking for 1 or more schools that are ideally suited to add 100% backup generation. So if we ever have an emergency, whether it's a power outage or a hurricane or whatnot, we'll have pre-designated schools, and we'll have an emergency response plan where they'll have 100% generation power. And then we, in conjunction with the county, can offer hot meals and shelter to our citizens.
We probably ought to coordinate with emergency management as we develop these things and see what other things we can do at no cost or low cost to facilitate that whole process.
It would be nice to see if there were grants available, like if FEMA had grants or the state had grants for emergency shelters. One would think that they would, but who knows? So here's the results. Here's the agenda of our committee meeting that we had just last Monday, and we're going to go into these individual gyms and details here in a minute, but the new scope and costing for gym projects, that was the first item on the agenda. This is a summary. The original estimate was $8.5 million for 3 gyms. The revised estimate, by the way, using SFLA architects and selecting their optional courses of action is $2.4 million, which is a $6.1 million or 70% savings on the gyms. And by the way, that's not, you know, as the oh, well, Hensley, you know, that's just him and his buddies and it'll be shoddy work. No, 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 no. That's a 70% savings using the same architects to, you know, the same standards, you know. I mean, obviously we dumbed it down a little bit, but that's not a fly-by-night. That's done to like good standards that is going to go through NCDPI. Then there was various flat roof replacements, which this is something that the superintendent and Ms. Purvis worked on their own. And that is, there was original estimates of $1.3 million to get various flat roofs replaced throughout Moore County schools. We've gotten that requoted using a different technology, you know, using a film membrane or whatever. And just like above, we had an $897,000 or 70% savings over what was previously quoted under the previous operations person and school board. So I'm not saying we're going to have a 70% savings on everything going forward, but I can say in the first two projects, we saved the taxpayers $7 million out of $10 million that was originally budgeted. And with that money, with that $8 million savings between those two projects, assuming that we haven't spent some of that on driver's ed cars or whatever, I'm not sure what Superintendent Locklear has mentally reprogrammed some of this money for, but I believe we can do all 5 gyms that need renovations, plus build Cranes Creek out to their core capacity, adding another 200 classrooms for 200 students, brick and mortar, get the students out of trailers with the money that we save from these 2 projects. It's going to be close. We may not make it, but that's the goal. And I got more on each one of those gyms because I want to make sure this is going to be an action item for the next meeting. I want to make sure everybody understands what we're doing with the gyms. Any questions so far? Am I accurate? Dr. Locklear, are these numbers?
Yes, sir.
I mean, there might be a rounding error or so.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Cameron Gym, the original proposed cost that the previous board approved was $2.8 million. Oh, by the way, when SFLA Architects, when they redid these, we had a meeting, we had a committee meeting, and we talked with Ms. Purvis and said, hey, you know, when we work with and SFLA was there, we said, we want value engineering, you know, we don't want a Yugo, but we don't need an Escalade. We need an F-150 XLT, right? We don't need the premium or the limited. We just want to make sure we didn't lose our quorum. Anyway, so they took all of the flash out of it, right? They took all of the flash out of it. And what they did is they presented what we should have had all along, and that is entrees with a la carte. We got a menu. Oh, by the way, I have these. Is Cindy here?
She was.
I'm sorry, I meant to pass these out. There's the brief. That's probably the least important thing there, Dr. Locklear. This is probably much more important. Thank you. And I have copies of this all to you. The first page is an overview of the original proposal and the savings. The second page, there's a page there for each gym. And in black is what they recommended. Hey, here's the core. And then everything you see there in red is a la carte. So what we did is we went through, and with Cameron, if we take so Cameron, out of the 3 gyms, although the previous plan called for them all to have the roofs replaced, it turned out only one needed a new roof, and that was Cameron. And by the way, that's the most expensive roof to do because it's a flat roof and it requires all this stuff, whereas the other ones were pitched roofs. So Cameron is the most expensive one at $880,000. For the core repairs that need to be done. The a la carte was new entry doors. And then you're going to find this carries through with all the other projects. All the other projects, the gym housed the boiler, which produced the steam to not just heat the gym, but heat other buildings. So in every single one of these projects, we had an a la carte option to just completely get rid of steam on that campus. And so you see that here. You see new entry doors, $20,000. I went ahead and said, yeah, let's do that. And then demolish. So the second a la carte thing at Cameron is to get rid of the boiler in the gym, which also heated the auxiliary building and the cafeteria. So for an additional $325,000, we get steam completely off this campus. And in addition to getting all the stuff you see there for the gym, we also put HVAC in the auxiliary, air conditioning and heating, heat pump in the auxiliary building and cafeteria. Right, so the base cost of this is $880,000, and there's another $344,000 worth of money to get rid of the boiler, get HVAC in our auxiliary building, and the total savings there was $1.6 million, or 57%. And the end result is a new roof, insulation, fascia on the gym and auxiliary building, HVAC in the gym, auxiliary building, and cafeteria, elimination of all boiler and steam heat at Cameron. So we've kind of got in the 20th century there, and new doors in the gym. This gym has no windows, so there are no window replacements. Questions on Cameron? High Falls and Westmore are very similar. The original budgeted cost, and it was approved by the previous school board, was $2.8 million. The revised cost is $600 and a little over $700,000, so we save $2.1 million. And what we get is we get HVAC in the gym, the auxiliary building and cafeteria. We eliminate all boilers and steam heat at High Falls, and we get new windows, fascia, downspouts, and an ADA compliant bathroom in the gym. Any questions?
That's pretty good.
That's pretty darn good, because we're also getting our cafeteria air conditioned and getting rid of the archaic steam pump. Let me make another point. There's also, on this one right here, I tried to make a note of it, but Cameron, we're going to spend, assuming we approve this, $320,000 to get rid of steam, and again, get air conditioning, like central air. We're going to get rid of window units out of the cafeteria and the auxiliary building, replace it with a true heat pump, air conditioning, 21st century, for $320,000. But what that doesn't take into account is we had $180,000 or $160,000 already approved and budgeted to replace the steam line between the gym and cafeteria. So we're saving $325,000 minus the $160,000 that we would have been spending to maintain the steam line. So really that air conditioning and getting rid of the boilers only costing us $160,000, because we're saving that $160 or whatever that was going to be spent just to maintain the steam line this year. I mean, that was money that had already been budgeted. Like I said, High Falls, same thing. We saved 75%. And then Westmore, $2.8 million budgeted, original cost approved. That got us AC in the gym and replacing all the gym windows. A la carte for another $128,000. We can get rid of the boiler. We can install HVAC in the locker rooms, accessory building. And so this is a total savings of $2.27 million, or 80% savings. Any questions on those? I plan on having this. There was some question about whether or not we could do the windows cheaper ourselves, and Ms. Purvis actually took that for action. We might be able to save a little bit of money if we do the windows ourselves, but in order to save time, we want to keep, things going on this. The issue with this, the only downside on this is there's lead time on some of the equipment. The air conditioners probably have about a 6-month lead time. I forget the exact lead time. It's 4 to 6 months. So these have significant lead times on the air conditioners, not getting the work done, but materials. So in interest of keeping things moving along, I plan on adding it as an agenda item next week to approve this new scope of work and the savings for these 3 gyms. I assume no one has issues with those. But they're not just to set everyone's expectations due to lead times of the HVAC units themselves. They're not going to be done probably until, they won't be done by the fall, beginning of the fall. Again, it's 100% dependent on the lead time of the units. And just so everyone knows, the units themselves, let's take High Falls. High Falls has 24 windows, 18 windows or something like that. I think it's 24. These air conditioners, they're going to replace 6 of the windows. So where each side has either 9 or 12 windows on each side, there'll be 3 units on each side, and the air conditioners, they're like mini splits. They actually mount and they take up the whole window opening, but there'll be 6 units in that gym, replacing about 1/5, 1/4 of the windows. Does it make sense? I forget the name of them. I don't remember what
I
they're
think they're called Bard
Bard,
units.
Bard, that's
I think
what I was.
we've got
that's what I was
28 windows at each of those schools, at Westmore and at High Falls, and so there'll be Bard. But you're right, it's about a 6-month lead time to get those in. So, didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
No. So anyway, so I think that'll be on next week's agenda. The roadmap ahead for the committee is on this slide. The ASAP projects, which I briefed last month, which are get the 3 gyms done. We're going to finalize the statement of work and put that out for bid. That'll be an action item next week, assuming that the board approves that. Then we'll get working on that right away, and we'll get that bid out. I did have on there, need to pull out things we can do ourselves, but we just need to keep things moving, and we'll keep that in mind for future projects. The next thing we're going to do on the ASAP projects is we're going to get costs for the other 2 gyms. That's Bass Lakeview Elementary and West End Elementary. So we're going to get the costs on those. And as you saw, the costs on those are going to range between, $500,000-$600,000 and $1.1 million. We'll see if they come in on the low end. Then I think that we're going to have enough money to do the other 2 gyms and build out the core capacity. So what the construction committee is going to be looking at this month is get the cost for the other 2 gyms, and then decide on which core capacities to expand. Right now, it's looking like Cranes Creek. But we got to look at future enrollment and which ones we want to do first. But what we're going to do is we're going to decide, we're going to look at the core capacities of each schools that haven't been fully built out, look at future enrollment. We'll choose one. If one sticks out, then we'll just focus on that one, and we'll develop courses of action, estimated cost to brief back to the board. If one doesn't stick out and they all kind of look the same, then we'll do courses of action on each one of them. And then we're also continuing to revisit scope of work and rebid previously approved projects. And as you saw, the first 2 that we've done have been a 70% savings. We're not expecting that on future ones, but we've got everything from pavers at Pinecrest to the HVAC in this building to revisit the scope of work and rebid and make sure everything's in line. And if we save money, great. If we don't save money, that's the way that is. But either way, as we get those requoted, then we're going to be bringing them back in front of the board to get reapproval for them. Yes, sir.
I'm sorry. It's Sandhills Farm Life, Bass Lakeview and Sandhills Farm Life, not West End.
Okay, let me correct
This is
that.
a correction.
Oh, I'm not on there. The Sandhills Farm Life, I thought it was West End, but.
Sandhills, West End is on the master facility plan as a
Okay.
potential need to renovate or replace.
Those were question marks earlier
Yeah.
today, and I'm like, okay, so yes, Bass Lakeview and Sandhills Farm Life. So the 10-year, those are the next 3 steps for the ASAP projects, is finalize and get the bids out for the 3 gyms, get costs for the other 2 gyms, decide on the core capacity, and revisit scope of work. And then on the long-term 10-year plan, we need to, we're working on getting an estimate. There were previous plans developed in most of the stuff in our 10-year plan is stuff that was left over from the previous board's 10-year plan. Obviously, they got 3 elementary schools built and Northmore expansion and other stuff. Most of our 10-year, long-term 10-year plan stuff is stuff the previous board didn't have funding to do or wasn't their priority. But they had plans for those, or at least they had rough plans, and they had estimates. We're getting those estimates updated as a starting point. And then those revised estimates say they come in at 200 million. That's what we're gonna use as our planning factor. So we're gonna take the previous plans, get updated estimates on that, use that as our planning factor. Then we're gonna start course of action development on the tracks. And then once we develop course of action on those 4 tracks I defined, then we'll start getting cost estimates on those, and then as we refine those, then those will move to the bidding and construction phase. But an important part of the second to the last bullet there is once we get the estimates for the previous plans, and let's say that comes in at $200 million, 250 to include a new middle school, whatever that is, it's my intention to go to the county commissioners, you know, on a 2x2, a small group, and say, look, our expected capital construction over the next decade is expected to be, I'm making this number up, $250 million. Please start planning $25 million a year for, and accruing that for school construction, and you should start now, because it's gonna take us a year or 2 to get the design and the course of action development. But we're gonna be here in 2 years from now, and we're gonna say we need 250 million. So please start budgeting and accruing for it now, so that when we're ready to execute, then you guys have got the funds available. And so that's our approach for the budget, and you're gonna see that in my presentation here in a bit, where we talk about the budget committee, because that's one of the core things that we're gonna do, is try to paint the forward-looking budget picture to the county commissioners from us. Yes, sir?
You have more?
No, this is it.
Okay.
No, I've already briefed this. So that's what our committee's done, and that's what we're gonna do in the month of March, or that's what we're gonna start working. Any questions? Ms. Purvis is also, you know, obviously in charge of operations, so, you know, I kind of keep abreast of transportation and food-related issues as well, but it's outside the scope of my committee. Okay, that's that presentation. You got a presentation, Phil?
Yeah, not as elaborate, but pretty much, I'm gonna just speak to you, Dave, because everybody else was already in that meeting. So pretty much what we talked about, it consisted of Ken, Pauline, myself, Dr. Locklear, Dr. Metcalf, and his wife Tracy. And Ms. Metcalf went over the student code of conduct and the discipline matrices from all the elementary schools so far. And she also talked about the board policy and the role of the police officers that we have. And I talked to them about, we need to define the relationship of where SROs and administrative come in. And I think from talking to both of them, they're supposed to be now giving support instead of pushing it off to administrators or vice versa. We talked about defining the offenses, and we also talked about the possibility of utilizing K2, K2 Solutions, which is a K9 operation. When's our next? We haven't, I think we decided our next meeting is gonna be March the 30th, given everybody's free. But we also did talk about body worn cameras for our SROs, and we may need to, well, we do need to bring Rich in on that conversation as far as legalities go with minors. But that's pretty much it.
So what are the priorities of your committee? going
priorities.
forward? Right, what projects do you have and what are their, what projects do you have going forward?
Right now, the biggest thing is working on the disciplinary matrices. That's first and foremost.
Yeah, if I may, Mr. Holmes, we talked about going back and bringing back a draft discipline matrix for grade span, 6, 8, and 9, 12, working with the team to do that. And I think Mike's beginning that, in the beginning stages of putting that together. So, with the goal of, I think we talked about, if we did set it March 30th, we can look at that, but we talked about coming back in April, giving us a good month or so to do that work with the team.
Yeah, so we can further define the actual offenses and their
Right.
punishment level.
And is that something that you guys are shooting towards implementing next academic year? If
Yes,
that-
absolutely.
Get the handbook updated and stuff, that'd be awesome. And then you're looking at different matrix for elementary and middle and high school. What do we have now and what are you working towards?
Right now, they're pretty much going off the student code of conduct, is that correct?
Each elementary right now has different matrices built from the student code of conduct. It's also built from the process of positive behavior intervention and support, of teaching students about the proper behavior and then reinforcing that. So the matrices are part of that work. Is there anything else you want to add, Mike?
No,
Yeah.
that's very clear.
But one of the purposes of having these matrices for the middle school and high school is that it's
Uniform.
understood district-wide.
Right, and uniform.
And I've actually spoken to a couple of principals, and they're all for having uniformity across the school district.
Yeah, the only thing, and I had provided this input offline because I wasn't able to attend the meeting, but the only thing that I would add to the matrix is that, there are certain offenses that we've talked about, physical violence, if it involves, and you're seeing legislation at the state level now codifying this, but even if that fails, we need to codify it. If it's violence, and if it involves a faculty or staff member, or it's a second offense, I think the state law that they're looking at is a third offense, or if it's just so egregious that it shocks the sensibilities, then there needs to be a minimum floor.
And that's what we're working on.
Right. The problem with our discipline matrix now is it's a ceiling. And of course, administrators have latitude, but they have latitude from max punishment down to nothing. And too frequently for offenses where the punishment should not be nothing, that's the punishment that's chosen. So there's two categories of things that I think that we as a board need to put a floor in, that administrators cannot, because they're so serious, right? One is what I just described in those criteria. And the second one, and Pauline, this is one up your alley, is misbehavior on buses. Because misbehavior on buses could lead to fatalities. It's dangerous. You distract that bus driver and it could cause, they divert their attention for a minute and there could be lives lost. So likewise, I think that the matrix needs to, there are certain things that there need to be floors on the discipline. There could be a range, but the range doesn't go from 0 to max. It goes to some predefined minimum to max. One is fighting for those criteria, and the second one is buses. There may be other ones, but I would like to see that on those.
Yeah, there's some that need to be reclassified, like vaping. I can't remember, I think that's a level 1 offense. But now, you can get these THC vaping canisters, so we really need to look hard at recategorizing, things like that.
Well, we also need to look at, if we want to talk about vaping, is there's nicotine vaping and there's THC vaping, but in between are the legal THCs. I forget their designators, but we should, when we're doing this, we should talk to Rich and see if we can put harsher penalties in, even though the state law hasn't necessarily caught up with us on those. I forget what it's called.
Yeah, I would just say the only real ceilings we have as school administrators is state law, and board and code of conduct and board policy. But something that we need to make sure we articulate very, very clearly is that part of with aggravating factors, our administrators can go for some serious consequences based on what we're talking about. So all that needs to be worked in clearly to the matrices and clearly communicated to our public and across our schools.
I'll tell a quick, look, you can't have maximum punishment on everything, but clearly we need some things that I think we need to find minimum punishments on.
I agree. The problem that I have is I think too much is, and maybe this is a good thing, but it just seems that too much is left to personal interpretation. Like an administrator thinks, oh, this kid is having such a bad day today, or he really didn't mean that, so we're gonna let it go. And I don't think you can have discipline like that. I think it needs to be stated, and you can't interpret it the way you want. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
Well, see, going off of that, there's I don't know how many types of aggressive behavior. There's aggressive behavior without contact, aggressive behavior with contact, and there's just too much leeway there.
It is.
and
There's
it just
so
needs to
much
be
leeway
tightened
in everything. And maybe I don't sound compassionate, but I just think that discipline is such a vital aspect of education, of living like a citizen, of producing, of just getting along, that I don't understand this mixture of interpretation.
Dr. Metcalf, didn't we talk about a blotter for each school, like an offense blotter?
I don't think we talked about that at the committee meeting. I think there was some conversation that you and I had in the pre-meeting about that, but I don't think that was brought out at the committee meeting, and maybe it's a topic for the next one that we
Yeah.
can put on the agenda.
Yeah, if you don't mind, that'd be great.
How are discipline incidents recorded now? Are they in Power School, or is there a separate system for reporting that? I would think that would serve as our blotter.
An educator's handbook is a system which.
That's at
which,
the educator's handbook.
There's certain things that have to also be inputted in both places, but in educator's handbook, we might have had a little conversation about that, and I can't remember if it was in the committee meeting or in the pre-meeting, but part of just because of there's a couple issues with having a blotter type thing. One is FERPA, and an incident, even though you're taking all the identifiable information out, still can identify the kid, and even if it's because you're going down into the granular deal of that school, and it also takes all the context out of it. So part of what we did talk about is that that data, that information can be talked about in school improvement teams, which are open meetings. Anybody can attend those meetings. And that's data that can be reviewed there. But we have increased our overall reporting of discipline incidents, and from the quarterly reporting that we're doing at the board level now, and we'll continue that.
Okay, anything else? When's your next meeting? So, you have one
Like
this
I
month?
said,
April, I think.
yeah,
April.
March.
we have it-
Well, we had April or March the 30th, but if you guys need to change that or something.
We'll follow up with Cindy and reconfirm.
Okay.
Make sure we got the right date. Okay.
Okay, any movement on recruitment of SROs?
The chief wasn't there. So we really didn't talk too much about recruiting. Did
Well, I
he
I can
have-
give a quick update of where he's at. He's got one officer coming on board. They're waiting for one final detail. They should be coming on. He had 3 other officers in the pipeline, but all 3 of those have pulled out because they saw the pay differential, frankly, with Moore County Sheriff's Office. And so they've pulled out. He's got a lead on another one. So it's a slow process.
Okay, do we have a recruiting program put together yet, like Uncle Sam wants you or anything, or are we just doing the same old posting it on some dry government board, hoping that like a fish swims by and takes the bait, rather than like casting a nice looking shiny lure out there to lure them in?
Yeah, they've been directed to do that. We're looking for a full plan.
All right.
Right now, it's really been by him reaching out aggressively. but we're working on a plan.
And we never heard back from Mr. Schwartz about whether we can hire people, right? I mean, we've only been asking that from him for like 4 months now.
Correct. It's on a list that I continue to communicate with.
Yes, sir, I understand. I've talked to him about it too.
Yes,
I
sir.
just must not be many billable hours in him typing up that judgment. Okay, anything else?
Nope, can we move on?
I've got one question on the security aspect of our task here. After the last shooting at Uvalde, everybody's hair was on fire to develop some kind of a task force to examine where we stand in terms of our vulnerabilities, et cetera. I'm just wondering where that went. Do you have any idea?
No, I do not. But one thing, since you did bring that up, it triggered something in my mind. Just by visiting schools, and I have purposely done this, is stand off to the side and hit that bell. Boom, they'll pop you in right away. And that's a safety concern, right? I mean, they don't even sometimes even ask who you are. They're just like, meh, go ahead. I don't know.
I've been to 5 schools so far, and that hasn't happened. They've made me wait.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. And then I got to go through the drill of getting a visitor's pass, photograph, the whole bit, so.
Try standing
The
off
schools
to
I've
the
been at, they're right on it.
Yeah,
Of course, they knew I was coming, so.
there you go.
Want me to touch on CTE,
Sorry?
Mr. Vice Chair?
Just to
Yeah, I
respond to
just
your
wanna see
question,
what,
Mr. Benway, if I
Yeah.
could, we will be presenting the assessment, the safety assessment you may be referring to, that we had a facility safety assessment from security consultants that began in late November or so, December, and ran through January, and they've got a draft report. And we'll be scheduling a time to share that with the board. More than likely, that'll be in closed session because it's about a security assessment.
This is a kind of a whole of government problem. I'm hoping the commissioners have reps on this board and that they're staying engaged.
Mhm. And we did this partly as a result of the commissioners asking, what are your needs? What would it take to have a full-time school police officer in every school, which they passed a resolution, as you may recall, in November to support that. And then secondly, what's your facility needs? And so some of those may be quick, easy fixes that we can take care of ourselves, and some may need additional investment, which will eventually be part of, our capital construction committee and what we're working there.
So, let me bring up one other security-related thing. The state motto is to be rather than to seem, right? To be rather than to seem, and the opposite of that is to seem rather than to be. And the Moore County Schools has had a security committee that's met for years, because the sheriff had a representative on it. It's actually Todd Manus. Every law enforcement agency in Moore County had a rep on it. There were people with this group and that group, and they had meetings, 4 times a year, 3 times a year? They had meetings 3 or 4 times a year. They had representatives from every law enforcement group. They had the chief. They had all these groups participating. The entire time, the SROs never had any training. So they met three or 4 times a year. And for 5 years, no one asked, have our SROs had any training? Right? This group of experts met 3 or 4 times a year, and no one asked, do any of these SROs have trauma medical kits? So it seems to me that committee, what did they do? And it was another committee that was established that was seeming rather than being, right? We have to guard against that. We have to have, you're fixing this, Philip. This is not directed to you. But, government is full of committees who, oh yeah, we met 4 times a year, we checked that box, but they didn't do anything. Because I've talked to people who are on those committees, and I'm like, man, what were you doing? You're a sworn law enforcement, you're a deputy chief, you were on this committee, and you didn't even ask, have our officers been trained in active shooting, or do they have the supplies? Oh, no one encouraged anyone to ask any questions. Well, okay, first of all, why didn't you speak up, right? But secondly, we need to not have meetings that have no impact.
Exactly.
And it goes back to fewer meetings that have impact are better than lots of meetings that don't do much. So, okay, anything else to add, sir?
No, sir.
Okay. Mr. Benway, CTE.
Yeah, on CTE, I'd like to thank Dr. Metcalf and Dr. Scott for helping pull together that first meeting we had at Union Pines back a month ago. We had the opportunity for the first hour really to get a broad overview of the program, and then we spent the rest of the time in a walk around show and tell kind of an environment to see all the different programs. And I was really amazed at how many different programs are ongoing and the depth of those programs. Met a lot of the instructors, good, solid professionals, enthusiastic about teaching the kids, and from what I saw, most of the kids were gaining from it. Our next meeting is next Tuesday? Tuesday on the 14th, and we'll conduct that meeting up at Northmore High School. And it would be pretty much the same kind of a format. A couple of other things. Met with Dr. Tracy Metcalf and Miss Erica Funk, who is the military liaison for the district. Interestingly enough, she's married to an Army chaplain. We talked about the military, her involvement, her scope of involvement and her responsibilities in that task. She's on part-time right now as a liaison, and she's good on top of things. There are 2,500 military kids in this district. That's a lot. And the question in my mind originally was whether we had them grouped with a CTE, but more and more I see that we need a separate way to address the military side of that. In any event, next month, Ms. Funk the district undergoes recertification by the Army to continue receiving funds and other benefits from the military. And those are significant. I guess we get about $500,000 from the military for our students. I think it's $200 for a regular student and $500 for a special needs kind of student. So we're going to get back with Ms. Funk after this recertification is completed and the dust is settled from that. Last week was Read Across America. This is not a CTE thing, obviously, but last week was Read Across America, and got to go up to read to 90 K through 2 kids at High Falls, which is a real treat. A lot of fun. Yeah. Last thing is our visits to the elementary schools continue. We'll be going to Pinehurst Elementary next. Pauline and I went to Carthage last week and rode the bus at the end. These have all been extremely valuable visits, and I apologize for not keeping up with the post-visit reports as well as I should have, but I'm a little bit behind. Anyway, that's pretty much it. I'll have a slide with a few bullets on these issues next week.
It would be helpful to see for all the committees, what your goals are and what your active projects are, and then where you're at on those. I had mine color coded. I forgot to point it out. Next month, I'm going to have a spreadsheet that's going to show all the projects and whether it's going to be a red, green, yellow chart, you know, and if it's underway, if it's completed, estimated due date, but we all need to brief the goals and projects of our committees. 'Cause
Well,
that's
we're
really
still
important.
developing those. We're still in the process of analyzing the mission to include some implied tasks perhaps, but we'll project out. But anyway, CTE is positioned very well to capitalize on the emerging industries that are coming to our northern end here. And I think we've got enough lead time to be positioned to get our kids
What about,
prepared for that.
something that's near and dear to my heart is circling back and doing the basics well. Did you guys discuss the capstone class and building a building and auctioning it off and?
We've discussed capstone projects.
Right.
There are some issues with the capstone class that you are familiar with, in that there were some, correct me if I'm wrong, some regulations that came out from the feds that excluded our age group kids from using power tools. So that kind of puts them out of the range of doing a hands-on on some of these projects. But there are other opportunities for capstone involvement of all the disciplines within the CTE program, and we'll be evolving those.
OSHA rules changed as part of that. We used to do that where you're talking about where we would build a building. And so it's after 18 now, that's why we've connected with the community college. And so our students have that option when they get to the community college to actually build the house that we used to do a number of years ago on our campus. So our classes are really creating a foundation, and they go to the community college, as we talked about in our meeting. At the community college, they get that extra skill, and they have that capstone option. That's the connection between what we're offering here and the community college.
You know, it wasn't that many years ago when we graduated students career ready. Now, because of OSHA, we have to push that to community college. That's not progress. That's like stepping backwards. We need to challenge our young people, not baby them.
That concludes my inputs.
What's next on the agenda?
Okay, board comments. Pauline?
I thought this was a great meeting. First of all, I learned a lot. Like Ken said, we've been visiting the elementary schools just to learn, just to meet everybody, and I love the experience. We rode the Carthage bus. That's my 4th bus ride. I really like that. I love the bus drivers. I wish I could do more for them. I really do. I've attended their meetings. I attended the student advisory board meeting, which was fascinating. These kids are great, and I'm going to keep following them. I really like that. My reading program, I've only had 10 people respond, so I have to get going on that and seeing why they're not responding, because everybody was so excited. Let's see, visiting, this week I go to the high school, and I'm going to sit in on an AP class, because when I went to school, we didn't have AP classes. So I'm really looking forward to that. That's it.
Okay, before we continue board comments, I forgot to do the board meeting agenda for next week. I was just reminded of that. So going up to item 4, we'll resume board comments here in a minute.
Okay.
Going to item 4, endorsement of the testing readiness plan, action or consent? I have it down for action. Any reason why that can't be consent?
It's a routine.
Standard.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
let's do consent on that. Purchase of maintenance vehicles, we'll do that for action, not that we consider any potential opposition for it. I just want to expound upon it in the business meeting. Okay, Board of Education meeting schedule, that's action. And per our conversation, Dr. Locklear, you'll have some sort of notional.
We'll try to have a draft of something to present to the board to look at, yes.
Right.
Yes.
Summary of current academic competitions, spelling bee, that's action. State salute to the North Carolina flag, that's action. And board committee reports, the revised gym and flat roof quotes. Does a flat roof quote need to be revalidated?
I don't believe so, no, sir.
Okay.
But I did write down the revised gym renovation,
Right.
scope of work.
Approval.
Approval, yeah.
Right, okay. So that's it, unless anyone has anything else for action. Anything else for the agenda? Okay, that's it, sorry. Mr. Benway. closing
Nothing here.
comments. I have nothing. By the way, let the record reflect, Ms. Caldwell had to leave at 2:35. She had a prearranged something. Miss Davis had a baby emergency, so she had to go do baby emergency stuff, and I'm not sure where the chair is.
He just apologized. He needed to go ahead and
Secure for the day.
yeah, secure for the day, and he apologized that he needed to go ahead and leave, but he really appreciated being able to be here today, and we appreciate him.
Yes.
Very good. And I have no comments. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. It carries 4-0.